Good morning and welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. I'd like to give you a rundown about what we're doing today, and thank you for joining us. So the first thing we're going to be doing is continuing our coverage of the Ohio v. Dr. Joseph Urich case. You might have been following this one. Dr. Joseph Urich, he's a Polish doctor. He's accused of boating while drunk. He struck a fishing boat on May 9th, 2015, killing Neil Cuppett and injuring Bruce Lindemood. He then left the scene of the accident. Now, he's charged with many different things here. He's charged with aggravated vehicular homicide as well as aggravated vehicular assault. Now, these are two felonies that, if convicted, he could face prison time. He's also charged with operating a watercraft while impaired, OVI. It's similar to DUI. Now, originally, I want to talk about this for a second. It was originally 2 counts, but 1 count actually had to be dismissed by the judge because blood and urine samples were held to be not admissible because they hadn't been refrigerated for 62 hours before going to the lab, and therefore no forensics were available to support the charge. However, the prosecution feels that they have enough evidence based upon testimony and eyewitness testimony as well as camera surveillance that they believe they can go forward with this charge. However, and then that's that's another charge. And then he's also charged with failure to stop after an accident, and that is also a misdemeanor. So this is actually a bench trial. Dr. Joseph Urich has chosen not to go with a jury trial. He's decided to go with a judge. The judge will be deciding this case. Now, again, Dr. Joseph Urich is a general surgeon at the surgical hospital at Southwoods in Boardman, Ohio. He actually settled a wrongful death negligence suit filed by the Cuppett's estate. This is, again, the man who was killed in this accident. In this past May, a second negligence suit was filed against Urich by Lindemood. Now, this is the man who survived the incident, and so that one is still ongoing. So we're going to be continuing our coverage of that case. We're going to bring in some analysis to talk about this case, talk about some of these questions. Why would he go for a judge to rule on this case as opposed to a jury? Maybe he felt that a jury wouldn't be sympathetic to him. And again, because his defense kind of is a little wish-washy. You know, the defense that he first gave, or that his defense attorneys are giving now, is that he thought he hit a rock and he thought the boat was going to sink. Will that play? Maybe, maybe not. So we're going to be continuing our coverage of that one. I want to talk about also another case that we have been covering on this on LawNewz. It's North Carolina v. Eric Campbell. Now, I should warn you, we're not actually covering this one on the LawNewz Network, but we will be covering it on LawNewz.com. So turn over to LawNewz.com to check out this trial. So North Carolina v. Eric Campbell. Eric and his father were both accused of killing 2 people during a multi-state crime spree stretching from Texas to West Virginia, and this also included North Carolina. Now, Eric's father actually committed suicide in custody, so Eric alone is now facing a multitude of charges, including capital murder. So what is the defense arguing? Well, the defense theory is that his father is mostly to blame because his father allegedly abused Eric for years, and they claim that Eric just went along with all these crimes to avoid additional abuse. They claim that Eric thought he was only supposed to be involved in a robbery, but it's the father who's responsible for the murder. Well, I don't think you'd be surprised to hear that the prosecution is not buying that. So this is a very interesting case. Turn over to LawNewz.com if you want to follow that one. But that's another case we are covering here. Then finally, I would like to talk about one final case that we're going to be covering next week, and our very own Dan Abrams. I believe it's going to be happening next Thursday at 1 p.m. We are going to be covering, Dan is going to be covering, the O.J. Simpson parole hearing. You know who O.J. Simpson is? I'm sure you do. In 2007, O.J. Simpson and a team of cohorts confronted memorabilia collectors Alfred Beardsley and Bruce Fromong in a Las Vegas hotel room in an effort to reclaim numerous items of Simpson, including photos of his children. Now, during this confrontation, one of the men that was with Simpson drew a gun, and in the end, his whole crew left with as many as 800 collectibles, many of them having nothing to do with O.J. Simpson. So Simpson was actually charged with 12 counts, including conspiracy, burglary, robbery, kidnapping and assault with a deadly weapon. And on October 3rd, 2008, that's exactly 13 years to the day that California jurors found Simpson not guilty of murder in the infamous trial back in the 90s of the killings of his ex-wife Nicole Brown and her friend Ron Goldman. So 13 years to the day, Nevada jurors now in this case found him guilty on all 12 counts. And Judge Jackie Glass had sentenced Simpson, who was then 61, to 33 years in prison with a chance of parole after 9 years. And that's where we're at now. Simpson's now in his 70s. It's 9 years later. And will he be paroled? Well, that's the case that we're going to be covering here on the LawNewz Network. And Dan Abrams, our very own founder, our very own, is going to be anchoring for that day on Thursday at 1 p.m. So we're going to be looking at that case. And you're not going to want to miss that because O.J. Simpson, when was the last time you saw O.J. Simpson? He's going to be having his parole hearing. Will he be allowed back into society? That is the question. So I want to actually turn back to Ohio v. Dr. Joseph Urich. We're waiting for some activity in the courtroom. The trial is supposed to begin relatively soon, but let's do a little recap about what was happening. So as I explained earlier, there's no blood and urine samples that were allowed to be admissible. Now the prosecution is looking at direct eyewitness testimony about whether or not Dr. Joseph Urich was in fact intoxicated while operating that boat. Well, the prosecution brought forth a witness, Andrew Krogan, who's a very good friend of Dr. Joseph Urich. I believe he was actually in his wedding, and he is going to testify about what he saw, whether or not Dr. Joseph Urich was intoxicated, and also he provided some interesting testimony about a call that he received after this incident took place. So we're going to start now with JY18. We're going to listen to this testimony of Andrew Krogan in the Dr. Joseph Urich trial, and as soon as we have live coverage of the trial, we're going to go back to the courtroom. So let's start off with JY18 here on A Good Morning on LawNewz Network.
From what I watched, it's pretty much the exact same thing I told you.
Yeah, but you said no more than 2 beers on direct, didn't you?
I said 2, and the video said possibly 3.
And you said 1 or 2 shots, didn't you?
Correct.
So do you think your memory would be fresher on May 15, 2015 or today?
Probably 2015.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I do not recall. I don't know.
You don't know when your memory would be fresher?
No.
You don't think it would be fresher back?
Probably back then, yes.
Okay. Do you recall also on the video when after you refreshed your recollection, Mr. Krogan, do you recall listening to music?
We are pulling out of that prior testimony, that prior coverage in the Dr. Joseph Urich trial, because we now have live coverage in the Dr. Joseph Urich trial out of Ohio. So let's take a look, and we'll be back here with analysis.
If you would, good morning. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Gregory Johnson, Johnsson.
And Mr. Johnson, what do you do for a living?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Portage County Sheriff's Department.
And do you hold any special rank with the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
I'm in charge of the Detective Bureau and I hold the rank of lieutenant.
What is your background in order to become a deputy with the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
I completed a OPATA certified police academy in 1995. Upon the completion of that, I received my law enforcement certificate. At that time, I was hired by the Portage County Sheriff's Department as a road deputy. And from that time, I've gone through additional training during my employment with the Sheriff's Department.
What kind of additional training have you had?
The initial training was basically focused on road patrol. I've had training on DUI arrests. I've had assault. Normally in the beginning of my training, I tended to focus towards more of crimes of violence. As I moved up the rank, I was promoted to sergeant and eventually lieutenant. I have had extensive training in homicide investigation, child abuse investigation, sexual assault investigation.
And how long have you worked for the Portage County Sheriff's Department?
It'll be 22 years on Monday.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
As lieutenant, you said you were head of the detective division.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you do?
In addition to supervising the detectives assigned to that division, I also conduct criminal investigations.
As a Portage County lieutenant and Portage County deputy, does Portage County receive 911 calls that come into 911 in your county?
We receive the ones in the county, and occasionally we'll get them outside of the county just due to how especially with cell phones, how the towers operate. But yes, we do. We're a 911 operating center.
And like Mahoney County, do you keep those records in the ordinary course of business in your county?
Yes, we do.
And are those recorded and stored on some kind of server somewhere?
Yes, they are.
And are you able to get those calls whenever you need them and for investigations or for anyone who requests them?
Yes, I do have access.
In this case, did you get any calls?
Yes, we received multiple phone calls.
All right. And did you, were you able to pull out those phone calls from the recorded calls and give those over eventually to ODNR and Mahoney County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I did.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
In the handshake that's previously been marked as States Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what that is?
These are the 911 phone calls that came into my department on May 9th of 2015.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate representations of the calls that came into your department?
Yes, ma'am.
You're under permission to play those calls?
Any objection?
No objection.
You may proceed.
Before we begin, Lieutenant, do you know what time those calls started coming in?
Approximately 10 minutes after midnight on May 9th, 2015.
Can you hear that okay?
Yes, I'm a fireman fishing and someone just hit someone else's boat and the guy's sleeping houses in the middle of the lake. If you can GPS my phone or something, he's screaming help.
Okay, what are you?
I'm on shore, I don't have a boat.
Right. Okay, what part of the river are they on?
I don't even know, they're like near, there's a big light.
Okay, we'll get someone out there, okay?
Okay, please hurry. people on the water to stream and help the others. Okay, we got a road crash on Berlin. Yes. Okay, what is your first name, ma'am? My name's Jennifer. Okay, Jennifer. Yes. Okay, what's your callback number? 330-814-2631. Okay. And they're in Berlin, exactly where we're at in that area. And they're near the crossroads. No, there's like highway comes over the lake. There's one on the other side. There's like a boat house or a bar or something. Okay. Okay, let me know if you know. Okay, at this time, West Canfield Road. We'll go ahead and get somebody out, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, and the boat is,
Yeah, it's like a white and burgundy speedboat.
What's that? What was it, a white what?
It's a white and burgundy speedboat.
Okay. Let me go ahead and you're going to stay right there?
Yeah, I got my flag plate on the guy, got a guy in the boat.
Okay.
That is headed towards us.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. I've got one on the bridge, he's got a spotlight on, and they got a boat on towards the other guy. The other one took off. Honey was on the phone with me, they're going to send stuff out that way.
We got a guy that is going out. He's on the boat. He just came out from the bridge that we hauled at him. He's going out to it.
Okay, that's great, but you're at 224, so it's definitely a 40 cent, correct?
Yeah, like I said, I'm standing here on the bridge.
Okay, Simon, stay right here, and I will have somebody get a hold of you and make contact with you, okay, sir?
Yes, matter of fact, I am sitting on it would be the west side of the bridge.
Okay, the west side of the bridge.
Yeah, I have a Ford F-150 Super pickup, but I'm standing here, so.
Okay, that'll be great, Simon. If anything else comes up, give us a call back on 911, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, bye.
Bye.
Were those all the initial calls to 911 that you downloaded from Portage County?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in response to those calls? Were you dispatched there?
I was at home,
Okay.
and they contacted me at my home and let me know what initial information that they had. Part of my job function would be to respond to calls of that nature. So I proceeded to get dressed and head down to the Deerfield, Berlin Lake area.
Okay. And do you know what time you got there?
I believe it was shortly after 1 o'clock.
Did you go to the scene, like that 224 bridge area where they were talking about?
Well, actually, while I was en route, I was told that the boat that the victims had been in was taken over to Les's boat bait shop, and that the officers from my department in Mahoning County had responded, so I went to that location.
At this time, was it still believed that this happened in Portage County?
It was believed. It was not clear where it had occurred at that time.
You said it's after 1 o'clock when you get there, is that right?
Correct.
Are you able to see anything at Les's bait shop?
Yes, the victim's boat was there tied up to the dock. Lieutenant Nolan was there. Deputy Zwick was there. Some officers from Mahoning County. I was advised that watercraft was coming, and Department of Natural Resources were also notified since it occurred on the water.
And about how many different people are there from different agencies?
I would say conservatively, probably 7 to 8 different people.
And do more arrive as you're there, or more, or are you hearing over the radio that more are coming?
I'm hearing from my dispatch that they're in contact. ODNR and watercraft, I was not sure where they were responding from. I was told that they were en route. I did not have an ETA when they were going to arrive at the scene, but I knew they were coming.
So what did you do at the scene at Les's bait shop?
I made contact with Lieutenant Nolan. He had advised me of what information that they had at that time. It was limited in nature at that time. I was advised that there were 2 people that had been in the boat that had been struck. Both of them had been transported to the hospital. At that time, it was still called Robinson Memorial Hospital. Now it's University Hospital, just north of the city of Ravenna. Was advised that one of the victims was severely injured. Did not know the extent of the injuries.
You didn't know yet whether he was deceased?
No, not at that time. No, ma'am.
So the victims were not at the scene when you got there?
That is correct.
When you get to the scene, you are able to see the victim's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's tied up to the dock, you said?
Yes, they have it up by the dock.
Can you see that screen all right, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show, this is some daylight photos. State's Exhibit 11. Zoom in a little bit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was the boat that was operated by the victims were in.
And is that the same boat that's tied to the dock at Les's Bait Shop when you get there?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. A different view of the same boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, the same boat, different
Now,
view.
is it in pretty much, is it in the same condition as when you saw it at the dock that night?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit 14, this might be a little too dark. Do you recognize what that is?
Now, these are the photographs that were taken that night while it was at Les's Bait Shop.
And you were there, or there relatively near the time these photos were taken?
Actually, I was there with Lieutenant Nolan when he took those photos.
Can you tell me what that photo is? Can you see it?
That,
Bring it to you.
I believe that's the front, the bow section of the boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
That is the rear section, the rear part of the boat with the white light with laying down. It was not up.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was a lantern that I had observed sit that was down on the floor of the boat.
Okay. And you saw that lantern when it was at the dock as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw the boat at the dock, were any of those lights on? Or had they already been off by the time you got there?
Objection.
Were they on?
Overruled.
No, I saw none of them on, no, ma'am.
As you're at Les's Bait Shop, does your department receive any additional calls?
Yes, we did receive another 911 call.
And did you download that call as well as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And is that call kept in the ordinary course of business as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Joe, Joseph.
Joseph, okay.
And as long as you're just the last name, Y-U-R-I-C.
No, hang on one second. Why, what was all of it?
Y-U-R-I-C-H.
Then he's at the house, right?
Yeah.
All right, hang on for 1 second, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Angelina?
Yeah.
Why don't we go ahead and send this one over to you guys now, okay?
Okay, thank you. Can you just warn them that I have to leave before the day is over?
Yeah.
I don't want my to too long.
Right, okay, I'll let them know.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Hey, Angelina, can I get a phone number from you?
Oh, sure. 330-550-7718. 7718.
Okay, that's 160 off.
Yes.
Okay, well, let them know.
Thanks.
Lieutenant, do you recall when that call was made into the department?
I believe it came in at 1:34.
Would anything refresh your recollection as to the actual time?
Yes, I do have it in my report.
Did you write your report during your investigation?
Yes, I did.
You may. What was the exhibit number on that 911 call?
Number 3.
Thank you.
And is your recollection refreshed now after reviewing your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did that call come in?
That at 1:42 is when we were notified. When Lieutenant Nolan and I were notified, I referred back to when the time on the call when it came in. So there was that time frame from the beginning of the call till actually we got notified.
All right. And what did you do in response to that notification?
I'd advised Lieutenant Nolan and my dispatch that I would go over to Hawthorne and make contact with Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Urich.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you go by yourself?
At that time, I was by myself. Yes, ma'am.
And how long did it take you from the scene to get to that house, if you recall?
It was under 10 minutes.
What time did you get to the house?
I have that in my report if you need the exact time.
Yeah, if you could refresh your recollection.
I arrived at 1:48.
Okay. And tell me, is anyone outside the house when you get there?
The lights are on, the front door's open. I'm trying to recall if Mr. Urich was outside, but I came in contact with him immediately upon my arrival.
Okay. Do you recall having to knock on the door or no?
And again, I apologize.
That's
I
all
have
right.
it in my report if I can look at that.
Sure.
They were outside. I met with
All right.
apologize.
That's all right. And who did you meet with first? Was it both of them? Or
Both of them.
Were you able to talk with both of them outside?
We briefly spoke outside, but asked for permission to go inside. Mrs. Rodriguez advised me again that they had a small baby that was asleep and they were trying not to wake the child up.
Okay.
So we did go inside where we spoke inside.
And this is their house, from your understanding?
They describe it as their summer cabin.
Okay. And where exactly did you go inside the house?
Went inside to like the family room area, dining room, family room area.
Okay. And were you asking questions or were they simply speaking to you? What was going on?
Both.
Okay. So what happened?
I thanked Mrs. Rodriguez for making the call to have us come out. Talked to Mr. Urich and asked him, for details about what had occurred that morning. And about striking the boat or hitting the boat. At that time, Mr. Urich was maintaining that he thought he hit a rock.
Okay. And did he say anything else?
He stated that he didn't stop. If he hit the rock, didn't stop. Stated that he is familiar with the route home, that he had been earlier in the night. He had been out with his wife and their child for a boat ride. They had come back to the residence. They had spent a little time at the residence. Mr. Urich then left the residence to meet some friends. He stated that he went alone, that Mrs. Rodriguez and the child stayed home. Met some friends who lived nearby Ben's restaurant. Stated that they had gone to Ben's restaurant. He acknowledged that he had been drinking beer. At one point he said he had a couple beers, then he said that he had some beers. I never got an exact number how many beers that he had. Stated that after he left Ben's, he went back to his friend's house and then boarded his boat and then proceeded to come back. Stated that he did not see any lights, wasn't sure what he hit, said he's familiar with the route back from Ben's restaurant back to his house on the cottage on Hawthorne. He did make the comment that he thought the water was a little lower. During the time I was with him during the initial contact, we spoke about how fast did he think he was going. He stated that he was going 25 miles an hour or maybe under 25 miles an hour. Stated the boat was capable of doing 40 miles an hour. He acknowledged that he had his lights on, had his running lights on, and also his front-facing lights on.
Did he ever mention stopping after and talking with anyone right after he hit something?
No, he always maintained that he thought he hit a rock, but he maintained that he kept going.
Did he ever tell you how long he had been at Ben's?
He said for approximately an hour.
Did he tell you where else he had been besides Ben's?
He had been visiting his friend. He went over and docked his boat at his friend's house, and then he and his friend went up to Ben's restaurant.
Okay. Did he say who this friend was or where this friend's house was?
I don't recall if he specifically gave me a name. He said that it was nearby. Where he docked at was not that far away from Ben's. They walked there.
You recall him saying they walked?
Yes, I don't recall him ever mentioning that they drove there.
Did he mention anything else, having anything else to drink besides beer?
I specifically asked him that, and he maintained that he had only had beer.
Did he talk about hearing anything after the crash?
I did ask him if he had heard anything, and he said he maintained that he had heard nothing, that he had hit what he thought was a rock and that he had continued to keep going.
After this conversation with him, did you ask to look at anything at his house?
Yeah, I asked him if he had permission to go down and look at his boat that he was driving that night.
Okay, and did he give you that permission?
Yeah, we walked down together.
Okay. Did his wife come down or?
No, she stayed at the house with the baby.
While he was talking to you in the family room, was his wife there?
I'm pretty sure she was there almost for the entire time. She might have stepped out to go check on the baby, but she was there primarily the entire time.
Tell me about where his boat is docked from his house. How far is it?
Based on what Mr. Urich told me, it was about 300 feet from the house down to the boat.
Okay. And were you able to see it from the house?
No.
And did you follow him down to the dock?
Yes.
Does anyone else show up while you're at that scene?
While we're down at the boat?
Yeah.
No.
What about any time while you're at that scene?
While we're at the house, one of my detectives shows up, Detective Zwick. She came over to assist me.
Okay. Where is she while you're talking with defendant?
She is still over at Les's bait shop.
Okay.
because she had responded
When did she
there.
arrive? At what point?
Yeah, if I could refresh, I may have it in my report.
Sure, go ahead.
She had arrived after we had returned back up to the boat. I don't have an exact time, but we were back up when she had arrived.
So you had already seen the boat before she got there?
Correct.
And when you get down to the boat, what do you see?
I see a boat that matches the description that was given, that it was a maroon and white boat. I notice that there is substantial damage to the left front side of the boat. I do take photographs of the boat at that time.
Did you take them while you were down there at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still able to see that screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the photograph of the boat that Mr. Urich indicated he had been driving that night.
And is that the boat you say matched the description of the maroon and white?
Yes.
And tell us what's pictured in this picture, describing like an angle that we're looking at.
I'm looking at the left front of the boat. You can see below the bow line, you can see some damage on the upper part of the hull.
But primarily you can see on the top of the boat, right?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's another view of the same boat.
I don't know if you can see it. Can you see anything else in this boat, or in this picture, in this photograph depicted that the boat's docked to? Can you see the dock?
Yeah, the dock is there would be on the left side of the boat, on the right side of the photo.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 19. Can you tell us what that is?
Again, that's the same boat. Picture of the left side, you can see the damage to the bow of the boat.
And this is more underneath than the last picture, correct?
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 20.
A little closer view of the same damage.
Is there a hole in that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
All these photos that I've shown you this morning, have those all been fair and accurate representations of the photos you took?
Yes, ma'am.
That evening? Did you ever ask the defendant if he had any injuries or if he fell during this crash?
Initially, I asked him if he had suffered any injuries. Later, as the investigation went on, I did notice that he had some abrasions on the left side of his neck.
Okay.
I asked him if they were related to the crash, if he had fallen down as a result of the crash. He wasn't even aware that he had any of those abrasions and said he couldn't recall if he had fallen down or not.
He couldn't recall. He didn't say whether or not he felt fallen off his chair or anything on his boat?
No, he said he couldn't recall how he got those marks on him, and he said he couldn't recall if he had fallen or not from the crash.
Did you ask him if he had drank anything after getting home?
Yes, I did. I asked him if he had any alcoholic beverages once he arrived home, and he stated no, that he hadn't.
You talked about him saying he had a couple beers and then maybe some beers. Did you continually ask him about that during your interaction with him?
During the course of the interview, I did speak to him about the alcohol, anything that he had consumed. He did make the comment that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Objection, strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
Yes. Yes, as it relates to an admission by a party opponent, the objection is overruled and the witness may answer that question.
I'm sorry, again, what was that?
Mr. Urich did state that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Did you ask him again whether he knew if he stopped and said anything like that, right immediately after the crash?
During the course of the interview, I did ask him, had he said anything? Did he hear anything? He maintained that he hadn't, that he had just hit what he thought a rock and that he had kept right on going. During the course of the investigation, I did have the opportunity to stop by University Hospital Robinson. I obtained some additional information at that time, and based on that additional information, I did go down and make contact again with Mr. Urich at his residence.
Okay. Is that when you talked to Bruce up at the hospital?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, based on that, is that when, you already said that's when you went and talked to him again. What specifically did you ask him when you went back?
I had concerns with what I had been told previously by Mr. Urich based on this new information. I specifically asked him that, based on this information, I believe that he knew he had hit a boat, and he maintained that he still thought he hit a rock. And I said, well, I gained information that you actually had said something to the person that was in the water. And I told him what my understanding of what had been said to him. And he immediately said that, no, he didn't say that. And then he went on to state that if he did say something, he now didn't recall saying that, didn't recall, now his answers became vague, didn't recall, he didn't.
As to the term vague, you can state exactly what he told you.
He did not recall having any kind of interaction with anybody in the water. Then he stated that if he did say something, he didn't now recall. If he had said something, he could not recall what he had said. But he maintained that, he throughout the interview, he maintained that whatever, after he hit what he thought was a rock, he kept going. So even after he said that he couldn't recall if he had said something to someone in the water or somebody, he still maintained that he just kept going.
You said before that you saw some scratches on his neck. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you take photographs of that as well?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 45. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, that's the photograph I took of Mr. Urich.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
Some abrasions on his left side of his neck.
And is that how Mr. Urich or the defendant looked that evening?
Yes.
Objection at that time.
At that time.
So at the time you took those pictures, that's what he looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
What exhibit number?
45.
Thank you.
Did you observe any other injuries on him while you were with him?
No, ma'am.
At what point, when were you done with your interaction with the defendant?
After I had returned back to his residence, after I left the hospital, I had spoken to him, and that's when I had that conversation with him about any interaction, verbal interaction with anyone. That's when I left the house, was my last interaction with Mr. Urich.
Did you ever tell the defendant that the person had died in the boat?
Yes, I did.
What was his reaction?
Became very emotional.
When you were interacting with the defendant, did you see any signs of intoxication?
Obvious signs of intoxication, as in someone not being able to walk. No, he was able to walk, and he was able to talk clearly.
Did you smell an odor of alcohol about him?
I did not detect that, but I always like to preface it. I have extremely bad sinus problems, so I'm not the greatest one to ask that question, but I did not detect any.
And you had already heard from the defendant that he admitted about drinking beers that night, correct?
Right from the beginning of my first contact, he acknowledged that he'd been consuming beer.
When you say obvious signs of intoxication, what do you mean by obvious?
When I was interviewing him, Mr. Urich, I had recorded quite a bit of it, but that was just audio. So I wanted to make sure I had a clear documentation in my report of what I was visually seeing. And so he wasn't falling down. He wasn't staggering. Did not mean that he wasn't impaired. I'm just saying that I didn't see anything visible.
Objection.
Sustained.
How long is, during your interaction with him, how long is it from the initial calls from the initial crash?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's all right. During your interaction, this time period, how long is that from the initial calls of the crash?
Well, you know, the calls are coming in at 10 minutes after midnight.
Okay.
I arrive at approximately 1:48. So you've got a minute and an hour and 38 minutes between the time of the initial 911 calls till I first have contact.
Okay. And do you have continuous contacts with him for a number of minutes or a number of hours?
For the good part of the next 4 hours, I'm with him.
Okay.
The exception is when I leave to go up to the hospital and then come back. But for the most part, I'm with him or he's with me the entire time.
Once you leave the house, do you go back to Les's, or what do you do?
After my final contact with Mr. Urich,
Yes.
I secure for the evening. I go back to my office, I drop off some items there, and then I go home.
Do you do anything else as part of your investigation?
I'm in contact with Watercraft, with ODNR. At that time, we're still trying to determine where exactly it did happen on the water, if it was in Mahoning County or if it was in Portage County. part of my experience in doing investigations is I know the importance of cell phone records and phone records in general. I had Mr. Urich's cell phone number. I advised Dave Ford and Officer McAuliffe that I would be more than happy to put in the subpoena to obtain any cell phone records to find any activity of Mr. Urich. So I did take care of that on the following Monday. I put in that request.
And were those records given to you and then you forwarded them on?
Yes, ma'am. When I received them, when I finally received the records, we knew that it had happened in Mahoning County was the location of the crash. So I forwarded everything directly to them.
Hand you, may I put you?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. Can you tell what those are?
These are the phone records that I obtained from AT&T.
And for what phone number? I think your subpoena's on the back page of that.
For the phone number for 330-727-7485.
Did you, during your part, before you knew it was Mahoning County, did you collect any witness statements or collect anything, any statements that Lieutenant Nolan was collecting as part of your investigation?
I did not personally get them from the people that supplied those statements, but yeah, they were put together as part of the case file. So that was part of that package that I forwarded over to Watercraft.
Okay. So your department and every other department is kind of putting the case file together for whoever takes over?
That is correct.
We have another picture I want you to identify. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
That is the bow, would be the right side bow section of the boat that the victims had been in.
That's the fishing boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, all these pictures that I've shown you that you've identified, those are all fair and accurate representations of the items that you saw that night, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
I have 1 minute.
You may.
When you're talking with the defendant, again, you asked him if he sustained any injuries, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was he able to talk about any injuries? Did he say he had anything?
No, he stated that he did have no injuries, ma'am.
And I know you said he told you he left to go meet some friends alone on the boat, but did he ever say whether during the crash he was alone?
I did ask him that, if anybody was with him, and he indicated that he was alone in the boat at the time.
During this interaction with the defendant, did you ever arrest him that night?
No, ma'am.
That early morning?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
Still conducting the investigation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No, ma'am, I did not arrest him.
Were you still investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any evidence from those boats while you were there, either at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
Did you touch those boats while you were at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. You okay, Kath? Just to clear up one area which I'm sure is going to be raised on cross-examination, but there was an objection posed as to Lieutenant Johnson's, whether the lights were on at the time he looked at the boat or whether they had already been turned off. And obviously, it's a multiple question, and I know that's an area at issue. So the objection was overruled as to the second part of that question, whether they were on or off when he saw the boat. If I could move that along. Attorney Morrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
You have, through the course of your testimony this morning, several times referred to your police report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were the notes that you took shortly after this incident.
I wrote it up after the incident, yes, ma'am.
You weren't, as you were sitting there writing things down, as people were telling you things. You went back, I believe, and reviewed your audio recordings.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not record audio while you were at the hospital that evening, correct? I'm
No,
sorry.
ma'am.
Okay.
If, I guess I should
Let me clarify that.
Yes, ma'am,
because
please.
When you went to the hospital and spoke to Mr. LawNewz, you did not audio record that.
No, ma'am.
That portion of your report is from your recollection of sitting and talking to him.
I did write notes when I was talking to him.
Fair enough. Do you have those notes with you?
No, ma'am.
It's important when something happens and you're investigating to make sure you document as much as you can at the time, correct?
Correct.
Because as you just said, you were still investigating.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be important and what's not.
No, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be useful to some of the other investigators and what may not be useful.
Correct.
So you have to document as many details as you can, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And from that documentation, you prepared the report you've been referring to today.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's quite possible, as has happened here, it may be several years before you testify, correct?
That is correct.
Or before the information you put in your report may be needed.
That is correct.
So, you would agree with me if you wrote something down back then 2 years ago is probably a little more accurate than your recollection here today.
Depending on if it was something I had recorded or if it was something that I had just written down at that time.
And if it's neither, you didn't record or you didn't write, you're going off your best recollection as you sit here today.
That would be correct, yes, ma'am.
You were asked a couple minutes ago if Mr. Yurch said he left by himself that night in his boat. And you said, yep, he said he left by himself. And when he returned, he said he was by himself, correct?
He said that he had left his house, his wife and his child was at the house when he left alone. And he said at the time of the crash, no one was in the boat with him.
And you don't have any evidence to indicate somebody was in that boat at the time of the crash, besides Joe Yurch?
Other than his statement, no, ma'am.
Well, you didn't find anything to contradict that statement.
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
You took that picture sometime around 4:05 a.m. on May 9th, correct?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I have the time in there, but it was
And I
after
put
4.
up on the screen State's Exhibit 45, which you testified to a little bit ago.
Correct.
You yourself did not notice that mark until shortly before 4 a.m., correct?
I think I noticed it just before 3 a.m.
Right around 3 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
So you get there around 1:48, shortly before 3 is the first time you notice this mark.
That's correct.
And you don't document it until shortly after 4.
That's when I take the photograph, ma'am.
And by that point in time, are you aware of how many hours Dr. Urich had been up straight? How long he'd been awake at this time?
No, ma'am.
And by this point in time, you had told him that there had been a fatality that night,
Yes, ma'am.
and he became very emotional.
Yes, ma'am.
He was pretty drained because of how upset he was.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, as you observed him, prior to telling him there was a fatality, he was engaged in talking to you, responsive and answering your questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you tell him there's a fatality, he continually repeats, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened," correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Self-serving.
Overruled.
He does comment that he's upset over what happened.
And this photograph is taken over an hour and a half after you tell him there's been a fatality that night.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
When you first started testifying, you testified about training and experience years ago when you first became an officer and the continual training you go through. And one of the areas you identified was DUI.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the areas that you're trained in is to detect impairment, correct?
Correct.
And one of the ways you detect impairment is by administering what we call standardized field sobriety tests, correct?
Correct.
And those standardized field sobriety tests are designed to assess an individual's coordination, correct?
Correct.
To assess their motor skills,
Correct.
to detect their ability to be alert and respond to questions,
Correct.
and to follow directions.
Correct.
And it is based on those standardized field sobriety tests that you assess whether or not there's impairment when you encounter someone you believe is intoxicated.
That's a part of it, but there's more, but that's part of it.
Have you made DUI arrests?
Yes, ma'am.
And the form that you use when you administer the standardized field sobriety test has you very specifically mark what the individual has and has not been able to perform.
Correct.
And then the other form that you fill out on a DUI arrest has you, when you make the arrest, has you note any other indications of intoxication, correct?
Correct.
And those would be slurred speech, correct?
Correct.
Glassy eyes,
Correct.
odor of alcohol.
Correct.
You don't note any of those in any of your report from this night when you were talking to Joe Urich, correct?
I did not conduct those tests. I was instructed not to.
Do you remember telling Joe Urich you were not going to perform the field sobriety test because when he was walking down the embankment to the dock, walking on the dock, and negotiating in the dark, he'd already done the field sobriety test for you?
No, I did not say that.
You were saying you were instructed not to perform field sobriety tests that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in your report?
When I called,
No, my question was, where is that in your report, sir?
on page 5, second paragraph from the top.
It does not say anywhere in there, I was instructed not to give field sobriety tests, correct?
In those words, no, ma'am.
In fact, that paragraph summarizes your conversation with the prosecutor that night.
That I had talked to him, yes, ma'am.
Now, the prosecutor was not out of the scene, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did tell him that you didn't detect any signs of impairment, correct?
I'm not sure of the details that I gave the prosecutor at that time.
You testified before in this matter under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember being in court testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, you never testified that you were told not to perform field sobriety tests, correct?
I'm not sure if I was asked that question.
Well, at that point in time, we were trying to assess whether or not there was sufficient evidence of impairment for Mr. Urich, correct?
That was part of the issues we were dealing with.
And is it your testimony as you sit here today, at that time, you didn't think it was important that you were told not to do field sobriety tests?
I was told to look into alternate testing procedures.
My question was, when you testified before, you didn't think it was important to inform the court, the prosecutor, or the defense that you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I wasn't asked that question, ma'am.
And you didn't think it was important to make sure the prosecutor knew that?
I don't recall ever being asked that specific question, ma'am.
So is today here in this courtroom the first time you've told anybody you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I was given guidance on what I was told to do.
My question was, is today here in this courtroom the first time you've ever told anybody you were told not to perform field sobriety tests?
I can't say this is the first time I've ever said that, no, ma'am. I don't recall being asked that question, but I never did not say I didn't do the field sobriety test. I was instructed to do something different. That's why I didn't do the field sobriety test.
The inability to recall specific facts does not necessarily mean someone is impaired, correct?
Not necessarily, no, ma'am.
In fact, when you were here and provided testimony before on this case, you were absolutely certain your dash cam video was wrong as to the date, and that this was a Sunday morning that you were investigating.
I wasn't sure because of the time change and everything at that time, yes, ma'am.
You testified at that time your dash cam video had to be wrong because you knew it was a Sunday morning, correct?
Because of when the call came in, and at that time I was not sure if my dash cam, because it's set up on GPS, ma'am, I don't program the date in.
Correct, and that's, you recall testifying, you weren't certain how that could happen because you were positive it was a Sunday morning and the camera had to be wrong.
During that time, ma'am, we did clear that up, that it was correct.
I understand that, but before we cleared it up and took the break, you were positive it was a Sunday morning.
I thought it was. I was not sure. I was trying to rely off of what I had written down in the time the call had come in, because it was right after midnight when the call came in.
You recall testifying that you didn't have the ability to set the time and date in your car because it's linked to a satellite and it automatically does that. You remember testifying to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell you the time is correct. Obviously, the date is not correct.
Objection.
Do you recall testifying to that?
Basis.
It's improper impeachment. She has to,
If
he
you
already
can-
said he remembers.
He said, I wasn't certain. We had to clear it up.
Overruled.
You recall testifying, I can tell you the time is correct. Obviously, the date is not correct.
That's in the transcript, ma'am, I said that, but that was...
And then you said, I know I responded on a Saturday night and into Sunday, May 10th. If I had my calendar in front of me, we could confirm that right now.
Is that a question?
Do
Objection.
you recall testifying to that?
Ma'am, at the beginning, we were trying, I'm doing a look back of 2 years, and I was trying to make sure the day of the week.
Do you recall testifying to that?
If, ma'am, if that's in the transcript, then that's what I said.
You weren't impaired at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Now, you arrive at the Urges and you meet them in the yard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talk to both Joe and Angelina for a while before you go down to look at the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
During that first encounter with Joe, he is cooperative and coherent, correct?
He's cooperating. Yes, ma'am.
Was he coherent too?
Yes.
Okay. So he's cooperative and coherent, no slurred speech,
None that I recall. No, ma'am.
none that you documented either.
Correct.
That's something pretty important that you document, correct?
Correct.
And he tells you he's not sure he thought he hit a rock when you ask him what happened.
That is correct.
And they explained to you that after he got home, they started calling friends, and that once they found out the boat had been hit, that was when they made the decision to call the police.
Correct.
I could have you turn to page 4 of your report. You indicate you observed no obvious signs of intoxication.
Yes, ma'am.
If you had observed any signs of not as obvious intoxication, things that gave you sort of a reason to question, you would have documented those, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they aren't in there.
No, ma'am.
Kathy, do you know what exhibit we're on, what our last one was?
Yes, your last one is K.
Thank you. Now, you were shown a series of pictures that you took down, or that you had taken down at Joe's dock that morning, correct?
Correct.
You specifically, as you were walking down to the dock that morning, commented to Joe, "It's awfully dark out here." Do you remember telling him that?
There were no lights. That's correct.
Do you remember telling Joe it was awfully dark?
I have no doubt I said that. No, ma'am.
And in fact, he offered to get the light to shine it to help you take the pictures.
Yeah, I had my flashlight with me, and he offered to hold it while I took the photos.
Now, as you're walking down this dock, you go down a slope, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever, or are you aware of anybody ever going and checking what that slope is?
As the
How
angle,
steep of a slope it is?
I'm not aware of that, no, ma'am.
We can agree it was a fairly good slope down to the lake. Did you have to walk down it sideways as you were going down?
No.
When you got down there, there was a broken step.
Objection? Question?
There was a broken step, wasn't there?
On the steps leading down to the dock, yes, ma'am.
And on the dock, there was a missing board.
I don't recall it. Would be if it's on the photograph, ma'am. I'm not going to dispute that.
Yeah, Coach.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what I just had marked as Defendant's Exhibit L, and it's pretty dark. That's why I'm not going to put it up on the screen. Does that picture fairly and accurately reflect what the dock looked like that night when you went down there? That's one of the pictures you had Zwick take
Take.
that evening.
Then it would fairly accurately represent it, yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that prior to today?
I've looked through quite a few photos. I can't recall, but I know that I had Detective Zwick take a lot of photos. But I can see the steps leading down. I just don't recall, but I'm not going to dispute it.
Well, is that what it looked like when you walked down to the lake that night?
I did not go out on the dock. I came down and was taking pictures straight on. This appears to be one taken from standing out on the dock looking back. So I did not have that perspective when I was there.
Do you remember as you were walking on the dock, Joe telling you to be careful, and you say, if I fall in, just pull me out?
Yes, ma'am, I said that to him.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what we've marked Defendant's Exhibit M. Those are the steps leading down to where the boat is.
Yes, ma'am.
And that picture fairly and accurately represents what you saw that evening when you went down to look at the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that when you asked Joe where he'd been and he said he went to meet some friends and they went to Ben's, you never asked him, how'd you get to Ben's?
Well, he had stated that when he dropped his wife and daughter off that he had left in his boat.
And went to meet some friends,
Right.
and they went to Ben's.
Correct.
You never asked him how they got to Ben's.
I don't know if I don't think I specifically asked him that. I'm trying to recall if he said that they walked. I didn't have any indication that they had driven, but I don't recall.
You never asked him.
No, that would have come up in the conversation. I did not specifically ask that question. No, ma'am.
Now, after you're in the house for a while, you and Joe go outside and you get in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
And it switches from a video to just solely an audio, correct?
No, when we get in
I'm sorry, the other way around.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. It switched from only an audio to a video and audio.
Correct.
And it was within 2 minutes of getting in your car that you informed Joe there had been a fatality that night.
No, I had told him in the house that there had been a fatality prior to getting in.
And maybe that wasn't clear. It was with 2 minutes prior to getting in the car. that you told him there had been a fatality that night?
I don't know the exact time frame, but I did tell him before we got in the car.
Well, you were outside talking to the prosecutor, and at that point in time, you went back inside and told Joe, correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And then right after that, you left with Joe in your vehicle.
Correct.
Now, I think you said he was very emotional, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when he is distraught and upset, you tell him you see no signs that he's intoxicated.
I know I commented that. I don't know if those were my exact words, but I know I commented about that he did not appear to be drunk.
And Joe says, this is before you even get in the car, he doesn't know what to say. And you ask him to go with you, and he complies.
Correct.
And when you get in the vehicle, oh, I'm sorry. When you're still in the house, you can hear Joe say, as you're asking him to go with you, I can't believe someone died.
Objection.
Do you remember Joe saying that to you that night?
I know he commented that. Again, that's why I had it recorded. If that's in the recording and that's what he said, then that's what he said, ma'am.
So while he's in the car with you, your report doesn't indicate any slurred speech, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your report doesn't indicate when he's in the car with you that he's having trouble understanding what you're talking about.
Correct.
He is looking out the window crying most of the time you were driving, correct?
On and off. Yes, ma'am.
At some point, you were trying to, I don't know what words you want to use, calm Joe down, console him. You tell him it's going to be fine, correct?
I'm trying to keep Mr. Urich cooperative.
Okay.
So I'm trying to make myself appear to be not a threat. So I'm going to try to make him think that everything is fine.
Well, and when you're saying everything's fine, mid-sentence, Joe cuts you off and very clearly says, no, it's not going to be fine. I killed someone.
I believe he did.
Objection.
There's no...
May I see counsel? First of all, for Kathy's sake, I think it's a good opportunity for a morning recess, so we'll take 15 and get this out.
All rise. This court is in recess.
We can do that, James.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. We are taking a morning recess in the Dr. Joseph Urich trial, but we have a lot to analyze and digest from this case. So I actually am joined by two individuals to help me talk about this. First, LawNewz's own Aaron Keller here to talk about this. Aaron, good to see you.
Good to see you, Jesse.
And also we have with us Mark Davis, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and also an all-star baseball player. Mr. Davis, it's good to see you. I'm sorry. Do we have Mr. Davis? Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. You mind turning your mic on?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. And for our boys in the tech room, I can't see Mr. Davis, but it's okay. I can hear him, and we have a lot to discuss. So first of all, Mr. Davis, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, I want to start off. I haven't had a chance to talk about this case yet, so I want to start off from the very beginning. The defendant in this case, Dr. Joseph Urich, has chose to go for a bench trial, not a jury trial. I want to speak with both of you about this, but Mr. Davis, I'd like to start with you. What do you think about that, going for a judge to determine this case as opposed to a jury?
Well, a DUI is a very polarizing type of case. Typically speaking, if you have a jury trial, there are a number of people who've been touched by a DUI, and the defense theory may very well be that, you know what, my client may not be necessarily that sympathetic, and juries have been known to make decisions based upon, emotion. And so a judge would be more likely to give him a break, I believe. And so I think that the defense counsel probably simply thought, this is not a good case for a jury. A jury may just simply say, you know what, I'm going to flush this guy down the toilet.
Interesting point. Aaron, you're laughing at that. What do you think about that?
I am always impressed by the adjectives that are used here. So, I mean, look, it's possible, but the flip side is that judges are used to administering these laws. So the judge is going to sit here and go through the elements of the statute and say, okay, well, was he acting recklessly? The judge knows the definition of recklessness. The judge is going to be picking out the testimony on the fly in the trial that would add to or bolster a case for recklessness. We had a witness on the stand yesterday saying that most of the boats were just quietly floating out on the lake, and then one boat went flying down the lake in the dark. Is that in and of itself evidence of recklessness? I would think that it probably is. So the judge might be more apt than the jury to be looking for those nuggets of testimony on the fly and saying, okay, that came out of the witness's mouth, let me check off recklessness, we've got a conviction on that charge. So they run the risk of that happening as well.
I'm interested because we see a lot of, there's a whole topic called jury nullification. You can present the jury with all the evidence and all the facts, but in the end of the day, these are human beings and they might make a decision based upon whatever it is they want to make a decision on. In your experience, when you have a bench trial, when you have a judge that's deciding this, do you see that obviously it could be the same kind of situation? You have a judge now who's doing multiple roles. He's the judge in the courtroom. He's also the fact finder, and he's the trier of fact. And I always am wondering whether or not you put this all in the hands of one individual. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Aaron, Mr. Davis.
Phones are ringing.
Phones are ringing.
So somebody has.
Somebody wanted to answer that question for you, Mr. Davis. But I'll allow you to back.
If you have the answer, call LawNewz now.
So what do you think about that?
Is this directed to me?
That is directed to you.
Yeah, judges are obviously equipped to do the work of all of it. They sit through trials. They understand the elements that need to be proved. They understand the nuances. And again, when the case sounds like it's not a very sympathetic case for Dr. Urich, but also, the judge is also a professional, so he understands that there are other factors that weigh in, the potential loss of Dr. Urich's license. These things unconsciously may be affecting what he may think of the case and how he ultimately rules upon it. He may determine, you know what, if they can't necessarily prove a DUI and they can't necessarily prove recklessness, maybe certainly negligence is there. But I think that they're looking at the judge as the only chance that they have to come away with something less than a second-degree felony.
Let's talk about that a little bit. People in the chat room, anybody who's viewing this might see a case, oh, this guy hit a boat, he's definitely going to be found guilty, but it might not be that simple. I was talking with Aaron Keller before about this. Let's talk a little bit about the statute here, you know, what he's charged with. He's charged with aggravated vehicular homicide as well as aggravated vehicular assault. These are 2 felonies. But it's not as simple as we think, Aaron, correct? Because the idea that whether they can prove he was actually intoxicated, and we know that the blood and urine samples were not admissible, so they're trying to prove this based upon witness testimony and surveillance footage of him in the bar drinking. But if they're not able to get him, not able to definitely prove that he was intoxicated, doesn't that throw a wrench in these felony charges? And then what are you left with? We're talking about recklessness, we're talking about negligence. Is he exactly charged with that? What can you provide on that?
Well, they could, in theory, get him on it, but I don't have a copy of the original indictment in front of me, so I don't know if they indicted him in a way that would allow them, the state, to hit him only on the recklessness count. So the top charge is aggravated vehicular homicide. It's a second-degree felony in Ohio. That's the top charge here. They have to prove that he was operating a vehicle. Well, that's not really in dispute here. It's not in dispute that a person's death was caused by the collision. The key is whether or not the state can prove that it was the approximate result of operating a vehicle under the influence or recklessly. The third element of the charge, it's an or. You either did 1 or 2 or 3. Well, the third element is if you're driving in a construction zone and hit a construction worker. That's obviously not this case. So they're stuck with 1 or 2. It's either drinking or reckless operation. I don't know if they indicted him on the second prong, because the penalty that the judge read in the beginning of this is the penalty for the first prong. So if they didn't indict him on the second prong, then they've got a problem, because they can't just get him on recklessness. Assuming that they did indict properly and say that he, you know, just hit the statute somewhere, as long as they prove recklessness, I think they've got him. So based on some of the testimony. So the state's interest in this, the state's version of this is that, you know, look, we can get you for recklessly operating out on the lake. You were going too fast. There's some evidence testimony, some witness testimony to say that this boat was going faster than the other boats. And, you know, look at the speed of the collision in and of itself. People from shore, people up on this bridge, they heard the slam, okay? Those are elements or facts from testimony that could support this reckless operation charge. So if the judge believes that testimony, and I think that it sounded credible when I listened to it, I think that they could support the recklessness charge on the second-degree felony, assuming that they properly indicted him.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about that, the idea that if they can prove that he was intoxicated, they might have a very strong case, but let's put that to the side. If Aaron is, as Aaron said, if they did properly charge him in the indictment for recklessness as well, if they couldn't get him on driving that boat intoxicated, but he was operating it recklessly, let's delve a little bit into the recklessness. So, Mr. Davis, the idea that we know so far is we have testimony from witnesses who've said this boat was going very fast. We just heard the testimony of Deputy Sheriff Gregory Johnson, who said that when he interviewed the defendant, he said that he was going 25 miles per hour in a boat that can go 40 miles per hour. Now, I don't know what that looks like and how fast that would actually be. It could be very fast. It seems like it would be very fast, and that's also taking the defendant's word for it. So but my question is, if you take it for a fact that he actually hit this boat, we know he hit this boat, we know that someone died, and we know that someone was injured, is this not a little bit like a strict liability crime in the sense that because he hit this boat, he's automatically reckless? Or do you have to look at it a little bit differently based upon what we know from the testimony and from what he said? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, there are 3 potential outcomes. I mean, ultimately, if you decide that he wasn't reckless, that it was some type of accident, that he killed someone, then they would go for the lowest level misdemeanor, a vehicular manslaughter, and that's only, you know, a 90-day max in Ohio. If they determine that he was in some ways negligent, then I think the goal for the prosecutor, or the goal for the defense at this point, is to try to get a vehicular homicide, which is a first-degree misdemeanor, but it's a misdemeanor. The reckless aspect I think is going to be proved, as other counsel mentioned, based upon witness testimony. I think there was someone that said they saw this boat speeding along, and from one of the accounts I read, the guy had predicted that guy's going to kill someone. And so moments later, when there's a crash, and apparently there's some conflicting testimony with regard to whether he actually stopped and had a conversation and asked these people what the hell they're doing out there. I mean, there can be a finding of recklessness just on the witness testimony that's already been put forth. And so I think it's going to be a fairly close call as to whether they determine it's reckless versus negligent. But what 40 miles an hour looks like versus 25, that is, you know, it's everyone's best guess, but they're entitled to give their opinion. It's a layman's opinion, but everyone's entitled to it, and you give it the weight that you think that it holds.
Let's turn a little bit to his defense, because people are watching this and say, how on earth can you defend, what's the defense here? And the defense that he's been given, and what basically is what he said during the night in question, was that he thought he hit a rock, and that he thought that his boat was going to sink, so he drove away. He didn't think he hit anybody. He said he didn't hear anybody. Again, you mentioned the testimony about, well, did he actually say something to the people in the water at the time? We don't know. But let's talk a little bit about this defense that he thinks he hit a rock and drove away. Let's start with you, Aaron. Believable? Viable? Does that work?
Well, some of the witnesses testified in the preceding days in this case that they heard discussion out on the water. So it's possible that the judge could believe that the discussion was between the doctor and at least one of the victims. I forget exactly what the witness said. I don't have it up in front of me right now, but it had something to do with what are you doing out here, or what's up with the. I mean, it sounds like the kind of conversation that either was had between someone in the water yelling for help to the person that had struck him, or that it was the doctor yelling at the people he had struck, you know, in essence blaming them. It could be read a couple of different ways based on the way that I saw a synopsis of the testimony, but I mean, come on, if he thought he hit a rock, then wouldn't you at least try to look and see if it was actually a rock that you hit? And when you couple that with this discussion, this testimony that there was some yelling that was audible from people on land, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't fit with his presumption that there was a rock out there.
Yeah, you would imagine that if you're driving any kind of vehicle and you hit something, I don't think your first reaction is to speed up. It's to slow down and find out what happened. And let's not forget, Mr. Davis, that Andrew Krogan, who is a friend of the defendant, and I believe he was at his wedding, he said he received a call from Dr. Urich that said he believed he hit something and it wasn't good. That can't help his defense.
Yeah, and I read that as well. And it was his wife who actually called the police because apparently he told his wife that he hit something. But if you think you hit a rock, you're not calling the police. And that's the thing. I think he may very well have confessed to his wife that he thought he hit somebody. And so the idea that he thought he hit a rock, I think, is not quite so credible.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be a difficult time arguing that. I thought what I saw today was his defense attorneys really hammering in on Gregory Johnson, the deputy sheriff, about what he heard and saw, and whether or not you can believe him as a credible witness. Whether that'll be enough, I don't know, because at the end of the day, you have someone who's died, you have someone who's injured, and you have very clear evidence that this is the man who was driving that boat. So I actually want to talk a little bit, change it a little bit. I want to back up to the idea of the blood and urine samples that weren't admissible. I want to talk from a legal perspective. They weren't refrigerated for, I believe it was 62
plus hours.
Now, we've seen this in kind of cases before where evidence is not admitted for these kind of purposes. When you heard about that, you've seen this before. That's just a careless error, am I correct?
Well, it is and it isn't. And the judge's order on this is incredibly interesting because in Ohio, there is an administrative regulation that says that these types of samples need to be refrigerated within a certain time frame. The police department that handled the investigation didn't even know about the administrative regulation and therefore didn't refrigerate them. The state argued in the evidentiary hearing that the science is clear with this type of sample, it doesn't matter whether it's refrigerated. It barely affects the scientific testing. So blood and urine samples, alcohol, apparently they can sit unrefrigerated for days and days and days, and once finally tested, they yield virtually the same exact result as they would if they were tested when they were fresh. So the big question is, why does the rule exist if it doesn't affect the science? The judge said, I trust the results, but they cannot come into this trial because the police didn't follow that rule. So even though they're accurate, they can't come in, and so that's why the judge struck the 4th charge before the case was heard.
Aaron, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We actually do have live coverage back in the Urick trial, so I want to thank Aaron Keller. I want to thank Mr. Davis for being here. Thank you both. If we go to another break, hopefully we will have both of you back for analysis. So let's turn right now back to the live coverage of the Dr. Joseph Urick trial.
You know, one of the benefits of trying the case to a judge and not a jury is hopefully the court's ability to determine what is proper evidence before it. Now, under 801D2, an admission by a party opponent, those are admitted under that rule when offered against the party, and that rule does not permit, in fact prohibits a party from offering their own out-of-court statement as an admission. So I'm not certain, as I think about the question and answer, with the defendant indicating, no, it's not all right, I killed someone, whether that's offered against the party, but nonetheless, counsel should be cognizant that I am aware of that rule and its restrictions. So to the extent that the statement is offered by the party as an admission, the objection is sustained. You may proceed.
If I may, it is not being offered for that purpose.
And I didn't think it was, and that's why I originally overruled the objection. And again, if that's the purpose for which it was offered, then that's fine, but let's move on.
As you're in the vehicle with, thank you.
I'm done.
As you're in the vehicle with Joe Urick, the conversation, he is appropriately responding to questions you ask him.
Yes, ma'am.
And his responses that he's giving you are appropriate for the incident he was just advised occurred.
Objection. Still one question.
Correct?
I could not hear you, Attorney Cathcart.
It's not a question. She's not asking a question. That's been my continuous objection.
The responses he was giving were appropriate for the incident that he had just been advised occurred, correct?
He was answering my questions, yes, ma'am.
And there wasn't anything unusual about the answers he was giving you. Isn't that true?
No, and how the response is no.
And in fact, you didn't think he was confused or incoherent at all, did you?
He did not give that any signs of that.
And when you previously testified, you testified that you didn't think he was confused that night in your vehicle.
No, correct, ma'am.
Now, when you're in the vehicle, you actually speak with, well, and it was you that in the vehicle that said accidents happen and you didn't have any indication that this was anything other than an accident, correct?
I did say that.
And when you're in the vehicle, I believe you received a couple phone calls, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those was from Lieutenant Nolan.
Correct.
And when you got off the phone after you spoke with Lieutenant Nolan, you tell Joe, we don't know if the lights were on. Correct?
I don't know if I said it specifically, but I know I acknowledged that there was a concern if the lights were on or off. We did not know for sure.
And you also told Joe there was a concern that even if the lights were on, he may not have seen them.
Yes, I made that.
Did you tell Joe that even if the lights were on, he might not have seen them?
I made a comment in that area, yes ma'am, that he may not have seen them.
Now, you also tell Joe in the car ride, do you not, that there was no way if he was impaired he would have been able to negotiate the walk down to the boat and the steps that were broken and getting into the boat or down by the boat?
I don't know if those are my exact words, but I did comment about his ability to walk down to the boat.
And that you viewed that ability to walk down to the boat as indicating he wasn't impaired?
I told him that, yes ma'am.
And one of the other phone calls you had while you were in the vehicle was with, I believe you testified with, and I apologize, is it Lieutenant Zwick, Detective Zwick?
Detective Zwick.
Okay. You spoke with Detective Zwick as well?
I believe I did, yes ma'am.
And when you got off the phone with Detective Zwick, you told Joe, did you not, the reason you were having her take photographs is because you wanted to make sure you can show he was able to walk down there, climb up and down those steps with no problem. I don't want this being presented that you were drunk.
I know I said something to that effect, yes ma'am.
No questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. You've had extensive DUI training, is that correct?
Yes ma'am.
All right. And do you have any concerns when you're investigating a DUI after a crash with regard to giving someone field sobriety exercises?
There's always a concern about anybody that's been involved in some kind of a traumatic effect incident. They don't always show signs of impairment.
Okay. And what else are you concerned about? Like if they've hit their head or something like that?
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Are you concerned about whether they have any injury as a result of that crash as well?
Objection? No.
Overruled.
Yes, I'm considering that if they have any physical injuries or if they have struck their head.
And you already know that this boat was in that crash at that point, don't you?
That is correct.
When we're talking about field sobriety exercises, what kind of exercise are we talking about? Like what are the normal field sobriety exercises that you would have given had it been just a normal run-of-the-day DUI along the side of the road?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Refer to it as the one-leg stand, where you have the subject stand with their leg elevated off the ground and count to 30,
Okay.
30 seconds. Walk and turn, the heel and the toe test, where they walk heel and toe 9 steps, turn around and come back. Then we also do the eye and the nystagmus test to see if there's any effect on their eyes, on their ability to track.
And after talking with the prosecutor that night, you decided not to do those field sobriety exercises?
That's correct.
What was the reason for that?
Objection.
Overruled.
When I was speaking to Prosecutor Vigalucci, it was the focus on that time was that we were dealing with a homicide from the boat crash and that we weren't looking at an OPI, and to look at doing alternate forms of testing that if Mr. Urich was willing to do that.
Objection,
I can certainly distinguish the answer, so you can proceed.
Thank you. Had you ever met the defendant before that night?
No, ma'am.
Did you know how he spoke normally on any other night besides that night?
That was the first time I'd ever met him.
When you went to that house and spoke to the defendant, you've already testified that he thought it was a rock that he ran into, is that correct?
That's what he said. He thought he'd hit a rock.
Did he say it might have been something else as well?
He thought it was a rock. He wasn't even positive it was a rock that he had struck.
Okay. So did he keep going back and forth, and maybe it was a rock, maybe it was something else?
He never specifically said that he knew he hit a rock. Okay. He thought he hit a rock. He didn't check. He kept going. So he never made any attempt to verify what he had struck.
So did he seem confused about what he hit?
Yeah, he wasn't sure. I mean, here he had struck something, but he maintained that he didn't even stop to find out what he had struck.
What about when you asked him whether he stopped and said something after the crash? Was he confused about that?
He didn't think he had said anything, but then when I pointed out what I had, my understanding of what was said, he immediately said, "I know I didn't say that." So he's initially telling me he didn't think he said anything, and then but if he didn't think he said anything, how would he know if he did or didn't? That how would he know if what I was telling him he said or didn't say? When he doesn't now, he's maintaining he didn't know if he said anything, and if he did, he didn't recall what he said.
So he didn't remember either?
Correct.
That was possible, right?
Correct.
So when you say that there's no obvious signs of intoxication in your report, you already mentioned that he wasn't falling down, correct?
That's correct.
And you couldn't smell an odor of alcohol on him like you testified before, that's right?
Correct.
Okay. But he did make, didn't he tell you several times that he had a number of beers?
He never gave me, yes, he did say that, and he never gave me a specific number, so I knew that he had been drinking, consuming alcoholic beverages.
So you didn't need to smell an odor of alcohol in order to know that he consumed beers, did you?
Rephrase.
Did you need to smell an odor of alcohol in order to know that he consumed some beers?
He acknowledged that he had.
Did he tell you how long he lived on that lake, or you said before that he was familiar with that lake. Did he say how long he lived there or anything?
I don't recall if he gave me an exact time. I know they said that they'd had the cottage for a while, but I don't know what that would mean. But he said he was familiar with the route back from Ben's restaurant back to where the cottage was at.
Okay. And would that mean he'd be familiar with his dock as well?
Objection.
Speculation sustained.
That was the dock connected to his house, correct? That you went and took the pictures of his boat?
Connected to the property, yes, ma'am.
Did it look like that dock had been there for a number of years?
Yes.
And you already mentioned that there was one of the steps was in disrepair, is that right?
We had commented about, because the winter had been so severe, that there had been damages to the docks and that down there because of the ice during the previous winter.
And when you're in the car, again, you've never met the defendant before that, right?
No, ma'am.
So you've never heard him talk before that day, is that right?
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Does the defendant repeat himself a lot in the car?
He does.
When you said to Attorney Morrow that you were trying to calm him down to keep him cooperative, did you want him to stay cooperative throughout the entire time you were talking with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also ask for permission for his trailer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that for?
Watercraft wanted to take custody of his boat. He agreed to allow us to take the boat, and he also provided permission to use the trailer for the boat to take custody of the boat.
And did you feel that those statements you made to him kept him calm?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did you feel that those statements you made to him kept him cooperative?
Objection.
Speculation sustained.
Did he stay cooperative after you made those statements?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he stay calm after you made those statements?
Yes, ma'am.
During this entire time, are you still investigating?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to gather as much information as I can.
So while making these statements in the car, are you still investigating what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever acknowledge that he hit a boat?
The closest it came to that, he wasn't sure.
Okay.
After they had talked to some people prior to my arrival at the house, and there had been indication that a boat had been struck, and that's where he thought that he might have hit a boat. But he never came out. He was never sure what he had hit.
So it was your understanding that they knew he hit a boat before you got there?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't they tell you they knew he hit a boat before you got there?
Objection. We just testified.
Overruled.
They had talked to some friends, and they knew a boat had got hit.
And that's what they told you?
Correct.
Okay, 1 second.
You may.
Anything further? Thank you.
Any recross?
The prosecutor just asked you about Joe repeating himself in the car, correct?
Correct.
Remember that? Isn't it true that what he repeated himself about was how he was upset that someone had died?
Objection.
She's trying to use the fact that he's repeating himself as a sign of impairment. I think what he was repeating himself on would be right.
The cross-examination, of course, as it relates to that question, is going to one of the factors I'm sure the state is going to attempt to rely upon to establish the defendant's impairment. I think the court is obligated to review and examine the totality of the circumstances, and I think it relevant and not necessarily self-serving as to the topic of that dialogue. So the objection is noted and overruled.
So, one of the areas that he kept repeating himself over was concern for the victim's family, correct?
One of the areas, yes, ma'am.
And one of the other areas was that he was upset someone had died.
One of the areas, yes, ma'am.
And the things he kept repeating were, oh my God, oh man, that poor family.
Objection.
Isn't that true?
Sustained as to that portion.
Now, you've testified to your experience over the years investigating accidents and OVIs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that when you have an accident, even when there's no alcohol even remotely involved in it, no indication of alcohol, that the people that are involved in the accident can sometimes, immediately after the accident, not recall exactly how things occurred?
On occasion, yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Joe had said, I didn't say that. Isn't it when he was asked about, make this clear, the prosecutor asked you, after you spoke to Mr. Lindley, you came back and asked Joe about what he may or may not have said that night, correct?
Correct.
And in the exact same sentence, he said, I didn't say that. If I said something, I'm not sure what.
Correct.
You have provided some testimony on redirect about the field sobriety test and why you performed it.
Correct.
And one of the issues that the prosecutor asked you about was when there's an injury, whether or not you do field sobriety tests. Do you remember that?
It's not a question of the injury if you do them or not. It's a question of if there's an injury, would that have an effect on their ability to do them?
Well, and isn't the true concern that if you do field sobriety tests and there's been a head injury, the results of those tests, you can't tell whether they're from the injury or from impairment from alcohol?
It would depend on the nature of the injury.
My question was, if there's a head injury, when you do standardized field sobriety tests, you can't tell if your results are from the injury or from impairment from alcohol.
I guess, and I don't mean to be argumentative, ma'am, is it a question that there's a small injury to their head? Depending on the severity of the injury.
Well, if there's a small injury on their head, would you proceed with field sobriety tests?
If they had a small cut on their head and they explained how they got it and it wasn't from an impact, I would still do them, yes, ma'am.
If I say the NHTSA manual, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been trained on the NHTSA manual, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true the NHTSA manual tells you if there's been an injury or an accident, the field sobriety tests are not going to tell you results from whether it's impairment from alcohol or from an injury?
And again, ma'am, I would...
Is that what the manual tells you?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm just telling you, ma'am, it depends on the severity of the injury.
And there were no signs here of injury?
There was no report. Mr. Urich did have some abrasions on the side of his neck, but he maintained that he had suffered no injury from the incident.
But you didn't even recognize those until somewhere around 3 o'clock?
When the lighting was better, yes, ma'am.
So when you're taking into your car, you're not aware of any injury?
I've asked him and he's reported none.
No other questions?
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Didn't he also say something about himself, not just about the other family? Wasn't he concerned about himself as well?
Oh, and the effect this was having on him and his family? Yes, ma'am.
What did he say about that?
He said that it was stupid what had happened, that his life was ruined.
Objection? It's not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
What was that last part?
That his life was ruined. So he was focused also on the impact it was having on him and his family.
Any further?
Any follow-up?
I have 1 second.
You may. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I leave now?
Please, yes. Thank you. Thanks, Ken. Thank you.
That's his.
Is this for Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. Is this yours? Sorry.
Thank you.
Attorney Cantala Mesa, Attorney DeGravio.
Your Honor, the state calls Dave Ford.
I know. If you would step right up and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court order?
David Ford, F-O-R-D.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a natural resource officer investigator. I'm employed by the Ohio Department of Natural Resources.
Is that commonly referred to as ODNR?
Yes.
And at the ODNR, what do they patrol within the state of Ohio?
All the properties owned or administered by the Department of Natural Resources, state parks, forests, natural areas, all the waterways of the state of Ohio.
And how long have you worked for ODNR?
25 years.
What is your education and background in order to be an investigator for ODNR?
I have a degree in applied science, natural resources. I have my Ohio Peace Officer certification from the 88th Basic Police School at Case Western Reserve University. I have 2 formal courses, 60 hours in vessel incident, crashes, things of that nature, investigation. I attend local and regional training sessions and seminars. Triannually, I go to a national seminar to stay in touch with current best practices.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator for ODNR?
10 years.
Okay. Before being an investigator, what did you do?
I was a patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, what would you do for ODNR?
We would patrol the waterways for boating safety, search and rescue. We were involved in education. We taught boating safety classes to the public and to other emergency response or first responder agencies. That included rules of the road or the navigation laws, the state's required equipment, and the state's boating operation laws.
Where are you currently assigned? A region or a certain location that you're assigned to?
The Northeast region, which is the northeast quadrant of the state. I specifically report to Wingfoot Lake State Park in Portage County.
Okay. Is there a time when you actually patrolled Berlin Reservoir?
Yes.
And when was that?
Between the years of late 2001, 2002 till about 2012.
And as a patrol officer for Berlin Reservoir, would you be out in a boat or in a car? What would you
Yes,
do?
in a boat.
And what exact things would you be doing as part of your duties?
Watching for violations by the boaters, managing user conflict, boaters, swimmers, things of that nature, just trying to keep everyone safe. But most of it consisted of watching for boating violations, affecting a stop, just like a traffic stop would happen by a policeman on the road, and addressing those violations.
And are you familiar with the laws and regulations that permit boaters to be on that lake?
Yes.
And are they the same all over the state of Ohio?
Yes, some bodies of water have laws specific to that body of water as well.
Is this reservoir strictly for recreation? Is there any kind of commercial fishing or anything going on?
The reason the impoundment exists is for water control and flood control. Secondary use is recreation. There isn't really any commerce that takes place on the waterway. There are a couple of businesses located on the lake, but there's not commercial vessels that operate on the lake.
So there's no barges or anything that come through this reservoir?
No.
Are there posted signs around Berlin Reservoir?
Yes.
And what kind of signs would those be?
There's signs at all the public accesses that covers some basic Army Corps, because it's the Army Corps administers the lands around the lake, the public use lands. Their rules and regulations are there. The bridges have some signs that are relative to some of the boating laws on the lake.
Okay. And if I show you, say, Exhibit 4, can you identify that for us?
What would you like to know? Where the signs are located?
Well, actually, just first tell us what State's Exhibit 4 is.
It's an overhead view of the north end of Berlin Reservoir, and it concentrates on the area where State Route 224 crosses the reservoir and it has pins on it, and it shows the Portage-Mahoning County line.
Does this aerial photograph or map contain all of Berlin Reservoir?
No.
Where does it continue on?
It continues on to the southwest, coming off the map.
Okay. And what about to the north? Is it?
Yeah, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of about a half a mile or so off the map to the dam.
Okay, and so that's what I was going to ask you. What's located up there? Is that the dam?
There's a dam there.
Okay. On this waterway, are there certain locations that are designated no wake zones?
Yes.
And what would those be? Just on this map?
Just on this map?
Yeah.
There are several on the map.
Okay.
One, all over the lake is 150 feet from a shoreline, is a designated no wake zone in a specific Ohio Administrative Code that pertains to Berlin Reservoir. The area around the bridge, 300 feet on either side of the State Route 224 bridge, would be a no wake zone. It would be marked by buoys, part of the Uniform State Waterway Marking System.
Okay. And do those in fact, are those buoys there from your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. You've been out there recently?
Yes. Yes.
Are there any other unofficial no wake zones? You talked about being 150, is it feet from the shore?
It's feet.
Okay. What about around docks and stuff like that? Would those be considered 150 feet from the shore?
Yes, written in the Ohio Revised Code, 300 feet from docks, boat ramps, moorings, things of that nature. They don't have to be marked. They're statutorily no wake zones.
Okay. What does no wake mean?
No wake means as slow as a vessel can possibly go and still maintain steerage and maneuverability.
Does that mean idle speed, or could that be a different?
Idle speed is synonymous with no wake speed when people talk about it.
Okay. Do you know what Berlin Reservoir was before it became Berlin Reservoir?
Yes.
What was it?
Farmland, residential area, and then in 1942, I believe it was, the Army Corps dammed up the Mahoning River and flooded the area that now makes the surface area of Berlin Reservoir.
How far down is the lake? Is there a certain depth of this reservoir?
The mean depth of the lake is 23 feet. Its maximum depth is 55 to 60 feet, and that's all relative because, like I said, this is a flood control reservoir. So water, they can shut the dam gates off and they can open them. So that's all relative to what the Army Corps is doing. Water depths in Berlin Reservoir fluctuate a lot.
Are boaters and different people allowed to fish on this reservoir?
Yes.
Are there any rules about that fishing?
Just need an Ohio fishing license and follow the fishing regulations.
Is there any place on this reservoir in this map that people are not allowed to fish?
I don't think so. Private property, if you don't have permission to be on it, you know, someone's yard or something like that, but you're allowed to be anywhere on the lake. The area closest to the dam, there's some boating regulations there, how far you're allowed to be and what kind of motors and propulsion you can use, but people are allowed to go in the area and fish, and that's not on the map. You asked about on the map. So basically, no, shore fishing in public areas is okay. Boat fishing anywhere is okay, except for where the restricted area near the dam would be, but that's not on the map. And then you can't go on people's private property without permission, but otherwise you could be anywhere you want on the lake.
What about from a fishing boat? Are you allowed to fish anywhere on the picture on that map?
Yes.
What about under the bridge? Are you allowed to fish under the bridge?
Yes.
What about at night? Do any of those rules about fishing change?
No.
Is there any speed limits on that lake during the day?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the safe speed navigation law that says a vessel should proceed at a safe speed to be able to take in the environment and in any circumstances, weather, boat traffic, things like that, to be able to apprise in a sufficient amount of time if a risk of collision exists.
Okay. What about at night?
At nighttime, that same explanation would apply. There's an additional speed regulation in effect at night, and that's 10 miles an hour.
That's the maximum speed limit?
Correct.
Is there posted signs on that reservoir which indicate that?
Yes.
Did you take pictures or have pictures taken of the speed limit signs?
Yes.
Can you see that screen all right?
Yes.
Let's see if we can get this. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 99. Can you tell me what that is?
Those are two signs posted on the 224 bridge. For the best I could tell from that photo is probably on the north side. And they say no wake, 10-mile-an-hour speed limit at night, alcohol prohibited, and no jumping from the bridge.
And you know what?
Jumping from the bridge?
So you're not allowed to do that?
No.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 100. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And what's that?
Different picture, same two signs. Again, I believe it's the north side of the 224 bridge. Those photos were taken like just by land, like somebody hanging over the side of the bridge.
And is that from the left side of that sign? If you're taking it from the left side?
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean by left side. Yes.
Oh, from the right side.
From the
sign,
first picture we were looking at, as we were looking at it, would be taken from the left side.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what's that?
That's the right side sign with the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit and the no jumping from the bridge. And all three of those photos represent the same signs in the same location.
And you believe that's all the north side of the 224 bridge?
Yes, I can tell you it is. After you showed the last picture, it's the north side of the bridge.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate representations of those bridge signs on 224?
Yes.
Have those been there for a number of years?
Yes.
How long would you say those signs have been there?
They've been here since I transferred to this area in 2001.
Does someone need a boating license in order to operate a boat in the state of Ohio?
Some people do.
And what's that mean?
Just want me to tell you what the law says?
Sure.
Okay. Persons born on or after January 1st, 1982, and in order to operate a power boat powered by greater than 10 horsepower, have to take a NASBLA, National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, approved boating safety course.
Okay. So the judge wouldn't need a
Excuse me?
Putting me on the spot. I'm going to guess no, that the judge was born prior to 1982.
All right. Does that reservoir limit the size of boat that's put in the water there, or the size of boat that we run around the lake there?
No.
Is there any requirements at night for boats that boat on that lake?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, they're required to adhere to the 9 speed limit
Okay.
placed by the Army Corps. They're required to display navigation lights depending on what their activity on the lake is.
Okay. And what are the navigation lights that are required?
On power boats of the size that operate on Berlin Reservoir, that would be a red and a green side light.
Okay.
The red light shows to the left side of the boat. The green light shows to the right side of the boat from dead ahead to 112.5 degrees past the midpoint of the boat. And those lights have to be seen from a mile away, according to the navigation laws. Boats of this size are required to display 360 degrees of white light that shows all around the horizon. Those lights would be required to be visible from 2 nautical miles. And those lights would be required to be displayed on power boats on this lake from sunset to sunrise in periods of reduced visibility.
So this green and red light, would that be required to be at the front of your boat?
Yes.
Now you said power boats. Does that mean anything with an engine?
Anything propelled by machinery, yes.
So it doesn't mean just speed boats, it also means fishing boats with a motor, correct?
Yes.
What about, are people allowed to anchor their boats on the reservoir throughout the lake?
Yes.
Are there any restrictions to that?
Yes.
What would that mean?
You couldn't anchor your boat in front of like one of the public boat ramps, or you couldn't anchor your boat in front of like a campground or a marina's, like a commercial marina's docking area.
Is that as to not to obstruct other traffic?
Correct.
Are you allowed to obstruct traffic under the bridge?
No.
That is an aerial photograph. Do you know how wide that actual opening is from one shore to the other, from the west to the east shore under the bridge there?
Don't know for sure.
Okay. Can you get several boats through there at once?
Yes. A lot of boats, like you could drive 20 boats under there.
Okay.
Going each way.
So
it's not terribly restrictive. I don't want to throw numbers out. It's a few hundred feet wide, and there's two bridge abutments there.
Okay.
But there's sections in between there that allow passage.
Now, do fishing boats have any special requirements as opposed to speed boats on that lake? Or they run by the same rules?
Yeah, same rules.
Okay. What about someone operating a trolling motor in that lake? Are they allowed to do that?
Sure.
And what is a trolling motor?
Just an electric motor. It's powered by the batteries on the boat. Fishermen often use them when they don't want to use the main power source, the inboard engine or the outboard engine that powers the boat. When they just want to be moving slow and be maneuverable.
When you used to patrol that lake, was it common for fishermen to be out there at night fishing?
Yes.
And have you ever seen fishermen with an additional lantern while they're out there?
Yes.
And what kind of lanterns would they be?
Gas lanterns or electric lanterns or sometimes flashlight type.
What about on the shore? Would those fishermen have lanterns as well if they were fishing from the shore?
Yes.
Is there any restrictions about that?
No.
point, you become involved in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
When was that?
Would have been May the 10th in the morning. I assisted Investigator McCullough. We went to interview Bruce Lindemuth.
Okay. Why weren't you called out on the 9th when it actually happened?
I was out of town.
Okay. So you were on vacation or something?
Yeah, just a couple days out of town.
Do you also write a report in relation to what you did in this case?
Yes.
Did you write a couple of reports in this case?
I did.
May I approach her?
Yes.
You what's been marked as States Exhibit 64 and States Exhibit 76. First with States Exhibit 64. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, it's a copy of the watercraft incident casualty report in this case.
And do you have any acronym that you commonly refer to it as?
We call it WICR.
WICR. And that's the first letter of each of the words that you
Correct.
told us?
Correct.
And why is that report filled out?
It's a requirement by the laws of the state of Ohio and the U.S. Coast Guard that in the event of a vessel incident or casualty, someone's hurt, someone's killed, someone's missing, property damage, to fill out the report.
And when you were patrolling Berlin Lake and throughout your career, have you filled out a lot of those WICR reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what States Exhibit number 76 is?
76 is a copy of my narrative that I kept track of for the things that I did throughout the course of the investigation.
So that's sort of your investigation report?
Yes.
So you get involved on May 10th of 2015, is that right?
Correct.
And you said you were assisting Investigator McCullough?
Correct.
What did you do?
We went to Bruce Lindemuth's house and sat down with him and interviewed him about the circumstances surrounding this incident.
Did you already know sort of the lowdown of what happened the day prior?
A little bit.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what happened at the point that you went out to talk to Bruce Lindemuth?
That there's
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Why did you go to Bruce Lindemuth? What? No, let me ask this. When you called to assist, what's your understanding and what your investigation is in reference to?
It's in reference to a two-boat collision at Berlin Reservoir.
Okay. You go and talk to Bruce Lindemuth, and how long do you spend with Mr. Lindemuth that day?
A couple hours.
Okay. Were you specifically trying to find out something that wasn't previously asked? What were you trying to do?
we hadn't had an opportunity to speak with him at all.
Okay.
So it was the whole, what happened from start to finish.
And what else were you trying to find out? Were you trying to find out anything about the location?
Yes.
Okay.
We specifically, I think I specifically asked him throughout the course of that talk, how familiar was he with the lake, and could he tell me where their boat was located at the time of the collision?
Okay. And was he able to give you an estimate? Or?
He was able to give an estimate.
All right. Did you ever return to that scene to try to figure out where that was?
Yes.
And what did you do in order to do that?
One of the officers was at the location on patrol, and I went to the bridge, the 224 bridge. Mr. Lindemood had indicated that when I was trying to figure out an east-west location on the lake, he referenced the...
Objection. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, only as to this witness's ability to ascertain the location of the accident, so the objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Lindemood said that he referenced the westernmost bridge support as a line of reference, and that they were out past the no-wake buoys.
Okay. And was it you and your investigation, or part of what you did with your team of investigators, I guess, that determined that that was in Mahoning County, Ohio, and not Portage County?
Yeah.
Objection. Overruled.
Go ahead.
I was familiar with where the county line runs, because when you're on patrol, it's important, if you're going to take any legal action, to know what county and township you're in.
Okay.
So I just knew by experience where the markings were on 224, and we just kind of make sure that we always teach and understand the other people who are doing the same sort of thing, what references to look at, so that you know where you are on the lake at all times.
After speaking with Mr. Lindemood, do you go directly to that position, or do you go do something, look at anything else?
No, in the afternoon, we went to the Berlin Wildlife Area where the boats were stored.
Okay. What were you looking at when you were there?
There were some biological samples located on the bow of Mr. Urich's boat that we had interest in collecting.
Okay. And were those collected at that time?
Yes.
And who collected those?
I did.
Okay. Were you assisted by anyone?
Yes.
And who was that?
Investigator McCullough.
Were photographs taken of that at that time as well?
Yes.
Are you still able to see that screen?
Yes.
I'm going to show you first State's Exhibit 53. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us what that is?
It's a picture of the port bow of the Bayliner, owned and operated by Joseph Urich in this case.
And what are we looking at in this picture that would you become interested in that day?
There is a fragment on there. If If you look at the second snap where you would button something down, just I believe to the right of it, there's a piece of bone or tooth there. And then between the two snaps, there's some hair and there's a little bit of flesh.
And you take closer pictures of that, I believe?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 21. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So in the center of the frame is a piece of flesh with some human hairs. Then you can see the snap, that's the second snap on that side of the boat. There's a couple more hairs to the right side of that, and over on the right side of that frame is a piece of bone or tooth fragment.
I'm sorry, that was exhibit?
Exhibit 21.
Thank you.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 22. Can you tell us what that is?
It's the, just another close-up of the same. On the left side of the frame with the white boat background is some flesh with two hairs, and then that second snap on the port side of that boat, and then the two hairs on the right side of the snap, and then this sort of dark spot right of the hairs is a bone or tooth fragment.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 24. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a photograph not taken by me. It was taken shortly after the incident, the night of the incident, so it would have been like the morning of the 9th, by another officer. It looks like he's at a different angle. It looks like he's on board the boat. And that's the second snap, and that's the hair and the flesh that you can see towards the top in the center of the frame.
Is that the second snap or is that another snap?
Hard to tell in that,
Okay.
in that, just that picture.
Okay. Let me ask this one. State's Exhibit number 54. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the port bow of the Bayliner owned and operated by Joseph Urich. It has the same evidence that we've been talking about. This time they're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
That evidence, do you mark on the envelope as well those numbers that correspond
Yes.
on the picture?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7, 86, 87, number 8, and number 88. And you'll soon see why I gave it to you in that weird order. First with State's Exhibit number 7, could you tell us what that is?
Yes, it corresponds with number 1 in the photograph, and it's the two hairs and tissue, or it's the envelope that contained them. They're probably not in here anymore. They were probably consumed during testing, but that's the envelope that we sealed them up in
Okay.
and collected.
And you and Investigator McCullough collected those on what day?
May 10th at 1:29 p.m.
And whose writing is on the envelope?
Mine.
Okay. Are those collected with gloves and tweezers or whatever?
Yeah.
How are those collected?
Well, they're small, and the point is a DNA sample, so you wear protective clothing, mask, gloves. You take a pair of plastic forceps out of a sterile envelope, and then you remove the sample, and you put it in a smaller envelope, seal that up, and then put it in a larger envelope for labeling.
Okay. Are those numbered in that way because that's what you collected first? Like you collect number 1 first and then number 2, or is it
Just relative numbers so that it's easy for us to come in here and match a sample to what that sample is and then where it came from on the boat.
Okay. And again, this is the bayliner you're collecting these from?
Correct.
Can you tell us what the next envelope is? And you'll have to tell us the number, the red.
The next envelope in order is States Exhibit 86. It's got my number 2 on it, so it would correspond with the number 2. And it's 2 hairs that were kind of stuck together, represented by the number 2 in the photograph.
Okay. And is that collected in the same manner that number 1?
Yes,
Or
same manner at the same time, just different envelopes.
And can you tell us what the next one is?
The next envelope is States Exhibit 87. It's got my number 3 on it. Corresponds with the number 3 in the photograph. And it's a hair taken just below the second snap there.
Do you also label on these envelopes where you're collecting them from?
Yes.
So when it says snap, you're referring to the actual snap on the boat?
Yeah, because it gives a reference on the boat that we can see in the photograph. You could count the snaps down the side of the boat if you wanted and understand which one we're talking about and looking at.
Okay. And was that collected in the same manner as the other?
It was collected in the same manner and at the same time.
Can you tell us what the next one is?
The next envelope is States Exhibit 8. It has my number 4 on it. It corresponds with the number 4 in the photograph. And it's a tooth or a bone fragment collected from the port bow of the bayliner.
And each one of these, you're collecting in the same manner, putting in a small envelope and then a larger
Small envelope, so as not to contaminate it. It's sealed now. And then we can write on the bigger envelope and put the smaller sample envelope inside.
Okay. And do you seal the outside envelope as well?
Yes, we do. We seal the outside envelope, and then Investigator McCullough sealed the envelope and he signs the tape, and then when the technicians go in, they generally go in a different location to take the sample out of the larger envelope. They use the sample. If there's anything to put back, they put it back. If it gets consumed, it gets consumed.
What about the next exhibit?
The next one is States Exhibit 88. It's number 5. Represented by the number 5 in the photograph. And it's 1 hair. It's still on the port bow of the bayliner. And I chose to call it, further down the port side of the boat between the 3rd and the 4th snap.
And is that collected in the same manner?
Collected in the same manner at the same time as the previous samples.
When those are all collected and sealed, where do they go?
They went back to my headquarters. They were locked in a temporary evidence locker for a short period of time, and they were transported to the Bureau of Criminal Identification in Richfield.
Did you ever open up those envelopes again before they were transported to DCI?
No.
When these boats are taken into from the water, and when you happen to go see them on the 10th, where were those boats?
They were locked in an ODNR-owned facility owned by our Division of Wildlife, just a half mile or so from the location on the lake where the collision happened. And they were locked behind garage bay doors.
Were they sealed, the doors?
We did. We sealed the man door that gave you access to that area. We locked it with a padlock. We put a piece of evidence tape on it, and we put a log there so that when we went in and out, we could log the day and time we went in and out and kind of what we did.
So when you went that day on the 10th, was it sealed prior to you getting there?
Yes.
And this is has a cover, it's a dry storage containment unit?
Yes, it's a building that has several garage or work bays. And the last couple of them are able to be isolated off because there's a firewall inside with a steel man door, and it's purposely set up with a padlock so that if we have to do this sort of thing, we have a place to do it.
At what point do you inform anyone that you guys know it's a Mahoney County case?
After speaking with Mr. Lindemood on the 10th, after going to the bridge, taking a look, taking some measurements, and understanding where the county line was, I knew that this collision happened in Mahoney County. So I called the Mahoney County Sheriff's Office to let them know that this was in fact in Mahoney County and not Portage. The closest shore is actually Portage County where it's developed. And I understand that on the initial response, a lot of people went to the Portage County side. And I think people were thinking because they made contact together with the victims and the boats and the victims on the shore in Portage County. But it was important to figure out where the collision occurred versus where everybody first made contact with each other.
Is it ODNR who really takes charge of this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And who is your contact person at Mahoney County Sheriff's Department?
Detective Pat Mondora.
Do you enlist him to aid any of you in any of the investigation?
Yes.
And what do you want him to do?
Locate and interview witnesses that might have something to offer in this particular case.
And does he do that?
He does.
Do you also, what about, you hear something about Ben's restaurant during the investigation, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you go collect anything from that restaurant?
I asked Detective Mondora to go to the restaurant because we understood that folks involved had been there prior to the collision that night. And I asked him to go ask the proprietor about that and see if anyone knew what happened or understood that people were in there, if there was any surveillance. A lot of those places have security videos, and if so, if he could get that saved and secured.
Was he able to find any witnesses there?
He did.
And was that Rachel Mace?
Rachel Mace, Mr. Whitehouse. So we can see if there's any.
Did he conduct those interviews?
He did. He did.
Did you ever receive that surveillance video from Ben's restaurant?
I did.
Were you able to review that as well?
I did review it.
Was it what it purported to be, a surveillance video of?
Yeah, it was video in the doorway and then inside the bar area of Ben's restaurant.
I hand you what's been marked as
Certainly.
State's Exhibit number 5. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, this is a disc that contains the surveillance video from inside Ben's that was collected by the Mahoning County Sheriff's Office.
And you said already that you reviewed that video?
I have.
Okay. And that's the same video that's on that disc?
Yes.
Did you, besides Mr. Lindemood, did you talk to any other witnesses?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
I spoke with Chuck Martin on May the 11th.
Anyone else on that day?
Witnesses that day?
Yeah. What about any law enforcement? Did you speak to any law enforcement?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
day?
Several.
That's okay. Who did you talk to that day?
I spoke with Detective Mondora.
Okay.
I spoke with Jack Osenauer from Sebring Court, from the prosecutor's office over there.
Okay.
I believe I spoke with Nick Montarelli from the Mahoning County prosecutor's office.
Okay.
I spoke with Lieutenant Johnson from Portage County Sheriff's Office.
Did you request anything from Lieutenant Johnson to aid in your investigation?
I did.
What did you request?
I asked him for phone records.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, did you have all these written witness statements that were taken that night at the scene?
I did.
And who would have forwarded those to you?
Lieutenant Johnson
Okay.
would have forwarded some, and Investigator McCullough would have forwarded some.
Okay, so you had all those already?
Yes.
Do you also burn a disc of all photos that were taken as part of the investigation in this case?
I did.
Is that all photos that ODNR took?
All photos that ODNR took, and all photos that I was aware of at the time I made the disc that were involved in this case, whether we took them or not.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 98. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a DVD disc marked all the photos as of July 24th of 2015. It was a copy of all the photos that I was aware of, and I made it for your office to present to you.
And does that contain all pictures that were taken by ODNR on the night of the crash as well?
Yes.
And does that contain pictures of all the pictures you took while assisting Investigator McCullough with the reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you also take pictures of Mr. Lindemood?
I did. I believe that was on the, let me look back, make sure of the date. Yeah, I took photographs of Mr. Lindemood. On May 13th, in the morning at 8:30.
Okay. And those are contained on that disc as well?
Yes.
Do you do anything on May 14th of 2015?
Yes, on May 14th, I spoke with Detective Pat Mondora, and he informed me about...
Can't say what he said, but what did you do as a result of talking to him?
I reviewed the surveillance video from Ben's.
All right. Did you go back out to the boats that day as well?
Objection.
Did you do anything else that day?
Yes.
What's that?
We presented affidavits to Judge Vittori at Sebring Court so that we could go do further examination on both of the boats.
Okay. And did she sign those search warrants?
She did.
And what were you specifically looking for this time when you went out to the boats?
We wanted to be able to look for any kind of electronic evidence, should it be available, GPS units, electronic control modules that might be part of the propulsion systems of the boats. We wanted to be able to remove any samples, take measurements, take photographs, look in compartments.
And did Investigator McCullough go with you that time as well?
Yes.
Did you collect things that day?
Yes.
What did you collect?
We collected measurements, photographs, we collected light bulbs from the Bass Tracker boat owned by Bruce Lindemood.
Yes, Counsel. All right, good opportunity for our noon recess. We'll see everyone back here at 1:15.
All right. This one is in recess.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'm here with Ron Blitzer, senior editor of LawNewz.com, former prosecutor, for some insight into this case. We're on a break until lunch, or this is a lunch break rather, until 1:15. I've got my facts backwards, Ron. You should admonish me for that.
I'll let you slide this time.
Okay, so this is the case of Dr. Joseph Urich. He's a surgeon in Ohio, and he's facing, at this point, 4 charges related to this accident where he's accused by prosecutors of drinking, then boating, and then slamming into this other fishing vessel in the overnight hours. I think the accident was somewhere in the midnight-ish area, shortly before or after. And it seems to me that the defense tactic here is to try to knock out the element of intoxication, because the judge is not allowing any of the lab results into trial because the lab results weren't refrigerated. Interestingly enough, according to all the scientific studies that were presented by the state, with alcohol samples, it doesn't matter whether they're refrigerated. It doesn't affect the accuracy of the samples. They can sit on the shelf for 3, 4, 5 days. And if they're not refrigerated, the alcohol content doesn't change significantly enough to affect the test. It's minuscule. But because that's what the administrative code requires in Ohio, the judge said, I have to throw them out even though I find them to be reliable. So an interesting tactic, and it could mean potentially that he beats aggravated vehicular homicide, aggravated vehicular assault, and operating a vehicle while intoxicated. He could beat the first 3 of the 4 charges he's still facing in this case if there's not enough evidence that he was intoxicated. And at this point, we're relying on nothing but witnesses saying, well, he was out with us drinking, he had a couple of beers, he had a shot, and it was several hours before this happened. So, you know, as a former prosecutor, is that enough to get him on intoxication?
Well, it really remains to be seen, because you have to paint the entire picture here. It's really, really bad for the prosecution that they can't get those lab results in there. And that's something, if they don't get the conviction that they want, that is, I'm sure, something they'll bring up on appeal. But without the hard evidence that he was over the limit, you have to go by, you know, other signs of intoxication. Just the fact that he was out drinking at some point earlier in the night, while helpful, doesn't shut the door on the case. You know, how many drinks? I know that there was, I think the bartender testified earlier in the trial about how they had, I think, a couple beers and a shot, but that also depends. How alcoholic were those drinks? How long did he have those drinks before? How is his alcohol tolerance? Because even if he did have a couple drinks, if he wasn't actually impaired by it, then it's hard to say that he was, even though there was an accident. So it could have just been a tragic accident that wasn't affected by alcohol. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that it's a little bit tough for the state to prove it, but I have not been able to listen to every second of the testimony. There may be testimony on the table that says, oh yeah, I was out with him later and he was drinking on his boat, or he was drinking right before he got into the boat. I just personally haven't been sitting here for the whole spectrum of testimony, but it would seem that they need a little bit more than just the bartender.
Right.
So I want to go back and listen to some of the clips from this morning. We had Gregory Johnson on the stand. He's a deputy sheriff, and he was one of the primary investigators here. So let's listen to some of what he had to say this morning, because he gets into some area of testimony where he talks about a phone call from the doctor's wife, and the doctor started to get a little bit emotional during this testimony. So it's a critical piece of the trial from this morning. We want to listen to it. It's about 15 minutes long, and we'll be back in just a bit.
With us there, some officers from Mahoning County. I was advised that watercraft was coming, and Department of Natural Resources were also notified since it occurred on the water.
And about how many different people are there from different agencies?
I would say conservatively, probably 7 to 8 different people.
And do more arrive as you're there, or more, or are you hearing over the radio that more are coming?
I'm hearing from my dispatch that they're in contact. ODNR and watercraft I was not sure where they were responding from. I was told that they were en route. I did not have an ETA when they were going to arrive at the scene, but I knew they were coming.
So what did you do at the scene at Les's Bake Shop?
I made contact with Lieutenant Nolan. He had advised me of what information that they had at that time. It was limited in nature at that time. I was advised that there were 2 people that had been in the boat that had been struck. Both of them had been transported to the hospital. At that time, it was still called Robinson Memorial Hospital. Now it's University Hospital, just north of the city of Ravenna. Was advised that one of the victims was severely injured, did not know the extent of the injuries.
You didn't know yet whether he was deceased?
No, not at that time, no ma'am.
So the victims were not at the scene when you got there?
That is correct.
When you get to the scene, you are able to see the victim's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's tied up to the dock, you said?
Yes, they have it up by the dock.
Can you see that screen all right, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show, this is some daylight photos. State's Exhibit 11. Zoom in a little bit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was the boat that was operated by the victims were in.
And is that the same boat that's tied to the dock at Les's Bake Shop when you get there?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. A different view of the same boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, the same boat, different
now,
view.
Is it in pretty much, is it in the same condition as when you saw it at the dock that night?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit 14, this might be a little too dark. Do you recognize what that is?
Now, these are the photographs that were taken that night while it was at Les's Bake Shop.
And you were there, or there relatively near the time these photos were taken?
Actually, I was there with Lieutenant Nolan when he took those photos.
Can you tell me what that photo is? Can you see it?
That,
Bring it to you.
I believe that's the front, the bow section of the boat.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
That is the rear section, the rear part of the boat with the white light with laying down. It was not up.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That was a lantern that I had observed sit that was down on the floor of the boat.
Okay. And you saw that lantern when it was at the dock as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw the boat at the dock, were any of those lights on? Or had they already been off by the time you got there?
Objection.
Were they on?
Overruled.
No, I saw none of them on, no, ma'am.
As you're at Les's Bake Shop, does your department receive any additional calls?
Yes, we did receive another 911 call.
And did you download that call as well as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And is that call kept in the ordinary course of business as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your address?
160 Hawthorne. Hawthorne Drive.
Was he injured at all?
No, he's not injured. But he hit it like a fishing boat, and I don't know if anyone else is injured.
Hang on for 1 second. How do you spell your road name? H-A-W-T-H-O-Y?
Yes.
We're down on scene there now. We just got down there. A couple people called that in.
Well, with my husband, and we brought him to be honest, he didn't know what to do. He wasn't even really sure that he hit something, but when he freaked out.
Okay, well, what's your name? Your name is?
I know it's Angelina Rodriguez.
Angelina Rodriguez, you said?
Yeah.
And what's his name?
Joseph.
Joseph.
And as long as I'm here, it's just on him. Y-U-R-I-C.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Why? What was all name?
Y-U-R-I-C-H.
And he's at the house, right?
Yeah.
All right, hang on for 1 second, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Angelina?
Yeah.
Why don't we go ahead and send someone over to you guys now, okay?
Okay, thank you. Can you just warn them that I have to leave before they do so?
Yeah.
I don't want my to get too wrong.
Right, okay, I'll let them know.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Hey, Angelina, can I get a phone number from you?
Oh, sure. 330-550-7718.
7718.
7718.
Okay, that's 160 Papa.
Yes.
Okay, well, let them know.
Thanks.
Lieutenant, do you recall when that call was made into the department?
I believe it came in at 1:34.
Would anything refresh your recollection as to the actual time?
Yes, I do have it in my report.
Did you write your report during your investigation?
Yes, I did.
You may. What was the exhibit number on that 911 call?
Number 3.
Thank you.
And is your recollection refreshed now after reviewing a report?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did that call come in?
That at 1:42 is when we were notified, when Lieutenant Nolan and I were notified. I referred back to when the time on the call when it came in. So there was that time frame from the beginning of the call till actually we got notified.
All right. And what did you do in response to that notification?
I'd advised Lieutenant Nolan and my dispatch that I would go over to Hawthorne and make contact with Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Urich.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you go by yourself?
At that time, I was by myself. Yes, ma'am.
And how long did it take you from the scene to get to that house, if you recall?
It was under 10 minutes.
What time did you get to the house?
I have that in my report if you need the exact time.
Yeah, if you could refresh your recollection.
I arrived at 1:48.
Okay. And tell me, is anyone outside the house when you get there?
The lights are on, the front door's open. I'm trying to recall if Mr. Urich was outside, but I came in contact with him immediately upon my arrival.
Okay. Do you recall having to knock on the door or no?
And again, I apologize.
That's
I have it in my
okay.
report if I can look at that.
Sure.
They were outside. I met with both.
All right.
Apologize.
That's all right. And who did you meet with first? Was it both of them? Or?
Both of them first.
with both of them outside?
We briefly spoke outside, but asked for permission to go inside. Mrs. Rodriguez advised me again that they had a small baby that was asleep, and they were trying not to wake the child up.
Okay.
So we did go inside where we spoke inside.
And this is their house, from your understanding?
They describe it as their summer cabin.
Okay. And where exactly did you go inside the house?
Went inside to like the family room area, dining room, family room area.
Okay. And were you asking questions, or were they simply speaking to you? What was going on?
Both.
Okay. So what happened?
I thanked Mrs. Rodriguez for making the call to have us come out. Talked to Mr. Urich and asked him, for details about what had occurred that morning, and about striking the boat or hitting the boat. At that time, Mr. Urich was maintaining that he thought he hit a rock.
Okay. And did he say anything else?
He stated that he didn't stop. If he hit the rock, didn't stop. Stated that he is familiar with the route home that he had been. Earlier in the night, he had been out with his wife and their child for a boat ride. They had come back to the residence. They'd spent a little time at the residence. Mr. Urich then left the residence to meet some friends. He stated that he went alone, that Mrs. Rodriguez and the child stayed home. Met some friends who lived nearby Ben's restaurant. Stated that they had gone to Ben's restaurant. He acknowledged that he had been drinking beer. At one point he said he had a couple beers, then he said that he had some beers. I never got an exact number how many beers that he had. Stated that after he left Ben's, he went back to his friend's house and then boarded his boat and then proceeded to come back. Stated that he did not see any lights, wasn't sure what he hit, said he's familiar with the route back from Ben's restaurant back to his house on the cottage on Hawthorne. He did make the comment that he thought the water was a little lower. During the time I was with him during the initial contact, we spoke about how fast did he think he was going. He stated that he was going 25 miles an hour or maybe under 25 miles an hour. Stated the boat was capable of doing 40 miles an hour. He acknowledged that he had his lights on, had his running lights on, and also his front-facing lights on.
Did he ever mention stopping after and talking with anyone right after he hit something?
No, he always maintained that he thought he hit a rock, but he maintained that he kept going.
Did he ever tell you how long he had been at Ben's?
He said for approximately an hour.
Did he tell you where else he had been besides Ben's?
He had been visiting his friend. He went over and docked his boat at his friend's house, and then he and his friend went up to Ben's restaurant.
Okay. Did he say who this friend was, or where this friend's house was?
I don't recall if he specifically gave me a name. He said that it was nearby. Where he docked at was not that far away from Ben's. They walked there.
You recall him saying they walked?
Yes, I don't recall him ever mentioning that they drove there.
Did he mention anything else, having anything else to drink besides beer?
I specifically asked him that, and he maintained that he had only had beer.
Did he talk about hearing anything after the crash?
I did ask him if he had heard anything, and he said he maintained that he had heard nothing, that he had hit what he thought was a rock and that he had continued to keep going.
After this conversation with him, did you ask to look at anything at his house?
Yeah, I asked him if he had permission to go down and look at his boat that he was driving that night.
Okay, and did he give you that permission?
Yeah, we walked down together.
Okay. Did his wife come down, or?
No, she stayed at the house with the baby.
While he was talking to you in the family...
That was Gregory Johnson on the stand. He's one of the deputy sheriffs who, in essence, acted as a primary investigator in this case. This is the case of Dr. Joseph Urich. He's an Ohio surgeon accused of 4 charges. The most serious one, a second-degree felony, aggravated vehicular homicide for what prosecutors say was a boating while intoxicated event that resulted in the death of one person and the injury of a second person who were in a boat with which he collided. So, Ron, the interesting thing that we found out there in that testimony from Deputy Sheriff Johnson is that the doctor's wife was the one who called police and ratted him out. You know, it sounds to me like something more was said there probably between the doctor and his wife than what we're probably getting out of the call. You know, he told police he thought he hit a rock and thought his boat was going to sink, so he went to shore right away, and that's why he left the scene, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a privilege between husbands and wives, so if he did say anything more incriminating, that's out. That doesn't come into court.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. As you said, there is that privilege between spouses. So, you know, even if she did think that he had done something wrong, she doesn't have to admit to it or say anything. She doesn't have to get involved. She can protect him if she wants to by, you know, keeping things under the rug. But she did the opposite. She was the one who essentially ratted him out. So it's definitely leading me to think, as you were saying, that there's a lot more to that part of the story.
Well, now there's a couple different types of privilege, so let's unravel those. One
Right.
is a privilege that a spouse can assert for himself. In this case, it's a himself, to prevent her from testifying about anything that he said to her.
Yes.
There's another privilege, which is a different sort of privilege that she could assert in response to a subpoena and say, I'm not going to testify against him.
Right.
So there's a couple different subpoenas there. One survives divorce, one does not. So, you know, if hypothetically that were the situation here. But it's possible that he could have asserted the privilege.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with that. But, you know, clearly there was, you know, if she picked up the phone, called to report on this, something was going on there. Maybe, you know, the prosecution is hoping that that's evidence that he was drunk and that maybe this isn't the first time that he's been in some sort of trouble because of it, and she wanted to take a stand.
Yeah, we want to continue listening to the testimony of Gregory Johnson, one of the lead investigators in this case, because he really got into detail about what happened. He was on the stand for quite a while today. And, you know, here's another clip of his from this morning. And this is where he really gets into some discussions about whether or not the doctor was drinking and how much the doctor had been drinking. So this is another 15-minute clip. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Out to go check on the baby, but she was there primarily the entire time.
Tell me about where his boat is docked from his house. How far is it?
Based on what Mr. Urich told me, it was about 300 feet from the house down to the boat.
Okay. And were you able to see it from the house?
No.
And did you follow him down to the dock?
Yes.
Does anyone else show up while you're at that scene?
While we're down at the boat?
Yeah.
No.
What about any time while you're at that scene?
While we're at the house, one of my detectives shows up, Detective Zwick. She came over to assist me.
Okay. Where is she while you're talking with defendant?
She is still over at Les's bait shop.
Okay.
Because she had responded
When
there.
did she arrive? At what point?
Yeah, if I could refresh, I may have it in my report.
Sure, go ahead.
She had arrived after we had returned back up to the boat. I don't have an exact time, but we were back up when she had arrived.
So you had already seen the boat before she got there.
Correct.
And when you get down to the boat, what do you see?
I see a boat that matches the description that was given, that it was a maroon and white boat. I notice that there is substantial damage to the left front side of the boat. I do take photographs of the boat at that time.
Did you take them while you were down there at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still able to see that screen?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the photograph of the boat that Mr. Urich indicated he had been driving that night.
And is that the boat you say matched the description of the maroon and white?
Yes.
And tell us what's pictured in this picture, describing like an angle that we're looking at.
I'm looking at the left front of the boat. You can see below the bow line, you can see some damage on the upper part of the hull.
But primarily you can see on the top of the boat, right?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's another view of the same boat.
I don't know if you can see it. Can you see anything else in this boat, or in this picture, in this photograph depicted that the boat's docked to? Can you see the dock?
Yeah, the dock is there would be on the left side of the boat, on the right side of the photo.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 19. Can you tell us what that is?
Again, that's the same boat. Picture of the left side, you can see the damage to the bow of the boat.
Okay. And this is more underneath than the last picture, correct?
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 20.
A little closer view of the same damage.
Is there a hole in that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
All these photos that I've shown you this morning, have those all been fair and accurate representations of the photos you took?
Yes, ma'am.
That evening? Did you ever ask the defendant if he had any injuries or if he fell during this crash?
Initially, I asked him if he had suffered any injuries. Later, as the investigation went on, I did notice that he had some abrasions on the left side of his neck.
Okay.
I asked him if they were related to the crash, if he had fallen down as a result of the crash. He wasn't even aware that he had any of those abrasions and said he couldn't recall if he had fallen down or not.
He couldn't recall. He didn't say whether or not he'd fallen off his chair or anything on his boat?
No, he said he couldn't recall how he got those marks on him, and he said he couldn't recall if he had fallen or not from the crash.
Did you ask him if he had drank anything after getting home?
Yes, I did. I asked him if he had any alcoholic beverages once he arrived home, and he stated no, that he hadn't.
You talked about him saying he had a couple beers and then maybe some beers. Did you continually ask him about that during your interaction with him?
During the course of the interview, I did speak to him about the alcohol, anything that he had consumed. He did make the comment that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Objection, move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
Yes.
Yes, as it relates to an admission by a party opponent, the objection is overruled and the witness may answer that question.
I'm sorry, again, what was that?
Mr. Urich did state that I would find alcohol in his blood.
Did you ask him again whether he knew if he stopped and said anything like that, right immediately after the crash?
During the course of the interview, I did ask him, had he said anything? Did he hear anything? He maintained that he hadn't, that he had just hit what he thought a rock and that he had kept right on going. During the course of the investigation, I did have the opportunity to stop by University Hospital Robinson. I obtained some additional information at that time, and based on that additional information, I did go down and make contact again with Mr. Urich at his residence.
Okay. Is that when you talked to Bruce up at the hospital?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, based on that, is that when, you already said that's when you went and talked to him again. What specifically did you ask him when you went back?
I had concerns with what had been told previously by Mr. Urich based on this new information. I specifically asked him that, based on this information, I believe that he knew he had hit a boat, and he maintained that he still thought he hit a rock. And I said, well, I gained information that you actually had said something to the person that was in the water. And I told him what my understanding of what had been said to him. And he immediately said that, no, he didn't say that. And then he went on to state that if he did say something, he now didn't recall saying that, didn't recall, now his answers became vague, didn't recall, he didn't.
As to the term vague, you can state exactly what he told you.
He did not recall having any kind of interaction with anybody in the water. Then he stated that if he did say something, he didn't now recall. If he had said something, he could not recall what he had said. But he maintained that, he throughout the interview, he maintained that whatever, after he hit what he thought was a rock, he kept going. So even after he said that he couldn't recall if he had said something to someone in the water or somebody, he still maintained that he just kept going.
You said before that you saw some scratches on his neck. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you take photographs of that as well?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit number 45. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, that's the photograph I took of Mr. Urich.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
Some abrasions on his left side of his neck.
And is that how Mr. Urich or the defendant looked that evening?
Yes.
Objection at that time.
At that time.
So at the time you took those pictures, that's what he looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
What exhibit number?
45.
Thank you.
Did you observe any other injuries on him while you were with him?
No, ma'am.
At what point, when were you done with your interaction with the defendant?
After I had returned back to his residence, after I left the hospital, I had spoken to him, and that's when I had that conversation with him about any interaction, verbal interaction with anyone. That's when I left the house, was my last interaction with Mr. Urich.
Did you ever tell the defendant that the person had died in the boat?
Yes, I did.
What was his reaction?
Became very emotional.
When you were interacting with the defendant, did you see any signs of intoxication?
Obvious signs of intoxication, as in someone not being able to walk. No, he was able to walk, and he was able to talk clearly.
Did you smell an odor of alcohol about him?
I did not detect that, but I always like to preface it. I have extremely bad sinus problems, so I'm not the greatest one to ask that question, but I did not detect any.
And you had already heard from the defendant that he admitted about drinking beers that night, correct?
Right from the beginning of my first contact, he acknowledged that he'd been consuming beer.
When you say obvious signs of intoxication, what do you mean by obvious?
When I was interviewing him, Mr. Urich, I had recorded quite a bit of it, but that was just audio. So I wanted to make sure I had a clear documentation in my report of what I was visually seeing. And so he wasn't falling down. He wasn't staggering. Did not mean that he wasn't impaired. I'm just saying that I didn't see anything visible.
Objection.
Sustained.
How long is, during your interaction with him, how long is it from the initial calls from the initial crash?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's all right. During your interaction, this time period, how long is that from the initial calls of the crash?
Well, you know, the calls are coming in at 10 minutes after midnight.
Okay.
I arrive at approximately 1:48. So you've got a minute and an hour and 38 minutes between the time of the initial 911 calls till I first have contact.
Okay. And do you have continuous contacts with him for a number of minutes or a number of hours?
For the good part of the next 4 hours, I'm with him. The exception is when I leave to go up to the hospital and then come back. But for the most part, I'm with him or he's with me the entire time.
Okay, that was more testimony from this morning from Gregory Johnson, one of the lead investigators in this case. Ron Blitzer is still here with me. And Ron, we got into some testimony of critical mass there. The doctor had been telling this investigator immediately after contact was made that he acknowledged that he had been consuming beer and said that if tested, the sheriff's department would find alcohol in his blood. But we know that the scientific tests were not admissible for reasons we've already discussed probably 5 times here. And the investigator on the stand there, Deputy Johnson, said that he couldn't smell alcohol on the doctor's breath. There was no evidence that the doctor couldn't walk. He wasn't falling down, wasn't staggering, none of that. So, okay, well, an admission that someone was drinking, to me, does not drunkenness establish.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely. Now, the fact that he was drinking doesn't mean that he was drunk. And, you know, those are two very different things. Driving after drinking is not a crime if you're not impaired, if you're not above the legal limit. And as we were talking about before, the lab test results are being excluded from trial because they weren't handled properly. So without hard evidence about what his blood alcohol content was, you can't just say, oh, well, he said he was drinking and that's enough. What I do think is interesting, though, is he admitted that he was drinking, and also he was in this crash with another boat, and he claimed that he didn't even realize it was another boat. So while that's his explanation for why he took off from the scene, it could also be used against him because, well, you just crashed into another boat and you didn't even realize what had happened, and you admitted that you were drinking. Maybe your judgment, maybe your senses were impaired, and that could be evidence of that.
Okay, well, it could be evidence of it, but is it evidence beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, on its own, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case that falls on the edge of the blade here, and I'm wondering if part of the bench trial theory here is that the judge is going to look and say, I think that you've presented some evidence. I don't know if you've towed it over the line of reasonable doubt, because we don't have the test results in evidence at this point.
Good
strategy from the defense.
Oh, definitely.
I've seen good defense lawyering in this case, and we're seeing a lot of strong evidence objections.
Yeah, bench trials are, when they're requested by a defendant, it's to eliminate emotion, typically, because when a jury is weighing in on something and they'll hear bits and pieces of evidence and they'll kind of form their own picture about what happened based on their own feelings instead of what the law is, and trying to separate things out. So even if they know that, okay, we don't have hard evidence about the lab results, there's still enough there for us to say, oh, we're going to make this leap to this conclusion, whereas a judge, one would think, isn't going to make those logical leaps. They're going to go by the book, the evidence that's in trial.
Yeah, and that may actually result in an acquittal on the 2 felonies, one of which requires this intoxication element, the first of which may or may not, depending on which sub-element they charged. He might beat at least 2 of the charges here if the judge doesn't agree that there's enough evidence that he was intoxicated. So interesting trial strategy, but this is why I'd like to discuss these things here, because it's interesting to listen to the testimony, but then it's a question of why are we hearing that specific testimony in that specific order and in that specific way, and it has to do with the elements of the offenses here.
Yeah, and it's really interesting just the way that events worked out in this case. You think, oh, well, what are we even arguing here? There was a crash, someone died, someone else was injured. It was the defendant who was driving the boat that crashed into it. This should be open and shut, but no, because of how the evidence against him was handled and is being excluded, now there's a fine line that both sides have to walk in order to try to prove their case, and it's a lot tougher, and this could be an acquittal.
Yeah, it could be, at least on the most serious charges.
Yeah.
I think the failure to stop after an accident might be, that one might stick, but as I said, that's a misdemeanor, and it might not have any effect on his actual medical license, which is part of the end game for this particular defendant. It's not just a charge, it's whether or not it's going to influence his ability to practice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Surgeons make a lot of money, so there's tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line in this case. A misdemeanor 1 that does not involve moral turpitude, which this at least arguably does not, and probably does not involve moral turpitude, even if he's convicted on that misdemeanor for failing to stop, I don't think it's going to affect his medical license.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it will. And also, even though I just said that, his claim that he thought he hit a rock may work against him as far as his judgment and evidence that he was impaired, for that particular charge, that works in his defense, because if he didn't realize that he was in an accident with another boat, then there'd be no reason for him to think that he should stop, and he's fearing that his own boat's damaged. He wants to get to shore as soon as possible, so he has a defense against that one.
Yeah, let's continue listening to some of the testimony from earlier today from Gregory Johnson, a deputy sheriff who was one of the primary investigators here. He's going to talk about some of the cell phone records here, pictures of damage to the boat, and some more discussions with the defendant in this case that were had by Deputy Johnson.
Once you leave the house, do you go back to Les's, or what do you do?
After my final contact with Mr. Yurts,
Yeah.
I secure for the evening. I go back to my office, I drop off some items there, and then I go home.
Do you do anything else as part of your investigation?
I'm in contact with Watercraft, with ODNR. At that time, we're still trying to determine where exactly it did happen on the water, if it was in Mahoning County or if it was in Portage County. part of my experience in doing investigations is I know the importance of cell phone records and phone records in general. I had Mr. Urich's cell phone number. I advised Dave Ford and Officer McAuliffe that I would be more than happy to put in the subpoena to obtain any cell phone records to find any activity of Mr. Urich. So I did take care of that on the following Monday. I put in that request.
And were those records given to you and then you forwarded them on?
Yes, ma'am. When I received them, when I finally received the records, we knew that it had happened in Mahoning County was the location of the crash. So I forwarded everything directly to them.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. Can you tell what those are?
These are the phone records that I obtained from AT&T.
And for what phone number? I think your subpoena's on the back page of that.
For the phone number for 330-727-7485.
Did you, during your part, before you knew it was Mahoning County, did you collect any witness statements or collect anything, any statements that Lieutenant Nolan was collecting as part of your investigation?
I did not personally get them from the people that supplied those statements, but yeah, they were put together as part of the case file. So that was part of that package that I forwarded over to Watercraft.
Okay. So your department and every other department is kind of putting the case file together for whoever takes over?
That is correct.
We have another picture I want you to identify. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
That is the bow, would be the right side bow section of the boat that the victims had been in.
That's the fishing boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, all these pictures that I've shown you that you've identified, those are all fair and accurate representations of the items that you saw that night, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
I have 1 minute.
You may.
When you're talking with the defendant, again, you asked him if he sustained any injuries, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was he able to talk about any injuries? Did he say he had anything?
No, he stated that he did have no injuries, ma'am.
And I know you said he told you he left to go meet some friends alone on the boat, but did he ever say whether during the crash he was alone?
I did ask him that, if anybody was with him, and he indicated that he was alone in the boat at the time.
During this interaction with the defendant, did you ever arrest him that night?
No, ma'am.
That early morning?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
Still conducting the investigation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No, ma'am, I did not arrest him.
Were you still investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any evidence from those boats while you were there, either at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
Did you touch those boats while you were at Les's or at the defendant's house?
No, ma'am.
That was more testimony from earlier today from Gregory Johnson, who was one of the primary investigators of this case of Dr. Urich in Ohio, a surgeon who's accused of drunken boating and then slamming into another boat, killing one occupant and injuring another. Ron, we heard some discussion of cell phone records there. This particular investigator, though, said he didn't touch the boat and also didn't arrest the doctor because the investigation was still in its infancy when he was involved with it. But we heard from another witness who was on the stand right before lunch that there were pieces of bone or teeth, hair from one of the victims, presumably, blood samples, pieces of flesh were stuck on this boat. So, I mean, there's evidence that this is a pretty strong collision. It's just this particular investigator didn't get a chance to go that far.
Yeah, and I wonder why. I mean, if there's that much evidence on this boat, it would stand to reason, you know, at least in my opinion, from my experience, that this would be investigated a little bit farther, and certainly potential charges would be looked at. I don't know why they didn't go that far initially.
I mean, is it maybe because they needed a warrant, perhaps? I mean, maybe the doctor just didn't give them a consent search?
I mean, could be, but, you know, if they saw evidence on the boat, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't following earlier enough to know the circumstances surrounding when they saw this, but if this was in plain sight on the boat, then they don't need a warrant for that.
That's true.
So if they see with their own eyes in plain sight evidence that this boat was involved in this deadly crash, you would think that they would be able to just go forward.
You would think, but I didn't catch from the testimony exactly where the boat was. So that leads to plenty of discussions about when we need warrants and when we don't, but we'll leave those for another day. There's a guest we want to bring into the LawNewz Network now. Chris Skeels is a fisherman who's been chatting along with many of our chatters on our Court Chatter LawNewz website, and he's joined us now live by Skype. So Chris, welcome to the LawNewz Network. I think you still have to unmute yourself, Chris. Sorry about that. Are we able to hear him? Okay, Chris, I can't hear you right now. You're going to have to unmute your computer on your end. We were hoping to get some context there from Chris about the lake and whatnot, because he's been giving a lot of context to those who are chatting along with the chatters on our website, and he's been talking a lot about the lake where this happened, and he was describing a lot of what was you know, what it's like to be out on this lake and why it was so busy that particular day. Chris, can we try again? Can we hear you this time?
Sure.
Okay, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
We've got you.
All right.
So Chris Skeels, a local fisherman, you were not there when this incident went down, correct?
No, that is correct. I was not there at the time.
Okay, so but you do know this lake pretty well. How often are you out on it?
I'm out at least twice a week. I spend probably 200 hours a year on that lake, so I know it very well.
That's commitment.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
as a fisherman, you have to be committed.
Yeah, right. Now, you said that the day that this happened, it was really busy out on the lake. Why is that?
Well, that particular time of year is when the walleye spawn upon the shoreline. That particular area of the lake, there's a causeway, Route 224, that goes across the lake. And along that causeway, there are a lot of rocks, riprap, as we call them, and the walleye spawn along that area. And so that time of year, there could easily be 30 or 40 cars parked along the side of the causeway. And, you know, obviously several boats that are within that general vicinity. Typically, you wouldn't see that at this time of night, but that 2-week period of the year, it gets kind of crowded at night.
So that would explain why this was such a busy lake at the midnight hour when this crash happened.
That is correct. Typically, when I go out there, say midsummer for some night fishing, I'm really often the only one out there.
But on this particular day, this would have been different.
It would have been different. There would have been more people along the shoreline than normal, and potentially more boats on the water. Although I do have to say that it's a big lake, and there was plenty of room for maybe the few boats that were on the water. I would say the larger population was along the shore then.
I see. So now when it comes to speed, if you know there's a potential for the lake to be busier, how do you operate your craft knowing that there may be more people out there at night?
Well, common sense tells you that you have to exercise caution. In this case, however, the fact that it was after dusk, which means it is idle only, at least a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit, depending on how fast your boat can run at idle, would say that there would be no excuse for the type of behavior that is being leveled at the doctor.
Being alleged here. So is it a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit just everywhere on the lake after dark?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
so
After dusk, you're not allowed to drive your boat faster than 10 miles an hour. As simple as that.
Well, it seems to me that I heard testimony yesterday from one of the witnesses saying that she thought that she saw a boat going at a high rate of speed and then heard the collision. So if that testimony is true, then well, let me just put it this way. How do you take that testimony?
Well, based on the pictures that I saw and the damage that was done both to the doctor's boat and to the fishermen, and the fact that there was a collision loud enough to be heard both on shore and enough to knock one of the fishermen out of the boat, I would say that he was traveling at a high rate of speed. As you come out from under the bridge there is a no wake area under the bridge during daylight hours. Obviously at nighttime it's all no wake. But usually what will happen as a boat comes under the bridge, they are required to idle through. Once you are past the no wake buoy, which is about 150 feet past the bridge, oftentimes a boater will throttle up. They'll go up on plane, which means the boat is rising above the water. And if you don't have your motor pitched just right, the nose can come up rather high, so high that it completely obscures your vision. So for maybe the next 500 to 1,000 feet, as you're throttling up, you probably have very limited, if no vision at all in front of your craft, which is kind of what I feel was happening here. I'm not sure if he was speeding through the bridge, but as he got through it, he probably throttled his boat up, his nose came high, and he just couldn't see in front of him, period. And I'm not defending him, I'm just trying to picture how a person would not see another boat in the water.
No, you make complete sense to me, and anybody who's been on a boat knows exactly what you're talking about. If the motor is gunned or sped up, the propellers push on the back of the boat goes down and the nose of the boat goes up, and it does obstruct vision. Now, what do you make of some of the testimony about the lights on the boat that were hit? I mean, do you get the sense that the boat that was struck was properly lit, or do you think it needed more lights?
I don't have an answer for that. I have seen boats out on the water at night without lighting. My instinct says is they probably did have lighting only because they were fishing, and you have to see what you're doing. But I don't know whether they would have had the proper lighting or not.
It seems that the testimony indicates that they did, which in theory would have made it easier for the doctor to see them. But if we take your theory into account that the nose of the boat may have been pitched up, all the lighting in the world wouldn't have mattered because he wouldn't have been able to see one way or the other.
That's correct. And by law, you're required to have several lights on your boat. One of them is referred to as an all-around light. And it's a white light that has to be, between 18 and 36 inches above the boat. And it has to be visible for 2 miles. So if they did have that light on, they would have been visible. But again, it's just speculation as to whether that was the case. But again, I think that it probably had something to do with, based on the witness accounts, the boat was throttling up, or at least on plane, and that would create a low visibility situation.
Yeah, I wanted to get into another area I think that you were chatting about, Chris, and that's this issue as to the doctor's excuse that he thought that he hit a rock or some rocks. We know that the level goes up and down in the lake because it's a reservoir, but are there any obstructions in that reservoir that people should be looking out for? Is it the kind of lake that has a lot of rocks, or are there no rocks in that lake?
Absolutely. This lake does have fluctuating water levels. At the time of the accident, although I have not looked at the records, there are plenty of records available as to what the water level was at. But we probably had a higher than normal level just based on the fact that it was springtime, and that's what that lake does. It impounds the spring rains in order to prevent flooding downstream. As far as rocks and danger, absolutely. Berlin Lake has a great amount of structure, and you can go from 60 feet deep to 3 feet deep in a matter of feet. It changes that quickly. So you always have to be aware of the fact that there could be obstructions in the water. As a resident of the lake, I'm sure that the doctor knew where these areas were at. And by the way, the area that the accident happened has no such obstructions. The area that you have to be more concerned with was probably a mile away from where he was at. As someone that is a regular on that lake, I would think that the last thing on his mind was, oh, I hit a rock, a submerged log, or perhaps, but not a rock. There are no protruding rocks in that area, and the water level was not low enough to expose any of the terrain below.
An interesting perspective, Chris. Is there anything that struck your attention or called out in your mind as you've been watching this trial that I missed?
No, I think that the points have all been made. It really just it boggles my mind that a doctor would leave these boaters behind like that. If you believe the eyewitness accounts, he had made contact with the victims after the fact, so not sure why he would be yelling at a rock. His wife knew that it was a fishing boat, not sure where she would have got that information. It wasn't just a boat, it was a fishing boat. So, you know, I think that the idea that the doctor thought he hit a rock was probably preposterous.
One last question, Chris. How did the local fishing community react to this accident?
Oh, well, there was obviously sadness and outrage. We're a small community, and we've got a group on the internet of avid fishermen who share fishing reports on a hourly basis sometimes. And the very next morning, there was a post from one of the gentlemen that assisted in the search and rescue, and he gave his account, and it was rather alarming for sure. We all know the dangers that we put ourselves up against when we go out, particularly at night. It's a risky proposition to go out on a lake at night, particularly when there's boat traffic. So we were all really devastated to hear that someone would go out there at night and act recklessly the way it is. And it's not the first time we've seen that. In fact, you know, recreation lakes such as this, you have all kinds. But typically, that time of night, what you're dealing with are fishermen. And if you're fishing at midnight, you're probably pretty serious about it. So to have someone out there acting recklessly at that time of night, it just, I don't know, it was very concerning. And we've been following the case since day one. And yeah, we didn't appreciate it, that's for sure.
Well, Chris, since this is Law News and since you're a fisherman, I have to ask one last question, and I'll remind you that it's Law News, so we'll presume you're under oath, but what is the biggest fish you've ever caught?
The biggest fish I've ever caught? A 29-inch walleye. Ohio has a Fish Ohio program that gives you an award if you catch a certain species of fish at a certain length. Last year, within 2 weeks, I had caught 2 Fish Ohio award fish there in Berlin. It's a difficult lake to fish, but once you understand the patterns, it could be very rewarding.
Okay, I just had to ask that. I had to give you your chance to talk about the biggest fish that you'd caught. So I appreciate.
As a fisherman, I always enjoy that.
Okay, I had to do it. So Chris Skeel is a local fisherman. I appreciate you giving us some context and a few additional theories into how this may have unfolded.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so Ron, an interesting point being made here about whether or not the lights are even really relevant. We saw a lot of testimony about those yesterday, but if this guy was speeding down the lake, you know, it seems like a no-brainer, but nobody thought of it until we talked to the guy that's out there. The noses of the boats skew up. So if he's going along like this, he can't see what's out in front of him if he's really speeding.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to see. Another interesting piece that we learned here was that rocks wouldn't have necessarily been a concern on that night. The water level, he said, was maybe higher than normal, and in his opinion, if you're cruising down on the lake that time of year, you're not thinking about running into a rock. So it's very interesting that Dr. Urich is claiming that he thought that he hit a rock immediately. So, you know, we'll see how credible that is now.
Yeah, you know, and I think Chris made another good point there that, you know, it is a reservoir, and I grew up not far from a reservoir that doesn't sound dissimilar to this one, and the water levels are all up and down because it's used to regulate the canal system in the Erie Canal system in upstate New York. And so, you know, one day in the spring, the thing may actually be running high water, like sometimes it goes a little bit above what the natural shoreline on average usually is. And then if it's a really dry summer, that thing goes way down. It might be down 20 feet, 30 feet. And a lot of times these reservoirs are pretty shallow, especially in the parts that are truly flooded outside what would have been the natural channel. And there are rocks, there are obstructions. In the one near where I grew up, there are even old foundations from homes that were cleared to make way for the reservoir. But, you know, Chris Skeels, the local fisherman, is telling us, hey, wait a minute, this area where this happened, there were no rocks in that area. And anybody who used the lake regularly would have known that. So it does cast a bit of doubt into this story that, well, I thought I just hit a rock.
You know, up until now, I thought, well, you know, maybe that could have been a plausible defense, but, you know, we're hearing from someone who's familiar with the lake, who's, you know, who knows what he's talking about, who says, no, you're not going to worry about rocks on the surface of the lake that time of year.
Yeah, now, okay, so how does the prosecutor try to get that in? Do they get the depth charts out? Do they try to get people on the stand who would explain how often the surgeon had been on the lake, or is it just delve into an area of too much irrelevance?
No, I think you do a couple things. You don't want to get too bogged down into it, but I think you have experts who can talk about, you know, charting the water levels from, you know, the times of year to show whether or not someone on the lake should expect it to be at a certain level. You can go into what the water level was at that particular time, and you could talk to fishermen like Chris Skeels and put them on the stand and say, in your estimation, you know, when you're out on the lake, is this something that you would consider?
You know, and you bring up an interesting point, because a lot of people turn around and say, well, expert witnesses need to be these professors with 20 PhDs who've studied things ad nauseum, and it's not necessarily true. Any expert witness can be qualified just by the nature of their repetitive expertise. So a fisherman who's on the lake 2 or 3 times a week could be an expert witness.
Potentially, I mean, yes. When it comes to scientific matters, you definitely need to show credentials, qualifications, studies, but depending on how much leeway the judge in this bench trial decides to give, you could have someone attesting to the character of the water, potentially. Okay. It's a little unorthodox, but you never know.
And it depends on the individual states. I know that some states are a little bit more loose with who they would qualify as an actual expert. I know of a tort case, an injury case in another state where someone who was a highway grading superintendent was called to testify that no reasonable person would have ever graded a bank at an angle that it was graded at, because the standard is this, and I think that he had no education. It's just everybody who does this work knows that, so it's no wonder that this one collapsed because it was improperly graded.
Right.
You know, it's an old story that an expert need not necessarily have mountains of publications and academic credentials. So anyway, we want to continue on listening with the testimony of Gregory Johnson. He was one of the key investigators in this case. He was on the stand this morning. This is some of his cross-examination from earlier today, and we're expecting the case to pick up any minute. As soon as we have live testimony in the Ohio trial of Dr. Urich, we'll take you straight there.
You okay, Kath? Just to clear up one area which I'm sure is going to be raised on cross-examination, but there was an objection posed as to Lieutenant Johnson's, whether the lights were on at the time he looked at the boat or whether they had already been turned off. And obviously it's a multiple question, and I know that's an area at issue. So the objection was overruled as to the second part of that question, whether they were on or off when he saw the boat. If I can move that along. Attorney Morrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
You have, through the course of your testimony this morning, several times referred to your police report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were the notes that you took shortly after this incident.
I wrote it up after the incident, yes, ma'am.
You weren't, as you were sitting there writing things down, as people were telling you things. You went back, I believe, and reviewed your audio recordings.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not record audio while you were at the hospital that evening, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
If, I guess I should
Let me clarify that.
Yes, ma'am,
because
please.
When you went to the hospital and spoke to Mr. LawNewz, you did not audio record that.
No, ma'am.
That portion of your report is from your recollection of sitting and talking to him.
I did write notes when I was talking to him.
Fair enough. Do you have those notes with you?
No, ma'am.
It's important when something happens and you're investigating to make sure you document as much as you can at the time, correct?
Correct.
Because as you just said, you were still investigating.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be important and what's not.
No, ma'am.
You don't know what's going to be useful to some of the other investigators and what may not be useful.
Correct.
So you have to document as many details as you can, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to cut out of that replay clip from this morning from one of the primary investigators in the case, because the judge is taking the bench again in the trial of Ohio Dr. John Urich. He's accused of 4 crimes, including 2 felonies related to the death of one person and the injury of another person in a boating accident. Let's listen back in live to that trial from Ohio.
Okay. Mr. Ford, I think when we left off, I was just about to show you, you talked about getting some light bulbs the day of the search warrant, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 9 and 10. Can you tell us what those are?
Yes, ma'am. State's Exhibit 10 is an 1157 light bulb from the aft or back light fixture on Bruce Lindemood's fishing boat. And State's Exhibit 9 is the light bulb from the front or bow light fixture from Bruce Lindemood's fishing boat.
And when you take those light bulbs, do you have to remove them from something on the boat?
Yes, they come out of the fixtures,
Okay.
the fore and aft light fixtures.
Okay. And do those have anything covering those light bulbs while on the boat?
Yeah, the plastic light covers, the one's red, one's green, one's white.
Is the red Is that just one light fixture?
On this particular boat, yes, it was.
Okay. So, back to State's Exhibit 15. What are we looking at?
That would be the rear or aft or white light fixture for the bass tracker for the fishing boat.
Okay. And did you take that? I don't know which.
I took the bulb, which is State's Exhibit 10, out from under that white plastic globe there.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the bow of the bass tracker fishing boat. You see what looks like the post from the electric motor, the line from the anchor, and just to the left of the what appears to be kind of yellowish white is the front light fixture. It's broken off and laying down in the front of the boat. It was sheared off and broken, but it's laying down there right now. And we can see the left side of the fixture facing up, which would be like the red reflector. And if you take that assembly apart, the red reflector comes out, the green reflector comes out, the light bulb is in there.
And you took number 9 out of that fixture?
Yes.
Did you also collect that day some paint chips?
We did.
Okay. And were those photographed in the same manner as we saw the tissue photographed?
Yes.
Of the previous day? Okay, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a piece of line on the bass tracker fishing boat, and just to the right of the post-it note with the 1 on it is a piece of red gel coat paint that's caught up in the fibers of that line.
And you collected that day as well?
Yes.
Did you mark those envelopes to correspond to the numbers on this one as well?
Yes.
And did you say, I'm sorry, did you say that's from the bass tracker, the fishing boat?
The photograph and the line, but the red piece of gel coat paint that is there is presumed to have come from the bayliner.
Okay. But that line is on the fishing boat?
Correct.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 92. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, it's a red paint chip. The one on the envelope corresponds with the one that you have up on the photograph, and it's a red paint chip, and we recovered it from stuck in the fibers of that line, just like you see in the photograph there.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. Is that bright enough for you to see, or would you like me to bring it to you? Here, I'll bring it to you. That's all right. We have this problem sometimes. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 107. Hand that to you.
Okay, much better. Thank you.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is a picture of another red paint chip, and it's in the carpet on the bow of the bass tracker fishing boat.
Is that bow deck?
It's the deck. It's a wooden deck, and it's covered with like an indoor-outdoor carpeting, and that paint chip is just kind of caught in the fibers of the carpeting cover.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 93 through 97.
Okay.
Could you tell us first, beginning with State's Exhibit 93, what that is?
State's Exhibit 93 There's a small red paint chip taken from the starboard bow, the carpet area of the bass tracker fishing boat. It has a number 2 on my envelope.
Does that correspond to the number 2 in the photograph? The one that's right next to you?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what State's Exhibit 94 is.
It's more paint chips taken from the bow area of the bass tracker fishing boat.
So everywhere on this fishing boat that you found paint chips, you collected those? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you collect those in the same manner that you collected the tissue in?
Just about.
Okay.
Gloves, new set of forceps, and then collect each individual sample, photograph it, collect it, put it in an envelope, and then there's a smaller envelope inside the white one. Sometimes they're envelopes, sometimes they're just like a druggist fold of paper inside the larger labeled container.
Okay. And if you could move on to the next exhibit.
The next one is State's Exhibit 95. It's got my number 4 on it. It's a fiberglass strand, and it's taken from the port bow of the bass tracker fishing boat, and it was also in the carpet.
Okay, what does port mean when you're doing
Port means left.
And what's the next one?
This is State's Exhibit 96. It's got my number 5 on it, and it's a red paint chip, and it was taken near the motor strap on the fishing boat.
And the next one?
This is a red paint chip. It was in the driver's seat. It was on the bass tracker fishing boat. It's got a number 6 on it.
Okay. And when you say driver's seat, do you mean the one by the actual steering wheel of the boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are you collecting all these paint chips?
Because they corresponded with the red gel coat finish paint on the bayliner.
And just for purposes of the record, what color was the bass tracker, the fishing boat?
It's green.
What material was the fishing boat made out of?
The hull of the boat is aluminum.
What about the bayliner? Are you familiar with what material that would have been made out of?
Yes, ma'am, it's fiberglass.
As part of taking all those paint chips, collecting the light bulbs, did you ever, while there, put other light bulbs in those fixtures on the fishing boat?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
It was a fast and easy experiment to see that the rest of the lighting system on the boat was, whether it was intact and working or not.
And did it in fact work when you put new light bulbs in it?
Yes.
Did you do that day as well?
Yes.
Did you look for anyone to talk about whether or not those lights on the fishing boat were on at the time of impact?
Yes.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with John from John's Towing because I had heard that.
How was John involved at the scene?
John.
Lay a foundation, otherwise it's speculation.
Do you know how those boats got to your ODNR center or garage from the lake?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And how do you know how they got to that location? Who told you?
Rich McCullough.
Okay. And were they towed by water or towed by car, if you know?
Objection. If he knows.
Mr. Urich's boat was removed from the slip at his lake residence, towed by ODNR officers to an unload location where it was picked up and put on his boat trailer.
Okay. So to some ramp off that lake?
A boat ramp, correct, somewhere.
And how was the fishing boat collected at the scene?
Objection. If he knows.
It was picked up on a flatbed trailer by John's Towing.
Do you have any paperwork or did you receive any receipt or invoice from that tow truck company?
Yes.
Did you go interview the tow truck driver in reference to that fishing boat?
Yes.
Did you get a statement from him?
Yes.
Did you also receive from Portage County phone records that were collected or asked for by Lieutenant Johnson from Portage County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 109. Could you tell us what that is?
This is a copy of a phone record provided by, for Mr. Urich's phone number, provided by his carrier with both the voice and the data and the text messages.
Now, does it have the content of those text messages, like what was actually texted?
No.
Okay. And what was the purpose in your investigation in getting those phone records?
I noticed that there was a phone charger cord plugged into the dashboard of Mr. Urich's boat, which indicated that the phone may have been in use. So I wanted to look at the phone records and see if there was phone records that corresponded with the time of crash.
Okay. Were you able to look at those phone records and see phone calls or text messages during the time of the crash?
Yes.
Were there multiple calls during that time?
Yes. Overruled.
Yes.
Those phone records mention a UTC time. Do you know what that means?
Universal time, that's how the phone company collects their records or keeps track of those records.
Okay. So based on us being in the Eastern Standard Time, what do we have to do to that UTC time in order to get to our time?
You'd have to subtract 4 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. When we're talking about, you can set those down. When we're talking about boats, you've mentioned a few terms that I want to clarify for the record. You talked about a bow. What is a bow of a boat?
The front of the boat.
What is the aft of a boat?
Aft refers to a direction towards the back of a boat or a vessel.
What about a stern?
Stern would define the back of the boat.
Okay. You've already told us that port is left. What is starboard?
Right.
When we talk about a boat in the water, are there terms that define what a boat is doing while it's in the water?
Yes.
What does that mean? What are the different terms?
There are a lot of different terms. A boat can be underway.
What does that mean?
Meaning it's afloat, it's being operated, or it's adrift. It could be making way, meaning it's has forward or reverse momentum versus just being statically adrift. It could be anchored, which means it's afloat on the lake, but it is attached to an anchor on the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
It could be tied up or made fast to shore or to something attached to shore, which means it's not in operation. It's tied up or docked.
Okay. And those are the different terms that are used when describing how a boat is moving?
Some of them.
Or not moving anyway?
Yes.
Okay. Have you used the term channel with regard to Berlin Reservoir? Is that a term that's used in that location?
No.
Why not? Is that a channel?
No, when you say channel in the context we're speaking, I think of a marked channel that would be used to keep boats inside of that marked channel area because of water depth.
Okay.
It's generally a channel would be marked by like the lateral buoy system maintained by the Coast Guard, red and green buoys, lights, day markers, to mark an area of safe passage for boats using that body of water relative to depth.
And you said that's typically used when something is looked after by the Coast Guard, or something that the Coast Guard...
The United States Coast Guard would maintain, would direct where a channel would be, how it was to be marked, and maintain both the depth of the channel and the marking of the channel.
Does the U.S. Coast Guard maintain Berlin Reservoir?
No.
Do they patrol Berlin Reservoir?
No.
In response to coming to court, did you bring any other evidence?
Brought that lantern you just picked up.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 6. Could you tell us what that is?
It is a red Coleman electric battery operated lantern.
And where did you find that lantern?
I took it off of Bruce Lindemuth's Bass Tracker fishing boat.
And where was that fishing boat located?
It was located in Portage Lake State Park.
Is it still in the storage
Compound, yes, it's still in the storage facility, shrunk wrap. And this was on there until you asked for it.
Okay.
I hadn't removed it until the court asked for it to be present.
In fact, those fixtures that we've seen, you can say that, those fixtures that we've seen, the light bulbs that you took out of, are those fixtures still on the boat?
They are still on the boat.
And they're maintained in a secure facility?
They are.
Do you recognize that lamp from the photos that were taken from both the day of the incident and from when you went out to see the boats?
Yes.
Is that the same lantern that was out there?
That is the same lantern.
I'm sorry, could you pick that up one more time?
Sure.
Could you turn that on for us? Does it have one setting, two settings?
Well, I blinded myself, but that's the high setting, off, low setting. I thought it had a pressure switch on the bottom, but I may have messed it up. But I believe at one time there was a pressure switch, so when the lantern's sitting flat like that, it would work. If you were to tip it over, the pressure switch released and it went off. That's the way it worked the first time I manipulated it after the accident.
Okay. So it was operated by pressure at the time?
Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't work now.
As part of your investigation, you said you filled out the Wicker
Yes.
paperwork. What does that contain? What all are you looking to put into that form when reporting an accident or a crash?
Who is operating the vessels? Who owns the vessels? A description of the vessels by their registration numbers and their physical description, you know, make, model, serial numbers, things of that nature. Any witnesses that were present that were not persons on board the boat. Persons on board the boat are on all vessels involved, as many as we can collect are recorded. There's statistical data included in the form that the Coast Guard collects. Any parties that are injured or deceased are recorded on the forms. The type of activity that the boats are involved in, some of the contributing factors to the incident.
Based on your investigation, along with Investigator McCullough, what did you find to be contributing factors in this collision?
Objection.
Overruled. Well, on page 4 of the report, down the center column, there are a list of contributing factors provided by the Coast Guard.
Okay.
And on this particular report...
Objection. Maybe.
Yes. Proceed.
What were the contributing factors again?
First one I have is alcohol impairment. Second one is excessive speed. Third one is careless, reckless operation. Fourth one is rules of the road infractions. Fifth one is improper lookout. And number 6 is operator inattention. And those are all for vessel 1, which the way this report is laid out refers to the bayliner operated by Mr. Urich.
Now, when you take into consideration all your contributing factors, do you base that on everything you reviewed in your case?
To that point, yes.
And at that point, have you reviewed all the witness statements, including the defendant's statement as well?
Yes.
When you talk about excessive speed in your contributing factor, are you also taking into consideration Investigator McCullough's investigation as well?
Yes.
And does that also include the defendant's statement?
Yes.
Objection.
The rules of the road infraction, can you tell us what that means?
Well, for the purposes of the report, rules of the road infraction, you mark that when rules of the road infractions were a contributing factor by one vessel, both vessels, or whatever.
Okay.
In this particular case, there are several rules of the road infractions, some of which are actually marked on the report and some of which are not.
Okay. Which are the ones that aren't marked?
The ones that are not marked, failure to take an action to avoid a collision, the general responsibility rule,
You marked improper lookout. What is that?
improper lookout is failing to keep a proper lookout by all available means, sight, sound, and then any technology or electronic devices the boat might be equipped with, radar, the use of a radio to talk actually back and forth with the vessel that you're jockeying for position with, things of that nature.
Okay. And is that listed in the ORC with regards to rules that must be followed on the
Yes, it's listed in the Ohio Administrative Code.
When you reviewed witnesses' statements, did you also get the witnesses' statements from Detective Mondora?
Yes.
Was one of those statements from Andrew Krogan?
Yes.
Did Mr. Krogan ever mention a life jacket in his statement?
Objection. Sustained.
No, ma'am.
Hold on.
Investigator Ford, as a result of all your investigation, your entire investigation, where did this crash, this collision occur?
Objection.
In what county?
I'm sorry, objection. Overruled.
Mahoning County.
That was it.
You may.
I have nothing further this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Uhas.
Mr. Ford.
Hello.
As part of the investigation you've just been talking about, did you review, you mentioned that you put together a disc with all of the photos, correct?
Yes.
I forget what exhibit it is, but if I understood your testimony, you took all the photos that you knew existed in relation to this accident and put them on one compact disc, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming at some point in time you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the contributing factors was rules of the road. And I think there's the ability in your report to check whether that applies to one boat or both boats. Is that correct?
Correct.
You only checked that it applied to Mr. Urich's boat. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm guessing with your years of experience and your years of patrolling Berlin Reservoir, you're fairly familiar with the rules of the road, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about what the requirements are for the Ohio Administrative Code here today, correct?
Yes.
Is there a regulation that talks about when a boat is being approached from the starboard side, who has the right of way?
Yes.
And who has the right of way?
The vessel which has the vessel which is approaching on another vessel's starboard or right side.
Okay. So if this isn't going to be too artsy because I don't have the blackboard, but let's pretend that this is one boat heading in the direction of the top of my fingers, and this is another boat approaching it from the starboard side.
Correct.
If we're approaching this first vessel from the starboard side, the way I've held out my hands, is that correct?
Yes.
So this vessel with my right hand that's approaching from the starboard side, as I understand it, would have the right of way.
Yes.
All right. Now, you and I can agree you did not check anything with regard to the rules of the road concerning the Bass Tracker fishing boat and its operator, correct?
Correct.
The damage to the bay liner was on the port side, correct?
Yes.
The damage to the Bass Tracker was on the starboard side, am I correct?
There's damage on both sides.
Well, the apparent point of impact is on the starboard side, and the boat is actually bent to port.
Yes. Yes.
Now, the requirement of I think you said improper lookout, and I think you also used operator inattention. Are those contributing factors?
Yes.
And that's essentially just paying attention to what's going on around you, is that right?
Yes, improper lookout would mean physically looking where you're going.
Okay. And how is that distinguished from operator inattention, if at all?
Operator inattention could be all environmental factors outside of the vessel and factors inside the vessel, even being distracted by a person, listening to the radio, using your cell phone, anything that could distract an operator from keeping a proper lookout.
These rules of the road that we're talking about apply to both, I think we agree, correct?
Rules of the road apply to all the power boats in the same manner.
All right. And I think we're clear about this, but the bass cracker fits the definition of power boat because it's got a motor,
yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so those same rules about improper lookout and operator inattention would apply equally to the operator of the bass cracker?
Yes.
Are part of the regulations, Mr. Ford, that every power, let's just confine it to power boats for this afternoon, are part of the regulations a requirement that there be personal flotation safety devices?
Personal flotation devices for individuals?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a requirement.
What in the old days, old guys like me would call a life jacket, right?
Right.
Okay. So that would be required of the bayliner, correct?
Yes.
And that would be required of the bass cracker?
Yes.
All right. And I don't know what documents you have in front of you. Did you bring documents with you here today to refresh your recollection as you testified?
No, I got them from the prosecutor.
Fair enough. Is one of the documents that you have in front of you an inventory of the bass cracker?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, before we start digging for documents, do you recall if there were flotation devices on the bass cracker?
Don't recall.
Yes.
I've handed you what we've marked for identification purposes as defendant's exhibits M and N. Can you take a second and look at those and then look up and tell me when you finish?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those to be pictures of the bass cracker?
Yes.
Those pictures appear to be taken at night, correct?
Correct.
Those pictures were taken by Lieutenant Nolan and eventually transferred to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And those pictures actually would be on that disc you and I were talking about a few moments ago. Is that right?
Should be, yes.
All right. Do you see any flotation devices in those photographs?
See one on Defendant's Exhibit M on the fire department personnel or whoever's on the boat.
Okay.
I don't see any in Defendant's Exhibit N in the photograph.
I hate to interrupt, but I think you have two M's because we marked an L previously.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, if I may, I think what I'm going to do is I'll remark M as O so that we don't have to change N.
You may.
I think Kathy is absolutely correct.
Defense Exhibit M was the photo of the steps.
All right, so let's try that again and we'll try to clear up the record a little bit. Let's start, if you don't mind, with M, Mary.
And
I'm sorry.
And, sir.
Jeez, man, I just did it.
And, okay.
As in Nancy.
N as in Nancy.
Will you describe for us generally what that picture depicts?
It's a picture of the Bass Tracker fishing boat owned by Bruce Lindemood, and it's taken at night, presumably the morning of May 9th, prior to the boat being removed from the water. So things generally are where they were after the crash and after whoever touched and manipulated this thing to bring it back.
Okay. I'm going to sort of take a little tangent for a second because you brought up something that I think is interesting. In your duties before you were an investigator, when you were a patrol officer, were you ever involved in accidents where you have to assist in rescues?
Yes.
Okay. And can you and I agree that when that happens, while it's preferable to preserve evidence for later stuff like we're doing here today, the first goal is safety, correct?
Yes.
And so it's possible during the course of this rescue that any of the things we've talked about here today could have been moved from their original location just simply by virtue of the fact that the first thing we're trying to do is save lives and rescue people. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit N as in Nancy, do you see any life jackets or flotation safety devices?
I do not.
Okay. If you would then address yourself to Exhibit O or that is also a picture of the Bass Tracker taken that night, correct?
That is correct.
And I think that's the one you previously testified that the only life jacket you see is the one being worn by the fireman inside the boat, correct?
Yes.
In either of those pictures, Mr. Ford, did you see the rope from where the paint chip was taken that you testified earlier?
Yes.
And that's in Exhibit N as in Nancy, am I correct?
Yes, partially in O as well.
All right. Can you just tell the court generally, using the nautical terms you used before, bow, stern, generally where that rope is, where that paint chip was recovered?
The rope was on the bow of the boat. The rope is there for the purposes of the anchor. And that paint chip was taken from a section of that rope near the starboard side of the boat.
And that rope itself, is it hanging over the side of the boat as if it might have been in the water or anything like that?
Yes.
It does also, the other end of the rope, for want of a better phrase, sort of disappears down into the boat, presumably where the rope is coiled up.
Yes.
When the anchor's not being deployed, is that right?
Yes.
When Mrs. Cantalamesa was asking you questions and you were given some of the terms, underway is really just any boat that's on the water that is not anchored or moored. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if I am floating adrift without any motor on, I'm still underway under the terms of the law, correct?
Yes.
If I'm using a trolling motor, I am underway even if I'm only going 1 or 2 miles an hour, correct?
Yes.
And obviously if I'm using the 50 horsepower outboard motor that's on the back, I'm underway as well.
Yes.
You had mentioned that the Bass Tracker is still located at this ODNR facility, and I think you said it's shrink wrapped, correct?
Yes.
And it's been there since May of 2015, fair to say?
Yes.
Is there anything you can tell us about the conditions of that room? And specifically what I'm trying to find out is there anything about that room that might lend itself toward corrosion of any items on the boat between May of 2015 and today?
It is possible.
So it's, I guess for want of a better phrase, it's not climate controlled or humidity controlled in any way, fair to say?
The boats are shrink wrapped, and hanging inside the shrink wrap area of the boat is a moisture trap, and the shrink wrapping itself, because it's plastic covering, it's susceptible to condensation. So there's a vent and a moisture trap in there. That being said, that doesn't stop corrosion.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, is it? Can we take a 2 second? I just want to, instead of drawing on here,
yes,
the chalkboard. Thank you. I'm sorry. Can you see that okay from here?
Sure.
I'm gonna draw pretty big, so
Yeah.
let me know if you can, okay? That's sort of an ugly rendition of the shape of a boat. But I want to ask you some questions, if I may. You're familiar with the regulations, and you testified about them concerning the lighting, am I correct?
I'm sorry, concerning the
lighting.
Yes.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, the lighting scheme is sort of universal in terms of color, so that no matter what waterway you're on, you can kind of tell what's going on, correct?
Yes.
In other words, red's always got to be on port, so you always know if you see a red light, that's the port side, correct?
Red's on the left and on the right. Yes.
Yeah, left. Port is
left.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to.
You got to tell me when you're trying to confuse me. You got to tell me when you're having a.
And that's ditto for starboard on the right.
There's always starboard side green. Yes.
And white always in the stern.
Well, white always all around. On these size boats, they are allowed to have one all-around white light, and it's generally located in the stern.
Okay. There are other requirements that don't apply to these boats for masthead lights and things like
Yes,
that.
yes.
Those apply to larger boats, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay. And in addition, as I understand, now you just talked about the all-around. So the white light that goes in the stern has to be literally visible from all angles, correct?
Correct.
Now there are requirements for the red and green lights in the front of the boat as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand it, and I think I heard you say earlier today, you said 112 degrees, correct?
112 and a half, yes.
112 and a half, okay. So I assume that if we're talking 90, it's 90 from a line that goes down the center of the boat, is that right? I'm taking the first 90 out of 112 to make sure you and I are on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. So it would be more than 90, it would be 90 plus 22, right?
22 and a half degrees.
22
Yes.
and a half. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, the red port light would have to be able to be seen from all the way from this line at the front of the boat back to, I don't know how to protractor, but something like that, correct?
That's correct.
And ditto for the green, correct?
Correct.
And so it's possible to approach a boat from an angle where you might not be able to see the red and the green light, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the reason why you have to have the 360 white light, so that somebody knows, even if they can't see this light, or these lights, the red and the green, they're able to say, well, I know that there's a boat there because there's the stern light, correct?
Correct.
The regulations also provide that those are the only lights that are to be used, correct?
No, you're allowed other lights. They can't interfere with those.
You can't interfere with those.
Correct.
And as I understand it, the regulations also provide that this white light back here must be visible from a distance of 2 miles, correct?
Correct.
And the red and the green lights must be visible from a distance of 1 mile, correct?
Yes, nautical miles. Correct.
Nautical miles. For us landlubbers, and I among them, can you tell us the difference between a nautical mile, what do they call the statutory
Statute mile. So a nautical mile is equal to 1 degree of latitude, which is 6,000 feet, where a statute mile that we're used to
is 5,280.
5,280.
Okay.
So that makes a nautical mile a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
It equals 1.15 statute miles.
All right. So can you tell us, as part of the investigation, did you do anything to test whether these lights located on the bow of the fishing boat were visible from that distance?
No.
Was anything done to test to see if the white stern light was visible from a distance of 2 miles?
No, sir.
Are you able to tell me anything about the power source for this white stern light?
No.
No? Okay. Do you know if it was battery operated or if it was operated from the electrical system?
I can tell you that, yes, it's a 12-volt battery system. And I assume we're talking about Mr. Lindemood's Bass Tracker fishing boat.
Yes, I am.
Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So yes, it's a battery, 12-volt system, 12-volt battery. I checked it after the fact and the system still worked.
All right.
But I can't get much more detailed than that, depending on what you want
now, to know. That's fine. When you first saw the Bass Tracker, which I think, was that the day after the accident? May 10th?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the Bass Tracker on May 10th, that white stern light was laying on the deck of the boat, correct?
Yes.
Was the shaft in any way torn or sheared off?
No.
Okay. The shaft on the, and by the way, the red and green light on the bow of the boat weren't actually a fixture that was fixed to the boat surface itself, correct? It was on a little bit of a pole, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular pole or stand was sheared off, is that right?
Yes.
You had mentioned something in reference to the lantern, and I realize maybe it doesn't work that way today, but there was some sort of a pressure switch.
I thought that the first time I manipulated it, I picked it up, I set it up right, and it just came on. And I went, oh, that's weird. And upon further inspection, may I?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry, maybe, Judge.
For the record, I was holding it up and it wouldn't turn on, so I pushed the battery in and clicked it, so I probably undid the pressure.
So it's your fault?
Yeah, it's my fault. He might be able to render that thing operable.
Is that what you want? Do you want to
And
take a
yes, you
shot?
may.
I'll take a shot if that's what.
Thank you.
much luck. It's acting squirrely. It's not doing what it's supposed to.
All right, it just...
I can explain what...
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you do that, but before we do that, since we're taking everything down in writing, I want to sort of reflect what happened, which is you put the battery in, turned it on, and when you dropped it on the ground, or set it on the ground, it went off, correct?
Just now?
Just now?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can explain it.
Okay, so... Hold on. Might work. Let's see what happens. She broke it, good. So, oh, hold on, I see. Wow. If there is a pressure switch like I thought there was, it's not working now.
It's not working now. Fair enough.
So either it has a pressure switch or it was acting this way when I first met him.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that at this point.
The paint chips that were taken off the rope and the driver's seat that you were asking about when Mrs. Cantaloupe was asking you questions. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Were those sent to a laboratory for any sort of analysis?
No, sir.
All right, fair enough. Is there any sort of a safety inspection that's required? Just, you know, I asked you before about testing the lights to see if you could see them from 1 and 2 nautical miles away, respectively. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Is there any sort of a safety inspection that's required in Ohio so that somebody can go, hey, buddy, your lights aren't shining on 1 nautical mile?
There is an inspection procedure. It's not required, and it wouldn't test whether the lights are visible from 1 and 2 nautical miles.
Did you, I think it's a Johnson outboard motor on the back of this bass scrapper. Does that sound right? 50 horsepower?
Yes.
You need something to look at to help you on that?
It came to me. I was going to, but okay. I got there.
All right. As you looked at that on May the 10th, that engine was sort of hiked up or trimmed up. Is that right?
Yes.
That's sort of in the position it would be if somebody were not using it in the water to propel the boat, correct?
Correct.
Did you or did you observe anybody take any measurements of the height of that engine from the top of the boat to the top of the engine?
No.
Okay. Does it appear that this bass scrapper, are you familiar with this type of bass scrapper fishing boat from your years of experience?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Sure.
Does this boat appear to have had some modifications made to it?
If I look around.
Yeah.
I would say yes. I can see probably 2.
Okay. Let's start with those. What
Okay.
are those?
The forward deck, the carpeted area, the wooden carpeted area, has probably either been replaced or recarpeted, as has the what we call a false floor, the deck of the boat. Mm-hmm. It's either been replaced or recarpeted. as well as the bench and what we would call the furniture inside the boat.
Okay. How about the deck itself? The deck actually, that carpeted deck you just pointed to where these lights sit. Is that something that's been added? Does the normal bass tracker boat just come to a point?
I couldn't answer if that's an addition or because you could see both configurations. And this specific one, I do not know.
All right, fair enough. There's also sort of a rear deck on the boat near the Johnson engine. Can you see that in any photograph?
Yes, and okay.
Are you able to tell us if that's a modification to the boat?
I do not know for sure.
Is that, you were present for the interview with Mr. Linda, correct?
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking you about that deck, is that the impression you had from interviewing him where he was sitting at the time?
He was sitting in the back chair.
Chair? Okay. You had mentioned that you had taken some measurements, I think, when you went out there with Mr. Lindemuth to try to figure out what this accident might have occurred, correct?
Investigator McCullough and I went, Mr. Lindemuth did not.
Okay.
But yes, we went to the State Route 224 bridge and I took some measurements.
All right. So you took measurements to determine where the accident was. Were any of the witnesses to the accident present with you when you did that?
No.
And can you tell the court what sort of measurements you took and how you took them?
Sure. I had one of the patrol officers come to the location with a patrol boat, and I talked to him via the radio, and I put him where I thought would be a good location based on Mr. Lindemuth's description. Westernmost bridge support abutment is our north-south line. We really didn't establish a great distance out from the no-wake line of buoys, other than to establish that it was outside of that.
Based upon what he had told you?
Yes. So I put the patrol boat there, and I took a measurement from the bridge, on top of the bridge, not at the water surface, so it's not, perfect, with a laser rangefinder, just to have some idea, for conversation's sake, how far from the bridge, and that would give us at least a reference to work from to have these sort of conversations.
Now, the biological matter that got removed from it's the port bow of the Bayliner, am I correct?
Yes.
That is actually sort of up on top of the bow of the Bayliner, am I correct?
Yes.
And it's not really possible from anything you investigated to say whether that was caused by Mr. Cuppett striking the boat or the boat striking Mr. Cuppett. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that for me one more time?
Sure. We know, you've seen the results of the DNA, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we know we have biological material from Mr. Cuppett on the port bow of Dr. Yurch's boat, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing in your investigation that can tell us whether that was caused by Mr. Cuppett striking the boat or the boat striking Mr. Cuppett. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Speaking of those biological materials, I think you said that you had taken them to a temporary evidence locker, correct?
Yes.
And then they were transported to VCI, is that right?
Yes.
Did you do that transport yourself?
Did not.
Did you, as any part of your investigation, check to see, well, I'm sorry, start that before I ask you that. Did you fix an approximate time for the accident as a result of all the investigative things that you did, all the materials you collected?
Yes.
You need something to refer to. Tell me what that time is.
No, sir.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
11 minutes after midnight, May 9, 2015.
All right, thank you. Now, can you tell me, as part of your investigation, did you check any weather reports or weather data to find out if the moon had risen, and if so, what stage the moon was in?
I did not.
Yes. I think it's yeah. What do you call it, Wicker? What do you call it, report?
Wicker?
Yeah.
Yeah, would you like it?
Can you look there? Well, I just want you to pick it up. I think it's 66. Is that it, 66?
Yes.
Thank you. You had mentioned that we've been talking for a while now between you and me and you and Mrs. Cantala Mesa about all these regulations that ODNR has, correct?
They're not ODNR's regulations, they're the state's regulations.
The state's regulations?
Yes, yes.
Are there regulations that say that a report like 66 has to be generated?
Yes.
Are there regulations that say when that report has to be generated?
Yes.
And when does it have to be generated?
It has to be generated 24 hours for fatality, 5 days for an injury.
All right, well, I'm not going to
a
press you.
little wishy-washy on that.
All right, you're a little wishy-washy on that, but are you sure on the 24 on the fatality?
Yes, and that's reported to the Department of Natural Resources.
Say that again?
So that 24 hours is that boat owners, operators, or other law enforcement agencies report that to us. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is it doesn't apply to me. It applies for everyone else to inform the chief of the Division of Watercraft.
That's most government regulations that are yet. All right, so that's 24 hours for everybody to get information to you, or somebody to at least report that something's happened.
That it's happened, correct.
So then you don't have that same 24-hour time limit because it's a fatality to get the whole report done and get it in, correct?
No, that's not what that's for.
All right. Listed on that report, among other information, are the names of people who are witnesses or potential witnesses. Am I correct?
Correct.
And isn't Andy Krogan on that list?
He is.
Okay. And it's got his contact information there as well, correct?
Correct.
Is one of the things that you looked at in the course of assembling this information for your investigation, the fire report from the Deerfield Fire Department?
I don't recall.
No? Okay. How about the 911 calls? Did you listen to those?
Heard the 911 calls, yes.
What do you have something up there that would help you tell us what time the first 911 call came in? No?
Sir.
Do you know if it was before 12:11?
Don't know what time it came in.
I know this probably sounds silly. there's buoys that mark the wake area, correct?
Yes.
Are there any buoys or marker that mark political subdivisions like the county line going through the middle of the
No,
lake?
sir.
Are there requirements for fishing boats to have lights other than the ones that we have talked about if they're out on the water fishing at night?
To require additional lights besides, no.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Ford, you told me a couple minutes ago that you set in your report the time of the accident was 12:11. Do you recall that?
I do.
What did you use? What information did you use to set that time as the time of the accident?
The 911 calls. I just don't remember that time now.
So then logically, the 911 calls for your time to be accurate would have to start sometime after 12:11, correct? Let me try it another way.
Yes.
Have you ever investigated an accident where the 911 calls came in before the accident?
No.
All right. The chair that Mr. Lindenmuth described that he was sitting in, is that a chair that went up and down? Had an adjustment on it?
I think it's just fixed on a pole, but I might be able to look and tell some more from the photos. I can't.
Of the height of that chair.
No.
Do you recall if you or Mr. McCullough or anyone else in your presence took any measurements of the height of the trolling motor?
No.
And just, I'm not sure we probably completely fully explained that, just so we're clear. The trolling motor mounts on the port bow of the engine, of the boat, correct?
When it's laying down or when it's in use, sir?
No, I'm talking about where the mounts are that mounted to the boat. That's on the port side, correct?
Yes.
And then when you put it in use, as I understand it, the shaft and the propeller actually go in on the starboard side.
Correct.
Okay. And then to circle back to my question and make sure that you didn't take any measurements of that trolling motor either when it was not in use or in the position it would have been in use. Am I correct?
No.
I'm not correct, or we did not? You did not.
We did not take any measurements, sir.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Any regret?
Also, I just briefly here. Is there an absolute right-of-way on the waterway?
Absolute?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
What does that mean? If someone...
That means ultimately considering the navigation laws, the inland navigation laws which govern Berlin Lake, ultimate responsibility is to stay clear of other vessels and avoid a collision.
Okay. And from your investigation, did you find that the Bayliner was going at an excessive speed?
Yes.
And did you find that fast tracker was going at any kind of speed?
No, it was adrift.
Okay.
So it didn't bring any speed to the equation.
So whose responsibility should it have been to move out of the way?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Which boat should have moved if the other boat was in the way?
Objection.
Did you understand the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
The boat with the most relative speed, even though it was the boat that the rules of the road, when you read them, was the boat that got to stand on because the other boat was not moving and didn't have any relative speed to maneuver to get out of the way. That throws the crossing situation out that we were talking about before. And ultimate responsibility is to avoid a collision, and that would have been Mr. Urich's boat.
And is that the general responsibility law that you talked about?
It's the general responsibility law and the action to avoid collision law.
In the dark on a boat, is it more important to keep a lookout while you're driving that boat?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's dark, it's harder to see things. There can be legal boats, manually propelled boats can be out on a lake like Berlin Reservoir, legally with no lights on them. State and federal law does not require it. You have to go slow and you have to pay attention because you don't know what's out there in the dark. So just by the nature of it being dark, you have to slow down so that you have more time to take in the environment and make an assertion whether or not there's a risk of collision.
In your years of investigation and patrolling for ODNR, have you responded to these slow-moving crashes or people who may run into a dock, anything like that?
Yes.
And that's in situations only where the boats are slow-moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there this amount of damage in a slow-moving collision?
No, ma'am.
This light in the stern, is there a requirement as to how high it has to be? Am I saying that the stern? The rear light, the 360 light.
There is no requirement or measurement to how high it has to be. To be correct, it should be higher than the other infrastructure on the boat so that it can shine its 360 degrees.
From looking at the photographs and even seeing the boat itself, could you tell whether that fixture that the 360-degree light was on was removable?
It is removable.
And why would it be removable?
So that you can take it down and store it out of the way when you don't need it during daylight hours.
What about the forward light, the red and green navigation light in the front? Was that also removable? If you know.
I don't know for sure.
And again, that one was sheared off when you...
It's broken and yeah.
During your investigation, did you encounter multiple witnesses that said the lights were on?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have any reason to believe that those lights weren't on at the time of the crash?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Did you, from your investigation and based on everything you reviewed and everything that was tested, did you have any belief that the lights were on?
Objection.
May I see counsel?
at the end of your investigation, did you cite Mr. Lindemood for not having any lights on?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it is here.
Oh, wait, there it is. When you were out with the patrol boat looking for this location of the Mr. Lindemood's boat, did you take photos during that as well?
Yes.
And are those contained on the disc of all the ODNR photographs?
Yes.
I put in State's Exhibit 98. Can you see the screen all right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what we're looking at.
You're looking at a photograph showing north from the 224 bridge on Berlin Reservoir. The largest boat in about the center of the shot is a patrol boat with an officer on it. The other two boats are just recreational boats that happen to be there. The small spot to the left of the patrol boat is one of the no-wake buoys, and that is in the proximate location where we believe the crash to have taken place, and that's the location that I would have measured to.
And is this using that westernmost pylon for the bridge as the north-south line or whatever that is?
Yes.
Any follow-up?
Hello, I am Tamara Holder. I am hosting today for LawNewz. You are watching the trial of Ohio versus Dr. Joseph Urich. He is accused of several crimes, including the most serious of aggravated vehicular homicide for the killing of two men who were in a fishing boat in 2015. And one man was killed, another was injured at the scene. We are in day 4 of trial. A little disclaimer here. I don't know about you guys watching, but it is really hot here in New York. And so, you know, we're having fun here at LawNewz. It doesn't have to be so serious all the time. I have Aaron Keller here. He is, of course, you know him. He is the esteemed host and I am sitting in his chair, but he is on the other side, and he is going to answer some questions that I prepared last night when I couldn't sleep. So
that's an interesting way to preface
isn't that
questions.
A nice way?
So are they relevant questions or are they not relevant?
I don't know. We're going to see. And
okay.
What I really love about the viewers of Law News is that they're very active on the in the chat room. So I hope that you guys are at least nice to us today while I'm sitting here. And I want to know your opinions on several things. So I'm just going to throw some questions at you. As you know, this is a bench trial, which means that there is not a jury of this man's peers. And what is very interesting about that is just the fact that in most criminal cases, the defendant chooses a jury over a judge. In this case, the judge has been reelected. He didn't have an opponent. He is safe until 2021. A lot of people ask if there's political reasons behind picking a judge versus a jury. So I want to ask you, why do you think in this case the judge was picked?
Well, I think that a jury may look at this defendant with prejudice. They might turn around and say, look, not only are you a doctor, but you're a surgeon. You make a ton of money. You're in a position of authority in the community. We look highly to people in your positions, and you should have known better. Therefore, we're going to punish you severely, regardless of whether the facts are really proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that fear existed in this defendant's mind, and it's not unreasonable. And after discussing it with his attorneys, he probably decided that a judge might be more apt to hold the prosecution to its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. The reason I think that they took that strategy is because the charges, many of them require that the finder of fact agree that the defendant had been drinking and was intoxicated to some degree. If that cannot be proven, then the charges don't stick. So I think the defense strategy is to knock out those charges.
Okay.
You know, and then say, okay, well, is the burden been proven that he truly was intoxicated to the level that the law requires? And presumably a judge would be more harshly examining the evidence in that particular area.
All right, so I want to bring something up about this judge. The judge's ex-wife had a DUI in 2013 where she actually slammed her car into parked cars. And I found it very interesting that obviously this is a case about a defendant slamming his boat into a parked boat. Mm-hmm. In a jury trial, during jury selection, this would be definitely a juror that had this background would be stricken, in at least in a case that if I were picking a jury, prosecutor or a defense attorney, they wouldn't want somebody like this on the jury. Do you think that this kind of background in the judge's mind is going to affect this man at all?
Well, it might, but we've got a couple things we have to parse out. First of all, it's an ex-wife. What sort of relationship does the judge have with the ex-wife? We don't know. We don't know whether or not it's playing.
Well, it wasn't good.
Presumably not, okay, but we don't know how much of it's playing in his head. And in Ohio, I do know that there's a pretty lengthy statutory procedure for judicial recusal. And it's not just, well, Judge, I think that you might look at this with a bias, and I don't think you should hear this case. It's a pretty lengthy procedure in Ohio to try to get a judge booted from a case. And I know this because we just covered the case that Judge Giz heard in Cincinnati with the Ray Tenzing case, where there's an officer accused of shooting a motorist. And there were many motions or problems that were brought up regarding some of the things that she had done in the case. She still sat and heard the trial. Okay, she had been commenting about that trial in local talk radio before she even had the case. Then when she got the case, she didn't recuse herself. So it seems, just based on a first blush look, that Ohio's got a pretty high standard for judicial recusal. And if it's an ex-wife, even though it's a similar charge, you know, is it enough to truly discolor the judge's ability to hear the case?
And maybe it
doesn't look good, but it's not. I don't know if it hits that high enough burden.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that necessarily the judge needs to be disqualified, or I'm just wondering your opinion, because it's so similar of a situation. And maybe the standard's so high because Ohio is a small state and there aren't a lot of judges. I don't know. It's interesting. So we're going to keep going with the questions. I want to know about you guys in the chat room, what you think, if you think that this judge's ex-wife's DUI in 2013 plays any part in the back of the judge's mind. Okay, so the next thing is, as we know, the blood and urine samples, they were taken, then they traveled along before they got to the lab for, I don't know, 60, 62 hours, unrefrigerated. The administrative code says that blood samples must be refrigerated in transit. The prosecutor said, well, this isn't an issue because this is an old law. It's 40 years old. There are plenty of studies. They had an expert. There are plenty of studies that say that, the results are the same. The results aren't affected if it's refrigerated or not. Okay, so the judge threw out that. But at the end of the day, again, this is a bench trial. The judge knows about the blood results, that it was, I don't know, twice the legal limit. Do you think that plays any role in the judge's mind?
Well, I don't think it does, and the reason why is because I think the judge is smart enough to know that he doesn't want to be overturned on appeal. So if the judge convicts on the charges that require drinking, the judge is going to have to point to something in the record of testimony where the judge can say, this witness said the doctor drank 2 beers and then had a shot X number of hours before the accident. The doctor told the police that he had been drinking, even though the police said he didn't appear to be intoxicated approximately, 2 or 3 hours after the crash. There's enough evidence here for me to find, as a finder of fact, that there was some incapacitation or something. The judge is going to have to point to something on the record. That's the bottom line. And presumably the judge is sitting on the stand, or on the bench, right now, saying to himself, do I have enough to check the boxes off for the elements of the crimes as charged? And
sorry to interrupt you, just so our viewers know that there is a recess right now, so you're not missing anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, the judge has got to have enough boxes to check to be able to prove that there's testimony to support the charges. And I think the judge is at least presumably competent. I don't know the judge, but the judge is on the bench. I would expect that the judge is listening to see if the testimony supports the charges. If it does, then the charges stick. If it doesn't, or if it's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the charges don't stick.
All right, so there's something called an interlocutory appeal, which means that you can appeal during the case. You don't have to wait until the case is over to appeal, which is just an appeal. Do you think that the prosecution or the defense, well, the prosecution in this case, because they weren't allowed to bring this evidence in, do you think that they should have done this type of appeal? They said that the reason why they didn't was because they had eyewitness testimony, they had the defendant's statements that they were going to use against him. But I don't think that they're not related. Yes, each part of this is a case to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But to make a proper record, don't you think that they should have appealed this judge's ruling? Because it's serious. This is a serious part of the case.
Interlocutory appeals are not frequently granted, and I think they have to ask the permission of the appeals court to even make the appeal. So here's the thing. I don't know if it would have been granted in this case because, okay, so it's ultimately an evidence ruling. If it's appealed after conviction, assuming that there's a conviction, another trial could always be had and just say, okay, well, we know what the evidence is. It's not like there's additional testing. I mean, the facts of what the test recorded, even though it was 62 and a half or however many hours late, are still there. To get an interlocutory appeal registered on something like this just seems, it would almost seem too much, at least from my sense. I don't know what your read of it is. It's okay. So if
I personally think that it was a poor decision.
Then, I mean, so what's the prosecution going to turn around and say? Okay, well, this should go in. Well,
yeah, I think that it should, because this is, well, to the prosecutors, and I've been a defense attorney for 12 years, so I can't really believe that I'm saying this, but playing the role of the prosecutor, this is a Ohio Administrative Code. It's been around for 40 years, and they've obviously been using this, or according to the prosecution, they've been doing this non-refrigeration all this time and getting prosecutions and convictions. So maybe it's a little trick that defense attorneys in the state know to bring this up and look for this, which it happens in a lot of counties. The testing, the chain of custody, people know little things to look for. And this is probably one of those really great kept secrets that defense attorneys know.
Well, it might be. Part of me was wondering if this is something that the medical community knows about, and because it's a doctor on trial, the doctor may have turned around and said, hey, did they refrigerate the samples? Because if they didn't, then this applies. I just happen to hypothesize that.
Yeah, I think
because
you're giving the guy too much credit.
It seems that if the police don't know about it, then they would know about it if they'd been hit with it by other defense attorneys in the past.
Well, they said that from what I've read, they do know about it, and they just say that according to their experts, that it doesn't, non-refrigeration doesn't affect results. And many studies say it doesn't need to be refrigerated anymore, and the law is out of date. And they actually had a certified toxicologist on the stand to say that. I think it's bizarre, and this just shows how the bureaucracy and how the government fails, because if this is really the case, then why haven't they changed the administrative code? They've had 40 years to do it. But
well, you know, I needed, one thing that I have not had a chance to do yet is actually dip in and read the code, because I was wondering whether the code was specifically written to apply to this situation, or if it was written to apply to medical samples in general. Okay, and if it wasn't directly applied to this situation before, this may be some unique, novel thing. What is the code? Is it a health code or is it a law enforcement code? If it's not a law enforcement code, then no wonder the police didn't know about it, because the one police investigator in this case testified that it didn't refrigerate because I didn't know that I had to.
Right, but it's interesting because this was done by the Ohio State Patrol. They know what they're doing with regard to chain of custody. And she says, I quote, the Ohio State Patrol and several other agencies, they'll wrap the blood and drop it in an envelope in a mailbox. Now, the mailbox isn't refrigerated. This is what the prosecutor said. So my question is that a solid defense for failure to refrigerate? That they've done it before, they've gotten the results, and so, you know, that's just protocol. Even though the law says one thing, this is how we do it.
Well, I mean, in this case, the bottom line is that it stuck. The defense had a win. It struck charge number 4 off the indictment. So instead of 5 charges, he now faces 4. And without those lab results, there's a decent possibility that charge 2 and charge 3 might get wiped off the table as well.
Right. And so
I can't complain. I mean, it's just good defense lawyering is what it is. If the police need to update their procedures, then so be it. But as to this defendant, the bottom line is that's the decision that was made. You know, the judge in the judge's ruling indicated that it sounded like kind of a bogus rule. Okay, the judge seemed not to like the administrative rule, because the judge said, hey, look, all the evidence is that not refrigerating these samples as it comes to this particular test, this test doesn't require refrigeration. But because the law requires it, I have no choice but to throw them out.
Right, because as it gets warm, this was May, I'm just making this up now, but who knows? If the purpose of refrigeration, remember his blood alcohol content was very high. So if the blood is not refrigerated, does the blood alcohol content go up as it stays warm? Remember, it's May that this occurred. I don't know.
Well, the science was that it didn't, so, or that it wouldn't, that this particular test, it didn't matter, or that if it did change, it was so negligible it wouldn't have affected, like, for instance, the .08 standard. It would have been like down in the much more minuscule decimal points.
Okay, so I think we've beaten a dead horse with that. I want to go on to the next thing. The next thing is, the first witness that the prosecution put on was the wife of the victim who passed away. Do you think that that was a good idea? We were both talking about this before we went live. And we both agreed that she was kind of okay. I mean, I didn't really feel anything. Of course, she lost her husband. It's very tragic. But I didn't get the sense that this was this wow factor. She was actually very composed, more composed than I expected a wife to be. Do you think that it was smart for the prosecution to put her on first? Because there's something called the recency effect in psychology. People remember what they hear first and what they hear last most. This is obviously a bench trial. The judge is taking more notes than your average juror. Do you think that they did the right decision?
Well, if it were a jury trial, then it would have been a great decision. In this case, it probably was a wash. Presumably the judge has heard millions, if not tens of thousands or thousands of witnesses testify, and it might not have as much effect on a judge as it would have had on a jury that's not used to seeing trials go by constantly. But, you know, some of it may have had to do with the witness's own wishes. This may have been a witness who really wanted to testify. I think that some of it was used to set up the scene of the accident. I think that if I'm remembering the testimony properly, she said, well, I knew that he was going to go fishing. It did give a bit of a window into the sort of person that the deceased was. And it did have some probative value. It wasn't thrown out for relevancy. But it was brief testimony. I don't think that it really pushed the case terribly far down the road, but it did add a little bit more color.
Okay. You started to touch upon this statute, and statutes are very hard to understand. The ors and the ands and the semicolons and the periods and the commas, all of these things change the understanding and the meaning of a statute. What our understanding is of this first charge of aggravated vehicular manslaughter, correct? Let me just make sure. Yes, aggravated vehicular homicide. I'm sorry.
That's the top one. That's the second.
It's the primary one.
The second-degree felony.
The issue here that I want to ask you about is that if there is not enough evidence because the test is out, blood alcohol test is out, most likely, or the prosecution has to prove either reckless or negligence. Without, the person doesn't have to be intoxicated. So it's just the guy was racing down the waterway in a no-wake zone where the speed is, you said you spoke to a guy at 10 miles an hour. There was a witness on today, he was on for most of the day, speaking about how it was a no-wake zone. So without proving that he was drunk, they can still get the conviction on recklessness or negligence, correct?
Well, it seems to me that the facts are supporting the following: that there's a 10-mile-an-hour limit, or there's only supposed to be slow boating traffic in the dark on this lake. The witnesses said that this boat was barreling down the lake, and then they heard this crash. So I would think that there's sufficient facts on the record at this point to say that the speed alone was reckless for not only the underlying rules that apply on this lake at dark, but the situation. Apparently, we had a local fisherman here on LawNewz, and he provided some interesting analysis because he said this happened right when the walleye fish in that lake are spawning, so there were a ton of people around. So if there were a ton of people around, there were more boats than usual, there were a lot more people on shore than usual, and this doctor goes tearing down the lake, as the one witness testified, these might be facts that the judge could point to and say, that supports recklessness. And if they indicted him under aggravated vehicular homicide on recklessness grounds, then that might be enough for a conviction to stick on that top charge, which is a second-degree felony.
Okay. One thing that I thought was interesting was the second witness on the first day was the surviving victim, Bruce Lindamood. While he was testifying, the prosecution had the lantern on seated next to him. And the lantern looked pretty wimpy, in my opinion. I thought it was bizarre because the defense's position is that this boat wasn't well lit in certain angles. He didn't see the boat. I don't know, maybe this is something for the viewers who pay more attention than we do as things are going, but I thought that it was, I don't know. I just thought it was poor prosecuting.
In what sense?
I just felt that the little lantern didn't prove, it wasn't like a big rave light or a strobe light or something. This is a little like lantern sitting there. So I just feel the effect that this was a well-lit boat didn't serve its purpose with the lantern.
Well, the defense tried to make that point. Okay, so the defense was cross-examining the witness, and the witness was sort of messing around with a light on the stand, and it cast a decent amount of light. But the rule is that the light has to be visible for 2 miles, and it's got to be a certain distance off the water. The witness did say that he didn't test it to see if it was truly visible for 2 miles.
Right.
But again, here's the thing.
And it wasn't his only light. This was an additional light.
It was, I think it was the primary light, though. Okay, there was a light on the red lights on port, the green lights on starboard. Okay, you know, this was near the back of the boat. It's got to be visible for 2 miles, and the detective who was on the stand, the law enforcement official who did the investigation, said that he didn't test it to be certain that it was visible for 2 miles. Presumably, that type of light might be when it's on a dark lake at night. I mean, you have any kind of light out in a dark area, in a rural area, it's going to be pretty visible compared to the surroundings.
I know, but I'm not trying to get technical here. I'm just saying that by looking at the light, the prosecution used a prop here for effect, and I feel like it turned around and bit them because it looked like this little dinky lamp that didn't help their case.
Well, this thing wasn't a huge boat either, though. So, I mean, you can't have a small 2-person boat that's what?
It was
maybe
16, but it was 16 feet, and the other guys, the defendant's speedboat was 17 feet. So it wasn't. They were the same size boats. It wasn't like a little, you know, boat that I went fishing in when I was a little kid with a.
Yeah, it
without
was,
a pole.
But okay, so you know, look, the point
These are
is,
nice boats.
The point is that the light was on the boat. I suppose it's for the fact finder to try to figure out whether the light was sufficient or whatnot. But I think the judge is back on the bench, so we should probably go back to the testimony.
I don't see him yet.
He's back.
Okay. We will go back to another witness is coming on. It looks like maybe he was a witness that night. All right, guys. Thanks for watching and listening to us. Here you go.
Counsel, you may call your next witness.
This calls John Gersh.
If you would step right up, and if you would raise your right hand for me. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the court order?
John Gerst, last name spelled G-I-R-S-C-H-T.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Gersh?
I have a towing service.
All right. And how old are you?
I'm 63,
Okay. Where do you operate your towing service?
out of Deerfield.
I'm going to ask you about May 9th, early morning hours of May 9th, 2015. Did you respond to Berlin Lake, Berlin Reservoir that early morning?
Yes, as a Deerfield fireman.
Okay. And what was that in reference to? What did they want you to do?
A boating crash.
Okay. And what were you to take from that scene?
After I was done with the fire department, I was requested to haul the boat to the ODNR's facility on Bonner Road in Deerfield.
Oh, so you worked with the fire department as well?
That's why I first responded with the Deerfield Fire Department.
Okay, are you a volunteer?
I've been a volunteer for 37 years.
When you get to that scene at Berlin Reservoir, what do you see?
Big confusion of what was going on. That's all I can.
Yeah. And where were you? Where exactly did you respond to?
Less's Bait Shop on Cog Drive.
Okay. Were you able to see a fishing boat there?
Not to begin with, no.
Okay. Soon thereafter you got there, did a fishing boat get towed up to the dock?
Yes, it did.
And do you recall what color that boat was?
No, I don't.
All right. If you looked at a picture of that boat, would you recognize it?
I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Does that look like the boat that was pulled up to the docks while you were there?
Exactly right.
Okay. Was it still in the water when it came up?
Yes.
And if you recall, did it have its lights on?
It did have.
And was there a certain point that the lights were turned off?
After the boat had come in, we had noticed the damage done to the fishing motor on this boat had started to smoke. At that time, we called the Portage County deputy down. He came down and witnessed the lights being on it.
Okay.
And he said, we better unhook the battery because we're going to have a fire, and that's what we did.
Okay.
And I did not do that. One of the other firemen had done that.
Okay, that's all right. But you did see the lights on when it was being towed up?
Exactly right.
And you already said you're not the one who unhooked the battery?
No, I did not. One of the other firemen did.
When you were there, you said you also towed that boat?
I towed it through the Portage County Sheriff's Department, OD&R.
Okay. And how did you get that boat out of the water?
From the water onto my flatbed and then onto the ground where you see it sitting here today.
Okay. Were all the agencies still there as you were doing that?
When I took it from the lake, I had Portage County deputy escort me, and OD&R escorted me up and unlocked the gates to get in their facility on Bonner Road.
How were you able to get it out of the water onto your flatbed?
Sucked it right up on. Bed tilts into the water, and I sucked it right up on, and I unloaded it the same way.
Is there something on the front of that boat which you can hook onto and
Yeah, where the yellow rope is on it.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you. The defense will have a chance to ask.
Hold on one second. One second, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lynn Morrow. I represent Mr. Urish.
Yes.
I have a couple questions for you.
Yes.
If I don't make sense or you don't understand what I'm asking,
Okay.
can you let me know?
I will do that.
Thank you. Your report from that evening indicates that arcing was occurring.
Exactly when the boat cut into the docks, and that's why the battery was unhooked, because we were afraid that the boat was going to catch on fire, because that was due to the motor up here that was damaged from impact.
Okay. Where was the arcing that you saw occurring?
In the wiring.
Up in the bow?
It was in the bow down. Probably the damage was down in here. I really couldn't tell from where the arcing was because it was not visible, but we could see the smoke and smell the smoke.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you said you're a volunteer EMS.
Now, I'm not EMS, just volunteer fireman.
Volunteer fire. Do you have a radio where you can hear radio traffic and calls that are...
I did not that morning.
You did not?
I did
Do
not.
you recall where you were when you got the call back?
I was home in bed.
And do you recall what time it was that you got it?
I see on my thing it was around probably 12:20. Probably by the time I got there, it was probably a call probably somewhere around midnight, I guess.
Okay, God bless you. So according to your report, you arrived at Les's about 12:20.
Yeah.
And you had to get out of bed, get ready, and get there.
You're right.
Fair enough?
Yep.
How long does it take you to get from where you were to Les's?
Probably 10 minutes.
So your best recollection is you probably got the call somewhere right around 12 o'clock.
That's what yeah, I don't, somewhere around that time.
You may.
I'm going to show you what we previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit N. And O.
Okay.
Those are two photographs of the bass boat while it was still in the water bed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Take a second to look them over. I believe in O, the lantern is on the back of the boat, still illuminated. Can you see that?
Is that the red thing back there?
Yes.
I guess so.
Okay. And in Exhibit N, that lantern at the back is laying over on the back deck. If you recall, when you got there, do you remember where the lantern was? Which one of those pictures
No,
was going to reflect what you saw?
No.
Do you remember the lantern?
I don't remember the lantern at all. If it was knocked over, the boat would have been on fire.
You don't recall it at all?
No.
When the battery was disconnected, the lights that were on then went off?
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, may I ask who has the Wicker report that was previously identified? I know that there was a sidebar and we wanted to go on the record.
I think I.
Would counsel approach briefly? All right, just for the record, I did have an opportunity to speak with counsel at sidebar during the testimony regarding this watercraft incident casualty report marked as State Exhibit 64. The basis for the objection as it relates to the contributing factor of alcohol impaired is that somewhere in this report there's a reference to the BAC that this court had previously suppressed, and the court indicated to counsel that it would not obviously rely on that in making any determination as to the ultimate issue as to whether or not the defendant was impaired. So Attorney Cancela Mesa has just indicated that wherever that reference is to the BAC in this report, she would redact it. With that, again, it's 3:15, and I know that the next witness scheduled for the state of Ohio is their accident reconstruction expert, and I am certain, speaking with counsel, that his testimony, both on direct and cross, would not be completed today. So just for the benefit of continuity, we will break for the day. I believe pick up with the coroner at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then move into the state's accident reconstruction expert. Anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Stand in recess.
All rise. Court is in recess.
Hello, I'm Tamara Holder. I am back here hosting Law News, and I have a wonderful guest with me. I know you've seen her before, Julie Rendelman. We are talking about the trial of Ohio versus Dr. Joseph Urich. Aaron and I were talking before the last set of witnesses. It was short. There were two witnesses that came to the stand, and then the judge said, there is an accident reconstruction expert that's coming up next, and for the benefit of continuity, we're going into recess.
Right.
We shared a little chuckle about that. This is a bench trial, not a jury trial.
Exactly.
It's 3:15.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I'm laughing only because I can understand in a sense when you have a jury there that you want them to hear both sides, but it's the judge who's making the decision, so find it kind of odd that they would need, I don't know who the continuity is for. So 3:15, I guess, someone wanted to leave early for a summer excursion or something, but it's unfortunately, it's not unusual.
Hopefully he's not going boating. Hopefully he's going to play golf. Okay, so I wanted to, we were talking about a couple of things that I want your opinion on. The prosecution had their first witness as the woman of the decedent, or the wife of the decedent. And she was very just basic for the prosecution. Do you think that they should have put her on the stand at all? Do you think that they should have put her on where they did first, or maybe waited at the very end to drive home the fact that we've lost somebody?
When you're talking about a non-jury trial, I don't think it makes a difference if she's there at the beginning or the end. Often, and I don't know what the law is in this specific state, but certainly in New York, when you have a homicide case, you're actually required to put on a member of the family in order to do an identification of the body. And if you don't have it, you have to find some way around it to get it in. And so while she may not be emotionally effective or really make a difference because it's a judge making this decision, she may have been required regardless to come in to do some type of identification. Okay. Also, and again, I didn't watch her testimony, and as I said when I came in, I'm not as familiar with this case as I've been with others, is, sometimes a witness such as a family member is going to be able to at least testify as to kind of where the witness or the complainant or the deceased was prior to kind of lead up to the events of which he was killed.
All right, so what about this light? We heard some testimony at the very end that was also not very powerful. I don't really understand what the purpose of this person was on the stand to talk about the fact that the light was not tipped over. If it was, there would have been a fire. I don't know how that's relevant.
Did you catch, though? I couldn't catch because we'd missed the first part as to whether or not we're talking about a light on the boat of the deceased or a light on the defendant's boat.
I think it was the deceased because he said he referred to it as a lantern, and right. the defendant was driving a speedboat. Also, I don't know if you know this, but when the victim, the surviving victim, testified on the first day, he had that lantern next to him on the stand, on the witness stand. And Aaron and I were actually talking about how that was also, in my opinion, a very bizarre thing to have sitting there because it wasn't a strobe light, it wasn't some bright light, it was a lantern that really didn't help the case of this is the prosecution's witness to show there's this light and he should have seen this boat.
Right. I mean, I get again, honestly, other than his neon shirt, I couldn't really follow much of what he was saying. And he certainly didn't seem to be very into being in the courtroom irregardless. But the only thing I was thinking is it's possible that one of the arguments they're going to have is that if it was knocked over, then perhaps the impact was harder, than it would have been, or that if it wasn't knocked over, then therefore the light was something that he should have been able to see when he was approaching. Again, do I think it's going to be the end-all be-all of whether or not the defendant's guilty? Absolutely not.
What about the fact that the blood alcohol test was suppressed? The judge kept it out. That to me is also bizarre. Aaron and I were also talking about this, but I like to get opinions. I think whether or not you're how aware of this case you are, the fact that the judge is on the bench making the ruling, and the judge obviously already knows about the BAC. How is he? Even though it's suppressed, it's still the judge has knowledge of it.
Yes.
What do you make of that?
This happens all the time. I mean, you expect a judge, when they're making a ruling, to be able to follow the law. And so one would assume that when he's saying that the alcohol in the urine samples are not admissible, that he is not in any way going to use them when he's making his decision. Of course, inevitably, everyone's human and he's human. And so I think it's incredibly difficult to completely ignore that. Even if it's unintentional, there's always something in the back of your head that kind of says that this happened and he's aware of it. Also, I don't know if the science is very clear about whether or not refrigeration would have made a whole lot of difference as to the value of the alcohol, to kind of the measurements of the alcohol in the urine and the blood. And
the prosecution, for just purposes of educating you, what we learned in some research is that the prosecution made the argument, to your point, that it's not that beneficial. It doesn't make that big of a difference, that this law on the books is an administrative code. It's been on the books for 40 years and nobody follows it. They just throw the blood or the urine in the mail and off it goes.
Right, and it's not refrigerated. And the question is whether or not it degrades it or changes it in any way. So, I mean, perhaps, to the judge's credit, he's following the letter of the law. And certainly that's helpful to the defense. But at the end of the day, if the judge is ruling it inadmissible, but deep down he himself recognizes that I'm not admitting it, but I'm still aware that it's relevant in my head, then it may have an impact on the decision. Although I have to say I am having trouble without the actual results coming in, kind of being able to prove that an actual crime occurred.
And what are those things? Because for me, I noticed that one of the August 2015 in evidentiary hearing, Lieutenant Johnson testified that there was no disorientation or slurred speech, and that he had no trouble walking to the boat dock after the crash. Well, what else do you know?
Let's look at it this way. Let's start with the idea of, could he be reckless and wasn't drunk at all? Like he didn't have a single drink. Can what he did by hitting that boat be considered a crime, like a reckless crime? And so the question you would obviously ask yourself, was he speeding in an area where he shouldn't be speeding? Was he, I don't know, texting when he shouldn't have been texting? Was he on the phone? Was he smoking weed? Whatever it is that was somehow distracting him in a reckless way. So if you take that and then take it one step further and say, well, was he adding something to the potential of him not being able to focus? And in this case, at least we know that he had, 2 beers and a shot and then maybe more drinks prior to that. If you arguably combine that with high speed, not paying attention to the fact that if you accept that the light was on and he should have seen it, and put those together, maybe you could rise to the level of some type of behavior that warrants a criminal prosecution.
Do you think the defense's opening statement that he thought that he hit a rock and that the boat was going to sink, do you think that that was a proper opening statement, given that there's going to be a lot of testimony as to, and there already has been, as to yelling and screaming, that this guy came into contact with them and then took off? So wouldn't it have been a better argument in opening to say it was a crash, but he got scared.
Well, we can always second guess everything that the defense says, and quite honestly, I think at the end of the day, I don't know what's going to happen in terms of whether the defendant actually takes the stand to say that. But I think anytime as a defense attorney, you kind of, open on something that maybe someone might not find realistic, you're going to have a problem. With that said, I don't know how great it sounds that he got nervous after, if he acknowledges that he crashed into another vehicle, boat being the vehicle we're talking about, and fled off, and his basis is because he was scared. The first question you're going to ask, well, why would you be scared unless either you're drunk off your you-know-what and are avoiding kind of the police finding you so that they can detect that. What other reason would there be for you to flee? If anything, you're going to stay by to make sure that the person or the people you hit are okay.
Well, I disagree. So I had a case in the beginning of my career called the severed feet case, where the guy was on parole, my client was on parole, and there was a man walking in the middle of the street on a dark back road.
I assume his feet were not severed at that point.
They were not severed, but they were then severed. My client was speeding on parole, and the man flew into his front seat, and he disposed of the body and kept driving. Now, I got out of the case, but I understood his position that he's on parole. I don't think he had a valid license, but at the same time, he didn't do anything wrong legally. If he would have just stayed,
he didn't have a valid license.
Right, but I'm saying,
and he was on parole.
Right, but with regard to the case itself,
but that's
hitting the man in the middle of the street. The guy was walking down a dark street. If that happened to me or you, we wouldn't have been charged with a crime.
Right,
the crime occurred after he got rid of the body and fled.
No, the crime had occurred initially because he was driving without a valid license and he was on parole, which is a violation of his parole.
Right, which in this case, the crime occurred when he was drinking and driving the boat.
But now, so now we're back to where we were, which is the argument that's going to be made is if you flee the scene, then the reason
Why are
you're
you fleeing?
Right, it's because you were committing a crime, i.e. alcohol, which is the same exact argument, which is why would you be fleeing a scene unless you had something to hide? Now, occasionally people flee the scene, and we hear this all the time, where they flee the scene because they're concerned. You have situations where someone gets in a car accident and a group of people surround the car, and so you drive off because you're terrified for your life. I don't get the impression under any circumstance that that was the case here. If anything, especially in this situation, it seemed like he could have tried to do everything to save these guys or help them. Is it possible, just understanding, and again, depending on the lighting conditions, that he really just, whether there was music going on in his boat, that he really thought it was a rock, he rode off because he really didn't know what was going on? It's possible. I mean, I don't know anything about the specifics of that area where it happened. If there would be anything about, whether it be there's noise coming from other areas that might impact his ability to kind of recognize that something was hit.
Right.
Who knows?
So we're going to go to a clip number 38, please. This is actually, we're talking about the lights, or not we.
They.
One of the witnesses is talking about the lights. We've talked enough about the lights. So if you guys can pull that up for us, that would be great.
That's sort of an ugly rendition of the shape of a boat. But I want to ask you some questions, if I may. You're familiar with the regulations, and you testified about them concerning the lighting, am I correct?
I'm sorry, concerning the
lighting.
Yes.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, the lighting scheme is sort of universal in terms of color, so that no matter what waterway you're on, you can kind of tell what's going on, correct?
Yes.
In other words, red's always got to be on port, so you always know if you see a red light, that's the port side, correct?
Red's on the left and on the right. Yes.
Yeah, left. Port is
left.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to.
You got to tell me when you're trying to confuse me. You got to tell me when you're having a.
And that's ditto for starboard on the right.
It's always starboard side green. Yes.
And white always in the stern.
Well, white always all around. On these size boats, they are allowed to have one all-around white light, and it's generally located in the stern.
Okay. There are other requirements that don't apply to these boats for masthead lights and things like
Yes,
that.
yes.
But those apply to larger boats, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay. And in addition, as I understand, now you just talked about the all-around. So the white light that goes in the stern has to be literally visible from all angles, correct?
Correct.
Now, there are requirements for the red and green lights in the front of the boat as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand it, and I think I heard you say earlier today, you said 112 degrees, correct?
112 and a half, yes.
112 and a half, okay. So I assume that if we're talking 90, it's 90 from a line that goes down the center of the boat. Is that right? I'm taking the first 90 out of 112 to make sure you and I are on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. So it would be more than 90. It would be 90 plus 22, right?
22 and a half degrees.
22 and a half. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So basically, the red port light would have to be able to be seen from all the way from this line at the front of the boat back to, I don't have a protractor, but something like that, correct?
That's correct.
And ditto for the green, correct?
Correct.
And so it's possible to approach a boat from an angle where you might not be able to see the red and the green light, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the reason why you have to have the 360 white light, so that somebody knows, even if they can't see this light or these lights, the red and the green, they're able to say, well, I know that there's a boat there because there's the stern light, correct?
Correct.
The regulations also provide that those are the only lights that are to be used, correct?
No, you're allowed other lights. They can't interfere with those.
You can't interfere with those.
Correct.
And as I understand it, the regulations also provide that this white light back here must be visible from a distance of 2 miles, correct?
Correct.
And the red and the green lights must be visible from a distance of 1 mile, correct?
Yes, nautical miles. Correct.
Nautical miles. For us landlubbers, and I among them, can you tell us the difference between a nautical mile, what do they call the statutory
Statute mile. So a nautical mile is equal to 1 degree of latitude, which is 6,000 feet, where a statute mile that we're used to
is 5,280.
5,280.
Okay.
So that makes a nautical mile a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
It equals 1.15 statute miles.
All right. So can you tell us, as part of the investigation, did you do anything to test whether these lights located on the bow of the fishing boat were visible from that distance?
No.
Was anything done to test to see if the white stern light was visible from a distance of 2 miles?
No, sir.
Are you able to tell me anything about the power source for this white stern light?
No.
No? Okay. Do you know if it was battery operated or if it was operated from the electrical system?
I can tell you that, yes, it's a 12-volt battery system. And I assume we're talking about Mr. Lindemood's bass tracker fishing boat.
Yes, I am.
Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So yes, it's a battery, 12-volt system, 12-volt battery. I checked it after the fact and the system still worked.
All right.
But I can't get much more detailed than that, depending on what you want to know.
Now, that's fine. When you first saw the bass tracker, which I think, was that the day after the accident? May 10th?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the backcracker on May 10th, that white stern light was laying on the deck of the boat, correct?
Yes.
Was the shaft in any way torn or sheared off?
No.
The shaft on the, and by the way, the red and green light on the bow of the boat weren't actually a fixture that was fixed to the boat surface itself, correct? It was on a little bit of a pole, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular pole or stand was sheared off, is that right?
Yes.
You had mentioned something in reference to the lantern, and I realize maybe it doesn't work that way today, but there was some sort of a pressure switch.
I thought that the first time I manipulated it, I picked it up, I set it upright, and it just came on. And I went, oh, that's weird. And upon further inspection, may I?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry, may you, Judge?
For the record, I was holding it up and it wouldn't turn on, so I pushed the battery in and clicked it, so I probably undid the pressure.
So it's your fault.
It's my fault. He might be able to render that thing operable.
Is that what you want? Do you want to
And
take
yes,
a shot?
you may.
I'll take a shot if that's what.
Thank you.
Not having much luck. It's acting squirrely. It's not doing what it's supposed to.
All right, it just...
I can explain what...
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you do that, but before we do that, since we're taking everything down in writing, I want to sort of reflect what happened, which is you put the battery in, turned it on, and when you dropped it on the ground, or set it on the ground, it went off, correct?
Just now?
Just now?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can explain it.
Okay, so... Hold on. Might work. Let's see what happens. She broke it good. So, oh, hold on, I see. Wow. If there is a pressure switch, like I thought there was, it's not working now.
It's not working now. Fair enough.
So either it has a pressure switch or it was acting this way when I first made it.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that at this point.
Hello, Tamara Holder here. We're back, and we were just watching a witness on direct examination, one of the prosecutor's witnesses, play with a light that didn't work. And Julie, you pointed out something very interesting. What is your opinion of this?
Well, I'm laughing just because it really does remind me of like O.J. Simpson with the putting on the gloves. It's like there they have this, the reason they have it is to show, at least the judge, that this light, indicated that the defendant should have been able to see the deceased boat because that light was on it. But he literally, if you notice what happens, he drops it, and by dropping it, the thing stopped working. And so the argument, to me, the argument is, was the light even working at the time that the boats hit each other?
Right.
Which is so huge in regards to whether or not the defendant is responsible, certainly under any type of criminal theory.
Right, and if you add the broken light up with the man in the green shirt,
right,
who said
the man in the green shirt.
The man in the green shirt, he said he was one of the last witnesses of the day, and he specifically said that if the lantern was not tipped over, and if it was, the boat would have been on fire, which goes to your point that maybe it just wasn't working at all.
Well, maybe it wasn't working, or I have to be honest, I don't know that he's accurate. If that's the actual light, there's no way if that was tipped over, a fire would have started. Am I missing something? What type of, if this is the light that we're talking about, then where is he getting that the whole boat would have been on fire if it knocked over?
So that question do you think that that question that you're asking is a question that the judge is asking himself now as well? That there's a huge issue with the light.
Well, I think the light becomes the whole issue because, by the way, keep in mind also that, you know, if someone's drunk but they haven't acted recklessly, then the question is, well, have they committed a crime? And so, you know, one would argue simply, and I don't know the specific laws of that state, but simply driving drunk without driving recklessly, you know, I don't know if that rises to the level of if he hasn't done anything at all that would indicate some type of reckless behavior, obviously other than the actual driving drunk.
Right. And then if you take away the driving drunk because they don't have the BAC
right.
or the blood sample or urine sample, then you have aggravated vehicular homicide.
Right.
And if the light wasn't working and he was just speeding, which I think that there's a lot of testimony that's going to probably show that he was speeding.
Sure.
And he was in a speedboat. Is that enough if he's speeding without being drunk, because that evidence isn't coming in, for aggravated vehicular homicide, a mandatory prison term of 2 to 8 years?
I think it becomes a stretch. You know, certainly it rises to the level of a civil to me, which sounds like he already kind of was. I think he already settled one and he's dealing with another one. But I don't know that it rises to that level. I think, just so I'm clear, in regards to the drinking, you had said that the detective or whoever the officer was that came to the scene did not even indicate or notice that the defendant was like slurred speech. Is that correct? I
Correct.
mean, because
that's correct from a 2015 evidentiary hearing.
Right.
So this is, the judge has known of this for a long time, and you know, as a criminal defense attorney, and as I do as well, that one of the things that cops always say is that strong odor,
slurred speech, strong odor of alcohol, uneasy step,
right.
you know, walking, and it seems like
horizontal nystagmus test failed. And it's easy for them to say that because there's no way to prove otherwise.
Exactly.
So it's actually pretty shocking that they didn't even say that, other than they were being completely honest.
Right. It's and again, it goes back to, look, I hate to say this, but it also, and I don't want to assume anything, but it does kind of go back to the prosecutor and you know, if this is really all they have and all they had, should they have been prosecuting this individual? And again, someone's life was lost. I think it's horrible. But you know, you always start to say, if this is really what we're talking about right now, we're literally in the middle of trial. And quite frankly, is this trial going to end if it's just that before the defense even begins?
Do you think that it was a poor decision then for the prosecutor to use the light? I mean, we talked about this, that the light was on the witness stand. This whole, you said, this case has become now about a light.
Right.
And the light, do you think that maybe they should have had the light on or made sure that it worked or made sure that if it dropped a little bit that
I mean, can you imagine that is like your worst nightmare as a prosecutor, that you like have this, you know, this indication to the judge that of course the defendant must have seen this, and in the middle of everything the thing stops working, and the guy, to me it looked like he couldn't even get it to work again, and they're indicating that this is the light we're talking about that the defendant should have seen. So I think it's a huge problem when it comes to beyond a reasonable doubt, because now what's the basis of the defendant having seen the boat?
Right. So we're going to go to the direct examination of the survivor, Bruce Lindamood, JY7 men, and he's just going to talk about the light, because now this case is about the light.
Sure.
I'm sorry. So the navigation lights that you have on the boat are lights in the front, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you have to have a red light on the left side, or what they call the port side, and a green light on the right side of the starboard side. Am I correct about that? Yes? Yes. Yep. Say yes or no. Kathy's actually taken down everything we say.
Yes.
Thank you. And your boat was equipped with those, is that right?
Yes.
What other navigation lights was your boat equipped with?
the 360 white.
And that's a light at the rear of the boat, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in your boat, that light is detachable, as I understand it from here, that's correct? So this yelling and swearing that you have told us about when you come back to the surface, is this coming from the direction of the boat that you now spot as you come up?
Absolutely, yes.
And was that boat, when you hear this yelling, underway? That is, was it moving?
I remember him floating there for a moment while he was cussing me out and then taking off.
Now, you've talked to us about understanding or being able to tell the difference by sound of an inboard or an outboard motor, correct?
I said I've got a generalized idea of what they sound like.
And you sort of indicated that you thought that this particular boat had an inboard motor, is that right?
Actually, I said, as in my statement, I thought it sounded like a V8 motor.
Would a V8 motor be louder than a normal inboard motor?
No, they just have a general low rumble.
A low rumble? And when this person is yelling, as you described it, and swearing, is this low rumble going on?
I believe so.
Well, you don't hear the boat start up again, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
Hello again. So we just watched the cross-examination of Bruce Lindemote, who was the victim, the surviving victim. And he talked about the lights, and then he also talked about the noises, the yelling and the swearing, and then whether or not this was a V8 motor and his knowledge. This was cross-examination.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was effective? We were talking about the lights before we went into the clip. I feel like the cross-examination just wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to get a real sense of it. We didn't, see much of it. I mean, the real issue, he was talking about kind of the lights that were on the boat, and I think one of the things I caught was that he was talking about like a 360 light, and I actually started reading like, basically a light that you should be able to see from every direction. I'm curious, in regards to the prosecution as to whether or not there's going to, I hate to use the word lights again, but whether there's going to be more evidence that there were additional lights that we haven't heard about, since he seems to testify to. I mean, I don't know if we've even seen pictures of the boat to get a real sense of kind of what he would have, meaning what the defendant would have seen if the lights were on the way the witness describes.
All right, I want to go now into another cross-examination. It's of Todd Jones. JY9 is our reference number. This is just another, we're talking about the timing here and the darkness and the music on the dock and all of those things that are important.
I don't understand. Will you stop me and tell me that you don't understand what I'm asking you?
Sure.
All right. The other thing I'm going to ask you is, if you remember something, tell us what it is. If you don't remember, it's okay to say, I don't know or I don't remember. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. So you think it is around 11-ish maybe when you have this brief encounter with Joe Urich on the dock, is that right?
It's right around there, yeah.
In that neighborhood, okay. Do you have a recollection of what the weather was like that night?
It wasn't bad.
Wasn't bad? Okay. You have a recollection of whether it was dark, whether the moon was out?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I hope I heard your testimony clearly. Some of it I have a little trouble hearing. If I understand it, you have a boat, but you did not use the boat that night, correct?
Yes.
You went out on Adam's boat,
yes.
Correct? All right. And I heard you say there were some others on the boat besides you and Adam. Could you tell me names so we can try to figure out how many people were on the boat?
There was, if I remember correctly, there was 4. Me, my wife, Adam, and Melissa.
Okay. And if I said the name Cindy, is that someone you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Cindy on the boat that night?
I don't remember.
All right, fair enough. And how about if I say the name Jessica? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, that would be my niece.
And was Jessica on the boat that night?
Not that I don't remember. I don't think
All
so.
right, fair enough. What's your wife's first name, please?
Sherry.
Okay, thank you. Now, while you folks were, I think, if I heard you correctly, you were out on the boat maybe a couple of hours, correct?
Yes.
And while you were out there, what, did you have music on in the boat?
Yeah.
The encounter that you had with Joe Urich, is that pretty much right after you guys come in and are docking up?
Yes.
All right, as I understand it, that's about the time Adam's tying up his boat, right?
Yep.
And you have a brief encounter, hey Joe, how's it going?
Yep.
All right, so it's dark by then, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember, Mr. Jones, was it dark when you guys went out on the boat?
I don't remember whether it was or not. I don't believe it was, but it could have been.
Okay, fair enough. So, besides music on the boat, if I understood your testimony, there's also some music at the campground as you guys are tying up the boat, correct?
It would have been more so down on the docks.
Down on the docks, okay. But I heard you say something about, somebody said, hey, turn the music down.
I believe somebody had their radio on their boat at the dock. Yeah.
Gotcha. So that's when somebody says, turn the music down, I think we might hear these cries for help, correct?
Yes.
Approach.
You may.
Thanks. I'm going to put in front of you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 4. And I understand nobody's measuring anything, but we're just trying to get a rough idea of what you remember. So, can you show me about where this dock area is so we can...
Yeah. They start from shoreline right here and then go out to about right here.
Okay. So about where you saw Joe leave from would be right about here?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Now, when you hear the cries for help and you get on Adam's boat...
I got on that, Andy's boat.
I'm sorry, forgive me, Andy's boat. I assume there's a point in time where you're sort of going out of this bay and you can't see the bridge from where you are. Is that correct?
Well, at night you can't really see it hardly at all. I mean, you might have seen a few lights.
Okay, fair enough.
I said it was dark. You wouldn't have been able to see a lot of anything other than if there was lights on the causeway.
Okay. I know it's hard because you don't do this all the time. I'm yelling not because I'm mad at you, but because I'm used to talking in these big rooms.
Big boy, you can yell at me.
That's all right. We just want you to keep your voice.
Hello, we are now going to go into another clip of Dustin Cease, his cross-examination, not his direct testimony. We're just trying to put together this lighting issue, and we think that maybe there's something good here.
Attorney House. Hi, Mr. C.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
My name's John Uhas. I'm one of Mr. Gurlich's lawyers. I'm going to ask you some questions as well, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you in the courtroom. It's a big high ceiling and you're probably not used to talking in a room like that, so you got to talk louder than you think. Fair enough?
Okay.
If I ask you something that you don't understand, instead of trying to answer me, stop and tell me you don't understand what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other thing is I'm going to ask you to answer questions only from things that you know or remember, and if you don't know, don't guess, just tell me you don't know or don't remember. Fair enough?
Sure.
All right, thanks. When you and your dad and your buddy James are making your way up to the causeway, if I understood you, that's when you get flagged down by this lady, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she's yelling from the shore telling you about the accident, right?
Yes.
You guys actually, as you cross into the causeway, sort of veering off toward Les's at first. Isn't that so?
I wouldn't say veering off to the left. We just asked where to go because we didn't know which direction was the crash in.
Okay. Do you recall a point in time where this lady says, no, you got to go that way. You're going the wrong way?
Yeah, because we were just waiting for her to tell us where to go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So as you're coming under the causeway, you do not see the lights of the fishing boat originally. Fair to say?
No, because there was lights everywhere on the lake, so we was trying to direct ourselves where to go. There's other boats that was on the shore that, you know, we didn't know where the crash was.
Okay. Other boats on the shore? Is that what you
Yes,
said?
at the campgrounds and stuff.
Okay, all right. So, if you remember, were there people out fishing along the shoreline of Berlin that night?
As far as boats or people
Either.
on the shore? Yeah, there is people on the shore.
Okay. And you said it was really dark, correct?
Yeah.
So I take it that you're able to tell there are people out there fishing because they have some sort of light, correct?
Yes.
Whether it's a lantern or a flashlight or whatever, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you're able to see, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you're telling me about seeing lights at the campgrounds and stuff, is that also what you're talking about seeing?
Yes.
Other than these two boats that come on after you and your dad and your buddy get there, do you and of course the fishing boat that you ultimately find, do you remember seeing any other boats on the lake in that general area?
No, just the two boats.
Okay. So, if you're able to, can you tell us about how far away you are when you finally see lights and realize where the fishing boat is?
When we go on the causeway and they point us directly out in the middle of the lake, the closer you get, the better you can see the lights. And we heard them screaming, and once we got up to them is where I could really see the lights.
Okay, all right. So it's really more the screaming that and the pointing of the woman that sort of puts you in that direction, correct?
Yeah, because it was a pretty good ways out there.
Okay. Do your best and tell us how far north of the causeway you think it is where you ultimately find the fishing boat and the man in the water.
Maybe 200-300 yards.
Okay. As I think we've just kind of agreed, at the outer edge of that 200 or 300 yards where you're at the causeway, you're really not able to see the lights of the boat, correct?
Not like to the best ability.
Okay, it's really as you get up closer, correct?
Yeah.
The pointing of the woman and the screaming is sort of what draws you, and then you see the lights as you get closer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this incident that you talked about a few moments ago, about the gentleman who was on the fishing boat with the injury to his arm, you said about him cussing and stuff when you were over, this is when you were on shore, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long it had been from the time that you and your dad and your buddy first pull up and find the fishing boat and the guy in the water until this comment occurred?
Probably 10, 15 minutes at the most.
So, this isn't the first time you fished on Berlin, if I understand it, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with the lake a little bit?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
All right. If I use the phrase in connection with Berlin Reservoir, the channel, do you sort of have a general idea of what I'm talking about?
There's different reservoirs. I've heard them, but like I don't know every reservoir.
Okay, fair enough. Where you and your dad and your buddy ultimately find this fishing boat and the fellow in the water, is it pretty much out in the middle of the lake?
Yes.
Hey, Bertrand.
You bet.
I realize this isn't a precise science. I'm going to ask you to just do the best you can. I'm giving you a little push pin. Would you be able to show me on this map, which is Mark State's Exhibit 4, your best recollection of where you guys think you found the boat and the guy in the water?
If where's a little bit above.
Okay. Now, I heard you mention something a little while ago about lights on your boat, and I think I heard you use the phrase required fishing lights. Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? You have to say yes or no. She said
Yes.
That's all right. Thanks.
Sorry.
Everybody does that. Don't worry about it. Can you tell us what you mean by that phrase, required fishing lights?
They're like little round lights, I believe. They come up, oops, sorry, on the edge right here, on the other edge for people to see the ends of your boats.
All right. I'm a landlubber, so I hope I don't screw this up. Are these lights that are on the starboard side of the boat and the port side of the boat? Are they on the stern or are they on the bow?
I'm not real educational when it comes to where they're supposed to be or where they're not. I just know from seeing them on boats.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to find out, since I don't know what you're talking about. These are small white lights, correct?
Yeah, I've seen them. There's different ones, I believe, but I don't know which ones have what purpose.
Okay. The lights that you guys had on your boat, then let's try to focus on that. Can you tell me where those were? Were those sort of on the side of the boat? Were they on the back and the front? Or were they?
I really don't remember. I just remember seeing the light.
Okay. And you think there were two of those?
Yeah.
And when you say they're required, where do you get that phrase, or where do you what makes you say that?
My buddy's he owns the boat, and he likes to know the rules when he goes on the lake, and you got to have your lights on when you're going through the water, or when you're sitting on the water, because people's got to see you.
I take it, since you were down by the trestle for 4 hours or so, you didn't see this fishing boat out on the water except at the time that you guys came up to do the rescue?
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention to anybody, so I don't know.
Now, when you guys are out there pulling this man from the water, these other two boats show up, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, were there people shining lights from the boats trying to help you guys to illuminate the area?
To be completely honest, I was kind of in adrenaline mode, and all I could think about was getting him on the boat. So if there were lights, I don't really recollect.
Fair enough. And I'm going to ask you whether, and you can tell me whether you remember or not. Do you remember any lights being shown on the scene from the shore or the causeway? People trying to use spotlights to help you out that way?
I mean, there was people on the causeway with lights. Whether they were trying to help us out or not, I couldn't tell you.
When you got close to the fishing boat, are you able to describe what lights you did see? You and I talked, as you got closer, you were able to sort of discern these lights.
Yeah, I remember one light on the left, a fishing light, I believe, and there was something else in the boat because that one little fishing light wasn't going to light up the whole boat. I believe there's some other kind of light because when I got closer, I could see Bruce's whole person. I could see that, you know, something had happened to his arm, and can't tell you what kind of light it was. I don't know.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
I just have one question. That light you're speaking of in the boat with Bruce, how bright was that light?
It was pretty bright. I mean, once we got to 100 yards, I could see it pretty well. When we was coming under Causeway, he was a couple hundred yards out there. It was kind of hard to decipher between the lights, but once I got within 100 yards, I could make it out.
Was that light blinding?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any follow-up?
Nothing else. Thank you.
You may step down. Thank you. May I see counsel?
Hello, everybody. I know that the chatter in the chat room is going wild because Julie and I have been talking about the lantern. I want to be very clear here. I know that there were other lights on the boat. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I have not made an issue of the lantern. The prosecution made an issue of the lantern by putting the lantern on the witness stand. They didn't put any other lights on the stand. They put the lantern on the stand. And the conversations or the testimony that we've been talking about with other witnesses have been specifically to the lantern. Now, we just saw the testimony of Mr. Cease, Dustin Cease, and he said that the lights that he saw, the tall lights that came out of the boat, he didn't see them until he got up close to the boat. He and his father did not see the crash. They went to the crash site. So the reason why we have been talking about the lantern is because I believe, and I believe, I cannot speak for you, Julie, but I personally believe that the lantern is actually very, very, very important to this case. Not the other lights, but this additional lantern, again, because the prosecution made it a point. I also received some information that this has been a trial that's being watched locally, and the jury pool likely contains a lot of people that know about the blood alcohol being thrown out. Well, that's nice, but there is no jury pool. This is a bench trial. And what we are talking about with these issues, and I know that everybody here is watching this closely and knows a lot, but a lot of people watching LawNewz right now are not local, they're national, and they don't understand these things. And oftentimes when we talk about things, maybe ad nauseum, and I apologize if it bothers you, and I'm trying to be aware of that, but it's just different opinions on the same thing. So Aaron Keller's opinion is different than Julie's on blood alcohol. And so all I'm trying to do here is just get different opinions on the same issue. Additionally, we are only in the fourth day of a very uneventful, kind of boring trial. So please just bear with me. We're just trying to talk about a lantern and the blood alcohol, and that's all we have. So I hope that explanation helps. Now, back to the lantern and the boat. What do you make of the lights in this last testimony?
Well, just so we're clear, I think, you know, one of the things that happens when people watch like LawNewz is, you know, some people actually may know more than we do. Right. I just so we're clear, for me, is like I'm coming from a full day of court. So when someone tells me something, you know, in regards to what happened, I love hearing it because I don't know everything about kind of what's going on with the case. And obviously, you know, someone died here, and it was incredibly tragic, and we always have to recognize that. And so, you know, in terms of this case, you know, there was a specific witness that testified. The specific witness that I saw testify was in regards to that specific light. So inevitably, I'm going to talk about that, right, because when you're proving your case, you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so anytime any piece of your evidence falls flat, then it's going to resonate with other pieces of evidence. Now you have another witness here, and you have this witness, and you described kind of what he had testified to. And one of the things he was saying is, you know, it starts off, and I assume he started on direct, indicating kind of the information about what he saw in regards to the lights. On cross-examination, which is what the defense attorney is supposed to do,
right,
and is not doing a very bad job of it, he's doing a pretty good job, is he's basically gotten this specific witness to admit that he did not see any lights pretty much until he was right up on the boat. And in fact, in a way, he actually got him to admit that he kind of really was focused on that area because of the noise, the loud noise that was coming for people that were yelling in regards to help. So it kind of even furthermore kind of questions whether or not the reason he kind of went to that location was because he saw lights or because he just simply was following the noise. All these things, when we start to talk about the strength of the people's case, you inevitably have to recognize that, I'm sorry, you don't have to recognize, but you have to kind of be open to the debate and the possibility that those particular things are not kind of scoring and inuring to the people's favor and seem to be going the defense way.
Right.
With that said, we obviously have witnesses that can articulate that the defendant was riding at a high rate of speed. We actually, I think, and I could be wrong because some of this I've read and not all I've seen, but there are witnesses that have said when they saw the defendant riding at this high rate of speed, they thought, Jesus, he's going to kill someone. So clearly there's witnesses out there that are questioning kind of whether or not his behavior, you know, was the norm or whether it rises to the level of recklessness.
And whether or not he was drunk.
Which is a
separate issue.
Which, by
It's
the way, a
just
witness simply
speeding.
watching the speeding is not
Right.
going to be able to say that he was drunk or not.
Correct.
And, you know, true. And so when you put them all together, it becomes a question of, have they proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And so I don't have the answer, but I can tell you it seems to me that some of the evidence is not going in the way they wanted it to.
Okay, so I want to talk about another issue that hopefully our viewers will have an opinion about this. That is the defendant's clothing. We have been looking at his suits, and this man is from a small town in Ohio. I believe it's a smaller town. It's not New York City. He's known as being he's a prominent doctor. He makes a good living. His suits don't necessarily reflect that. And generally, as part of a trial tactic or technique, is that either the victim is dressed a certain way or the defendant is dressed a certain way. Remember Casey Anthony? She looked so sweet and innocent when, in fact, her Facebook pictures or whatever it was, MySpace at the time, she was, you know, dancing on a table or whatever.
Right.
So I want to know your opinion because the judge also, again, this being a bench trial, the judge knows these tricks. Do you think that this man, the defendant, is a bad dresser? And no offense to people who like his clothing, but do you think he's a poor dresser or do you think he's actually trying to play it down because the judge makes a certain salary and he's this big time doctor in this small town?
I don't know. I mean, look, you can wear a suit and it can cost $1 million and no one may notice it. I think the issue kind of is how you want to project yourself in front of a judge, in front of a jury, and I mean, in this case, there's no jury, but potentially if there had been. And then 2, you know, or 3, this is a publicized trial, so you're being viewed by kind of everyone who's watching and looking at this trial. So, you know, everyone has their own taste. I think, you know, it comes more about, I think it would be more relevant if he was, you know, a more flashy dresser, or, you know, sometimes we talk about, and we've talked about this in the past, I've had defendants on homicide cases where, you know, all of a sudden they walk into court and they, you know, they're wearing a 3-piece suit and they have glasses that I've never seen them wear before. And so these are, of course, those tricks that, you know, they're trying to kind of inure themselves to appear kind of more innocent or more intelligent, whatever it is, whether it be to the judge or to the jury. Do they have an impact? They do. Unless, you know, and I don't think this case applies, but in a way it may, unless you can kind of put that picture of the person in the beautiful suit or the not so beautiful suit next to kind of the person that this person is when they're not sitting in a courtroom, i.e., you know, with their hair a mess, you know, in a drunk situation where they don't look sober, or, you know, where they may have tattoos that indicate gang affiliation, whatever it is. And so when you can do that, sometimes it hurts them because then the jury or the judge is like, you are not who you are saying you are, and that kind of goes to their credibility even when they don't even take the stand.
Right. And it's interesting to see what the locals do, the locals who do know of him and of his reputation. I don't know if any of you watching actually do know of him around town, but it would be interesting to see or to hear if this is how he dresses to visit his patients, or if he's a t-shirt and shorts kind of guy, if he wears glasses like you pointed out. He's wearing glasses during the trial.
Do you know, I didn't even notice that on this.
You know, that would be, those are all interesting things.
Well, by the way, the glasses are actually a factor in this case, because I would be interested to know, and it, you know, now that we've started talking about whether or not he's nearsighted or farsighted. So that's another issue as to whether or not he was wearing glasses or needed them at that time.
Correct. So, is there anything about, I do actually want to go, I want to ask you about the blood alcohol test, because I just have a question about the appellate issue. The prosecution could have appealed this before an interlocutory appeal. Do you think that they should have done that? Or do you think that they just figured this is a no-win situation?
I am not that familiar with the state, the kind of law in their state, so I don't know how effective they thought that would have been. You know, sometimes you kind of take your licks and say, let's just go forward. And quite honestly, an appeal can take a lengthy period of time. It might have an impact on the victim's family, where they're saying, you know, let's just go forward, we want to get this done. There could be so many factors that come into place to make a decision about whether or not appeal is inappropriate. I don't know what came into play here, but, you know, it could be in any number of things.
What do you think, as we close up the day, what do you think people should be looking for tomorrow with the accident reconstruction expert?
You know, look, it's interesting to me, because when you think of accident reconstruction, you usually think about it on like a highway where you're able to see like yaw marks and, you know, screeching, like all those different things. And so on a boat, I actually think it's quite interesting, because I'm not sure what you're exactly looking for. Right. Because you don't have, like, you know, when you drive quickly through a wave, you're not going to have any permanent marks that show you drove quickly. What I think you're going to be looking at is the actual impact, and whether or not that impact, whether or not the reconstructionist can basically explain, based on the impact and the damage to the boat, how fast the defendant's boat must have been going to cause that impact. So that's, I think, going to be the #1 focus.
And do you think there's going to be any conversation about the lights from the accident reconstructionist?
I think, you know, I don't know. You know, is it possible? Yes. I mean, I don't know how he's going to be able to intertwine them. I assume the defense counsel can ask him hypothetical questions that may affect his kind of opinion about how things went down, depending on the lights.
Speaking of lights, our favorite word of the day, I want to go to Jennifer Kingsley's direct examination. This is JY 15. And she talks about the lights and what she saw that night.
I mean, there's just a few of us here, but it's a big room, so it kind of swallows up your voice. Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Jennifer Kingsley, Kingsley.
And Jennifer, how old are you?
31.
And where do you live?
In Akron.
Okay. And do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a pharmacy tech.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you about May 8th going into May 9th of the year 2015. Do you recall that night?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you were doing that evening?
I was fishing with my boyfriend.
Okay. And who's your boyfriend? Or who was it at the time?
Same person.
Okay.
Michael Dush.
Okay. And did you say you were with someone else as well?
My son and my niece were with me.
And how old were they?
9. Okay. Both of them.
Okay. And where were you fishing at?
Berlin.
Okay. Is that someplace you regularly went fishing?
Yes.
And do you recall where on the lake you were fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Was it from a boat or was it from the shoreline?
From the shoreline.
Okay. And I'm going to have a Do you see this State's Exhibit 4? Do you recognize that as the lake? Can you point to the area that you, your boyfriend, and your son and your niece were fishing at?
We were over here. It's like an old boating dock.
Okay. And how long that evening had you been fishing? Did you go out before it got dark?
Yeah, it was probably about sunset-ish.
Okay.
That's when he likes to go.
And when it got to sunset and the sunset, did you guys have any lights in order to illuminate your fishing area?
We had our lantern
Okay.
with us.
Did you see anyone else out on the lake fishing that evening?
There was other people out there fishing.
Okay. Once it got dark, did those fishermen also have lanterns and stuff that you were able to recognize them?
Yeah, our flashlights.
Okay. Were there people fishing from boats, if you recall, as well?
There was boats out on the lake, yes.
Were there both fishing boats and other kind of boats, like speedboats?
Yes.
That evening? Okay. Ellen, at this position that you were on the lake, what is that across the lake from you, if you know?
Like a tackle place.
Okay, a bait and tackle or something? Could you hear anything on the lake when you're sitting there fishing? And could you hear people's voices and other people being on the lake?
Yes.
And did you hear anyone playing music?
Yes.
That kind of thing? All right. Was there a lot of that going on?
Yeah.
All right. So could you tell how many, once it got dark, could you tell how many people were out there?
I mean, it was pretty dark, so you couldn't see.
Okay.
But it sounded.
Okay. Was there different music from different areas, that kind of stuff, or multiple people playing music?
It sounded like one party to me.
Okay. Could you tell what area of the lake that was coming from?
Looking at the lake, it would have been off to my right-hand side down.
Okay. Across the lake from you?
Not directly across the lake, but
to your right a little
yeah,
bit?
to the right.
All right. Can you tell us, there was something that happened that night, correct, on the lake?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that?
I remember just hearing a lot of music and hooping and hollering.
Okay.
And then like a speedboat coming really fast across the lake.
Okay.
And then you just heard this really big boom. And then there was some arguing about lights on the boats.
Okay.
And then a man yelling for his friend and for help.
I'm going to slow you down just a little bit and go back a little bit, all right? You said that there was a speedboat that came down the lake, and you kind of motioned from one direction. Was that from that area that you said had the music, like across but to the right of you?
Yes.
Could you see any color of the boat, what color the boat was?
No.
How could you tell it was a speedboat?
How fast it was going, and it was a larger boat.
Okay. Now, you said you heard a boom. How loud was that?
Very loud.
I'm sorry. Did it sound like an explosion?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then you said you heard some yelling or some arguing. Can you tell exactly what they were saying?
They were arguing about lights on the boat. One was yelling, like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "You don't have any lights on your boat. Where's your lights?"
Okay.
And then he's
Could
like,
you tell where that was coming from?
right in the middle, like where they were. At first, I can't say that who was saying it to who. It was really dark, but
Did that, when you say you heard the speedboat, then you heard the boom, did you no longer hear the speedboat during that, or could you tell he still had his motor on and was sitting at the lake?
he still had the motor on.
Still had the motor on, okay. And that's when you heard all the yelling back and forth?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes.
Sorry. Sometimes I forget. About what time is this when you hear this? The crash and then the yelling?
It was after midnight. I don't think it was too long after, but it was late.
Okay. Could you tell how many people were on either boat, that kind of thing?
No.
All right. Did you do anything in response to hearing this stuff?
I called 911.
All right. So you did call 911 and speak to a 911 operator?
Yes.
Did you tell the 911 operator exactly what you told us today, or pretty much what you told us? Did you go, or let me go back. Where did you call 911 from? Were you still at your fishing spot?
Yes.
Were you guys still actively fishing?
We were at the time.
Okay.
And then we stopped once we realized someone had been ejected from the boat. He pulled his poles in.
Once all that yelling went on about the lights, about, what are you doing out here kind of thing that you said, did you hear that speedboat again?
Yes.
And where did it go?
Under the bridge, but kept going, but that direction.
Was it still speeding?
Yes.
Did you hear anything after that boat kind of faded into the background?
Just him screaming for help and for his friend.
Did you hear his friend's name or anything?
Brian.
Were you able to, did you guys have a boat with you?
No.
So you weren't able to go out and help?
No.
Were you still there when the police and all the rescue and EMTs started arriving?
Yes.
Did you do anything at that point to go and tell anybody what you saw or what you heard?
Yes, I went over to the bridge where there was the ambulance and police.
Did you write a statement for somebody?
Yes.
Prior to the speedboat crashing into the other boat, did you see that fishing boat?
No.
Okay. What about after the crash or during the crash? Did you notice any lights on the fishing boat?
Yes.
And did it have lights?
It did.
Okay. Are you a boater?
I'm not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know the speed limit on that lake or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Did you see other boats go and respond to the fishing boat and help the guy out?
Yes.
Did you ever see the color of either the speedboat or the fishing boat, anything like that?
No.
Can I have 1 second?
Yes.
Jennifer, you said something about you could hear the speedboat and the engine of that speedboat. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you mentioned it was a larger boat. Why did you think that?
I can't, as it was like coming across, like you can, I mean, the lights are not right next to each other.
Okay.
I mean, you can like glimpse it, but I can't like say how many people was on it or what color it was. Like it was late, but
okay.
I mean, if something, it's dark, but you can still kind of see the image of a person. You know what I mean? If they're
Right.
standing so far from you, I think.
Were there any lights coming off of Les's bait shop, that bait and tackle that you talked about across the way?
There were.
Okay. Was that speedboat larger than the fishing boat that it crashed into?
Yes.
I have nothing further to say.
Hello, everyone. We are watching the testimony of, or we were watching the testimony of Jennifer Kingsley, and this was on direct examination. She stated that it was very dark. She stated then that she noticed when she got close to the boat that it had lights. But also one of the things that she said is that there were lots of people in the area. And I want to know your opinion of this, because if there were lots of people everywhere in the area, how fast, and this is just a rhetorical question, but how fast could he really have been going? I mean...
See, I see it the opposite way, is that her testimony was not completely clear, because I think at one point she says that she believed there were a lot of people, out on the water, but at the same time she said it was too dark to kind of know if people were on the water.
Right.
And so, when you're kind of looking at it from the prosecutor's point of view in regards to the defendant's actions, you kind of look at it and say, well, if it was incredibly dark, then he should have, A, arguably assumed that there were other people on the water, and by speeding out from that area, he should have kind of been cognizant of the fact that if it's dark, why are you speeding? Because you don't know kind of what's in front of you. But then, if he was, in fact, able to see, and he saw that there were obviously other boats that were out there other than just the victim's boat, then you start to go to that issue of, well, then, is him speeding in an area where he's aware that there's other people that potentially could be injured if he's speeding in this area? Is that rising to the level of, some type of criminal activity? But yes, I understand your argument. You're saying, well, if there's so many people in the area, how can he be speeding? But I guess that
no, and he was. But I just.
But he is.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that he wasn't.
So he may have hit someone else. I mean, the truth is had there been another boat, he would have hit another boat, before getting to this boat.
And another thing that I find really interesting is that the lights didn't necessarily need to be so strong, in my opinion, based on my limited time on the water. In the no-wake zone, the no-wake zone alone requires that you go so slowly that you do see somebody who just has a little rinky-dinky lantern. Although I know he had other boats or lights on the boat, but whatever they were, the whole point of no wake is that you're inching along so that when you do approach something, you have time to maneuver out of the way or whatever. That is the whole point. Sure. They were not in the middle of the lake.
Right, but the question becomes whether or not his failure or his speeding rises to the level of criminal act versus civil act. And I don't know, because I don't know how fast he was really going, and I don't know how many boats were out there, and I don't know if he should have seen that boat or not, and I don't know if he was drunk. So it's like all these things kind of come together to make a decision as to whether or not he should be held criminally responsible or simply civilly.
Right, and also I wanted to point out to our viewers that when I said that this was boring, of course this is not a boring trial. I'm sure it's not. There are people who have a family member who died or who was injured in this case. When I say boring, I'm just saying, legally speaking, we haven't seen the excitement that we've seen in the OJ case, which his parole hearing is coming up next week, or Casey Anthony. The things that people just like to see, we're missing it because we don't have the BAC. We're missing it, like you just pointed out. It's not an accident on the road where there's blood and this is on the water. It's dark out. The witnesses really didn't see much. So it's, for lack of a better word, sometimes I use other words, but it's been uneventful thus far compared to things that people like to see. And also, that's maybe one of the reasons why I think also they chose a bench trial versus a jury trial, because we've seen a lot of hung juries lately, and I think that's because the juries in this day and age expect a Law and Order type show, and they expect to see those things, and if they don't see those things, they're going to be confused, not because they're not smart, but just because it may be easier for a judge to go through things that are boring or that aren't the blood and the guts that jurors want to see in order to rise to the level of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
I mean, look, I've done a many homicide cases. I think sometimes, the idea of kind of like when you watch TV, you kind of look for, a lot of times a case makes it to TV because it's salacious and it involves affairs, like all these things kind of rise to the level of piquing people's interest. And this is kind of a straightforward case. You have an individual who lost his life. You have, a doctor who is pretty prominent in the community. And so certainly I'm willing to bet you that locally this is huge. From someone from the outside, this is unfortunately something that happens quite often, right. And we see it all too often. And so, it's not going to have the inappropriate text between, boyfriend and his, side girlfriend, that we sometimes see. With that said, I think, obviously I agree, someone lost their life, but at the same time, we always have to be cognizant of the fact that a person, in order to be found guilty, must be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I agree with you in regards to kind of the issue of, look, one would argue as a defense counsel that I want a jury that's going to hang every time, because the more they hang, the better off I am. And so I don't know in this case if they made a decision to go bench before or after the judge ruled that the levels wouldn't come in. If they did it afterwards, then I think it's kind of interesting, only because kind of to go back to your discussion about kind of the judge, what he knows is now you have the judge making the decision on this case who knows something of which a jury wouldn't know. And so it's interesting, kind of the thought process of the defense counsel and going into it. With that said, they may think that the judge in this case, and they may know who the judge is beforehand, unlike us, so they may think of him as someone who's more pro-prosecution, more pro-defense, and at the same time they may think that the case needs a judge who's not going to look at it passionately, but look at it simply on the kind of the evidence and the legalities and whether or not it makes it out.
Right, and also, to your point, I don't know when they made that decision either, but apparently from some of the chatter, this was a last-minute decision, I believe. And I think maybe when defense attorneys are speaking to their clients about which one do you want, the fact that he did make the decision keeping the testing out, they may think he may be a little more favorable.
He's pro-defense, right.
He's pro-defense. These are all things that just you throw around, that it just is part of the discussion. None of it we're saying is true, but it's part of the decision-making process, because cases are playing chess.
Right,
and
absolutely.
Winning motions and wearing the right suit and not upsetting the judge and picking the right jurors if you have a jury trial.
It's funny, in New York, we used to have a judge that actually was so pro-defense that they changed the rules. And so everyone who would go into that courtroom would ask for a bench trial if they were a defense attorney, because she would acquit every time. And so what they did in terms of to change that situation is they didn't, every time an individual went and asked for a bench trial, they kind of did it on a cycle. So it wasn't the same judge every time. So you couldn't go before a judge and decide you wanted a bench trial. You had to decide beforehand, which was kind of an interesting way of avoiding the idea of kind of getting favoritism from one or the other. And I haven't seen that in a long time, because I don't think that judge is on the bench anymore, but that was kind of a way to deal with that issue. I don't think it happened here, though.
And I practiced a lot at 26th in California and Chicago, and it was an enormous courthouse, which I'm sure it is here too, but immediately, once there's an assignment of the judge, you can file an SOJ, a substitution of judge.
Right.
If you know this guy does not like drug dealers, or this guy's daughter, lost her life to a drunk driver, guy meaning this judge. So it's part of the technique. And then once you get the new judge, you're stuck with that judge.
Right.
So that's also part of the technique as well, is what decision are you making in the beginning, and are you going to be happy with it, because you may not have made the right decision.
Sure. No, look, we don't have that luxury of getting to leave the judge that we don't like in New York. Unless there's very specific reasons that this judge can't sit on this specific case. But I think it wouldn't be so bad had I been able to sometimes say, we're going to go with the new one on certain cases, and I think maybe the results would have been different.
So now that we are talking about judges, I was talking to Aaron about this. The judge's wife, ex-wife, in 2013, hit parked cars while drinking and driving, and was arrested and prosecuted. Being that this is a case of drinking and driving a boat and hitting a parked boat, essentially, for lack of a better word, do you think there's any kind of conflict there? Not necessarily that he should have recused himself, but it is kind of interesting. It's very rare that you hear of a judge's ex-wife slamming into parked cars, and now there's this case.
I don't think there's a conflict per se. I mean, every person, whether they're on the bench, whether they're the defense, whether they're the people, kind of have their own life story in regards to, things happen to people. And if you were to kind of cut out every time, take a judge off of a case every time there was something in their life that in any way kind of smelled the same as something that they were looking at, then honestly they can't be a judge because they can't objectively view this evidence. As a defense attorney, and as a prosecutor, I would want to know kind of what his relationship is with his wife, because if this is a guy who had we laugh about it, but if it's a guy who has a hostile relationship with a wife who was accused of this, that may have an impact on his opinion. We don't know,
Right.
And so when you say ex-wife, we don't know if it's a good relationship or a bad relationship, and even these most ridiculous things can have an impact on kind of the judges, even under it all, even though he doesn't intend for it to come out, but may have some impact on the way he makes a decision.
And to your point, I remember when Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor, I can't speak, it's late in the day. She was, during her hearing, she was asked about her background. And she said that she could still be impartial, but her background, she brought her background into the courtroom and it helped her to decide cases. So on one hand, you can say these bad things, the judge shouldn't be able to make a decision based on bad things or good things that happen in their life. But on the other hand, I think that it was very interesting that she just openly accepted it and said the things that have occurred in my life, whether it's discrimination based on being a minority or being a woman or anything, these are things that I actually do bring in the courtroom.
Which I think is, it's incredible when you think about it, because every time people think of a judge, they have, we talk about them having to follow the letter of the law as well. But, at the same time, judges make law. And so part of the way especially someone in Sotomayor's position, is going to make law. And so one would hope that when one is making law, that they are kind of bringing in kind of their own experiences, because I think it's imperative, because if you don't, you really don't have a real understanding of what potentially the people that come before you have gone through. And so you always have to have a healthy blend. You just don't want it to be a situation where someone, whether it's a judge or anyone else involved in the case, has such a bias that it's going to impact their ability to be fair.
What do you think so far of both sides, if you were to grade them? I'm just throwing things out there. Is there anything that you think thus far, it's still early on, we're going into day 5 tomorrow, we're going to see accident reconstruction, but anything that you thought, for example, I thought the green shirt guy, I don't know what his point was. It was very short on the stand, and I'm sure that it'll all wrap up into one nice package with a bow on top. But it just seemed like he didn't do anything for the prosecution. This is the prosecution's case. They have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, they're also dealing with potential defenses. And so sometimes you bring in a witness not to necessarily move the ball forward, but to keep the ball from moving backwards. One of the things, and we talk about clothing and stuff. If I'm the prosecutor, I want my witnesses to dress appropriately. Do I think he was dressed appropriately for a courtroom? I don't. Do I think that has an impact sometimes? I think it does. I know it sounds so ridiculous because he didn't have much to say, but when you're listening to, you want a jury, and in this case you want the judge to value what a witness is saying. And if the light is important to the prosecutor, because obviously it was enough that they put him on the stand, then you want the judge to believe them. And so as something as simple, I have to comment on it, you want them dressed appropriately. That's one thing. In terms of kind of how I feel about both sides, this case kind of is what it is. I do think that the prosecutor has to really make sure that they are articulating clearly, because you can't just assume it's coming out, that reckless behavior ensued. And so I think it's imperative really to hold each witness and kind of make it very clear as to what their viewpoints is, and be able to use the idea, just like you were talking about, that darkness means he was reckless. If it was light out, it means he was reckless. Like, you really want to hammer home that no matter what happened, he was reckless. And you can do that through each witness. And I think the defense is doing a fine job of articulating kind of that the lights weren't working, and I think that's really where he's focused on right now.
Right.
Or not working, but not able to be seen from a distance away.
To your comment about the witness dressing inappropriately, I agree. However, all of the people who have testified, for the most part, besides the professionals who've shown up in their suits and their uniforms, they've been dressed very casually.
Sure.
And I wouldn't advise my client or my witness, if I were the prosecution, to dress that way. However, I think that maybe the prosecution's thinking, and I want to know your thoughts on this, is that this is a small town, or small enough town. These are just regular, everyday people who are out on the boat fishing. They're moms and dads and blue-collar, good,
Sure.
hardworking people. And to put them in suits and take them out of who they are may take away from their authenticity.
I think that's a great point. I think, a long time ago we talked about a judge who, when we picked a jury, every time when the jury was picked, he'd look at them and say, every day I'd ask you to do one thing, dress as though you're going to the most important, interview of your life. And it set a tone.
Yep.
And the tone it set is that we take it seriously and we respect the court. And so I appreciate that. I understand that there is a desire to have authenticity, and sometimes you could argue that someone being authentic, you're going to believe them more. But there is kind of, for me, a desire that, when you walk into a courtroom, you respect the courtroom. And one of the things you do is you dress appropriately.
Right.
And I'm not asking for someone to be in a three-piece suit, but I'm asking for someone to dress as though this is the most important interview of their life. Because quite honestly, when you take the stand and take an oath, and the lives of whoever you're testifying for or against are in your hands, I think it's imperative that you look appropriate and respect kind of the system.
Right, and it is the people of the state of Ohio versus this doctor. And so, to your point, they are testifying on behalf of the state
Sure.
who's prosecuting him. And they're also testifying on behalf of a victim who tragically lost his life at no fault of his own. And I agree with you. I think that I wonder if the prosecution even said anything to them.
And just so we're clear, this is not a judgment on any
No.
witnesses that testified
This is
at
just
all.
conversation.
Just so we're clear, and
yeah.
some people can't afford to dress up, and so I totally
But there's
understand
a Sunday
it.
best. Everybody
Everyone's
has
got a
their
Sunday
Sunday
best,
best. Everybody has their black church dress, funeral dress. It's something that everybody has.
Exactly, and I just, it's just something that I guess, when you have something as important as the death of a human being, one would expect just come into court, dressed appropriately. That's all.
So what do you think, again, proof beyond reasonable doubt, what do you think the prosecution needs to show tomorrow or moving forward?
I think, one of the biggest things obviously they're going to need to show right now is that rate of speed was incredibly high. Not just a little high, but that it was incredibly high. I don't know what the other evidence is. I honestly don't. I don't know if they're going to have anyone else come in to indicate something in regards to the issue of, his level of alcohol, whether it be someone who will be able to testify that there was, some smell in his breath that no one else has been able to testify to. I don't know. But I think that, they're going to have to really be able to make out that this rate of speed was so incredibly dangerous in that particular area that it was inevitable that someone would have been hit and killed or potentially killed.
Do you think that it's going to be hard to get a conviction without the judge believing that he was intoxicated? Because we have a previous evidentiary hearing where the officer stated that he wasn't slurring and things like that, and we all know that the tests aren't coming in. And the only person who testified or who stated that the defendant was drinking was the defendant. And I find it interesting. I think we all learned this early on in law school that when people are drinking, they seem to want to tell the police
that they only had a few drinks.
Only had one or two drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the worst thing because drinking and driving is not illegal. But
Well, yes, it is.
It's not illegal unless you're above the limit. Now,
Right,
of course,
right,
you can be charged under a lower limit, but having a drink or two is not illegal. And so that's why people often tell police officers, I've had a drink or two. It's not like you have cocaine that's illegal on its own. A beer is not illegal. Having a beer and driving is not illegal.
Right.
And that's where I think people just get themselves into trouble.
No, I agree. And I think on this case, I think that you know, you're in a tougher position because you're not able to really make out, and I don't think they will be able to make out that he was drunk. I think that, you know, you don't have the elements that establish that without the alcohol level being brought into court and without detectives talking about or witnesses saying that, you know, he was highly intoxicated or had had a lot to drink. So without that, you really are left with deciding in and of itself if the actions he took, drunk or not, rises to that level. I think, you know, when you look at kind of the recklessness, I think there is an argument to be made, you know, just like you talked about, the reason that you don't drive fast in that area is, you know, because people kind of have to know that you're coming through there, you know, and so is that a criminal act? I don't know. I need to hear more.
Speaking to the drinking, Krogan, Andrew Krogan testified, and he said that they were that he was drinking with his friend, Dr. Yorich, before Yorich got onto the boat. And the bartender also testified, and the 2 beers and a shot. And the shot was, quoting the bartender, a little beer which consists of liquor, 43, and heavy whipping cream.
Right, so it wasn't a pure shot at all. So it really was two beers and a little bit more. And, you know, you have a guy now, you start to talk about his height, his weight, you know, how much he normally drinks, you know. So if you talk, now, I thought they drank beforehand. I don't know if the witness testified to that, but my understanding was, at least, I don't know if it came out in court, but I know that there was some evidence at some point that they were drinking at a restaurant beforehand. And
I believe that was the restaurant, and then it was also followed by another drink. Andrew Krogan testified that he and Urich went out for dinner and drinks. He had 2 beers and a shot, that liquor 43 shot, and at a local restaurant, and then followed by more drinks. So.
Right. Keep in mind, by the way, the actual level, if it had come in, it was 0.08. It wasn't that high. It was just above the legal limit. So, you know, even if it had come in, and I just lost my microphone. Even if it had come in, it would have been. It still wasn't on the high side with regards to driving, you know, while intoxicated.
Which is really. Going to what we were saying earlier about drinking and driving, that 0.08 standard is a very low standard. It's a very low number, and it's hard to judge. You don't know unless, of course, you have the what we call the blow and go, which you blow into your car after you get a DUI, and the car won't start if you've been drinking. Right. So he was around the legal limit, and of course, you can be prosecuted for being under the legal limit, and I've seen those cases. But I find it interesting because that testimony of Andrew Krogan and also the bartender, and then in addition to that, it was corroborated by restaurant surveillance that they were just there from 9:47 to 10:51.
For a short period of time, right.
They weren't slamming drinks all night.
Sure, right. But yeah, I agree with you. But if you take those drinks along with whatever other drinks you have, you may be adding up. You start to add them up. You know, 2 beers is one thing, but you start to add on even the slight shot with whatever other drinks, then we start to come to the level of kind of over the limit. And quite honestly, between you and me, even though the judge didn't let it in, I believe that the 0.08, and you know, and again, I didn't see the actual results, are probably fairly accurate about how the levels that he had in his system.
Right, and it also does take time for the liquor to kick in. They left the restaurant at 11. The accident was around midnight. And again, there were maybe a few more drinks that were had after leaving the restaurant. So who knows? And he is a big guy. You mentioned his weight. He's a big guy. It also, your blood alcohol content is dependent on how much you've eaten that day, your weight, how much you've had in the past, your tolerance. So these are all things that differ from person to person.
And his behavior of, you know, by the way, hitting a boat or running into something and riding off and not staying behind, kind of is indicative of someone who might not be in their right mind. You know what I mean? Because it isn't the normal move. Now, one thing, just so we're clear, because you talked in the beginning about the opening where he said that he thought he hit a rock. One of the things we know from the testimony is that it's clear that he didn't think he hit a rock because there's words exchanged where he says, "Where are the lights? Where are the lights?" So, and again, I didn't see the opening, but it kind of questions kind of the validity to him believing that he hit anything other than a boat if you agree that that argument took place.
Correct. What do you think the best, based on your work, what's the best way to end the prosecution's case in chief? With what kind of witness? Because we have, the wife testified in the beginning. Again, we're blowing a few, we have 5 more minutes here. So what do you put on at the end? What is your bookend?
I mean, I don't know that a bookend really, I don't believe in a bookend in a sense. I think, I don't know if they're going to end with the accident, if the reconstructor is going to be the last person, I have no idea. Remember, again, it's a bench trial, so I don't think you need to, in a sense, end with a bang. And you also have to keep in mind, especially when this is a bench trial, you have a defense, I think you have a defense case coming up. And so, the way you end with a bang is by being able to cross-examine effectively. And that's going to be up to the prosecution. We'll see how they do.
How do you think the defense has done so far with prosecution or with cross-examination?
I think they've done a nice job. They've focused on the things you want them to focus on. I think, maybe that, and again, I have not heard all the cross, but, you definitely want, as a defense attorney, to be focused on the issue of, the lights or whatever, but you also want them to be focused on the idea that no one can prove he was really speeding. And I think that's imperative, along with kind of the issue of lack of being drunk in order to kind of prove that he's not acting in a criminally, in criminal behavior.
But I don't know if we can pull this up, and maybe we can do it tomorrow, but if you have a picture of the boat, I don't know if Julie has seen, have you seen the picture?
No.
I think there was another one. Is there another one from the side with tape around it? I thought I saw that.
Right.
But if I don't know, and maybe the viewers know if there's another picture.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so the boat, the pictures of the boat are definitely going to also be able to show how fast he was going, the defendant was going. Because of the point of impact and the amount of damage.
Right. Well, I'm sure there's factors to be weighed, i.e. like if there's waves on it, you know what I mean? Like how the water is that night, you know what I mean? Like I'm sure that, again, I'm in no way an expert on this at all. But, when we always think back to they used to tell us when we were kids, about the idea of using a seatbelt. And if you're only driving 20 miles per hour, look at how incredible this impact can be with just 20 miles per hour. So I think, the person the expert is really going to have to be clear as to why he can establish for everyone that the impact indicates that this was an incredibly high rate of speed and how he knows that.
Right, and I think that the prosecution really needs to drive this home because there are other witnesses have kind of helped the defense with all this light and darkness testimony. It's been hard to really show out of the gate this strong case against the defendant. I haven't seen it, and I'm sure our viewers have opinions on that. And it is 5 o'clock. So I just want to thank all of you for watching, all of our viewers, family members who have paid attention every single day. I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry for all of the trauma and tragedy in your community. And we just really appreciate that you're watching the trial here on LawNewz, and hopefully you're getting some insight into how trial lawyers think. And this is very, it's hard, it's traumatizing, and it's difficult for everybody on all sides. And I can't thank you enough for watching while I've been hosting, and I had Julie here and Aaron as well. So we will see you tomorrow, and have a wonderful evening.